Hello everyone, is Bringanthecheos for another What If Naruto have the power of Blue Phoenix. Naruto is the prince of the Fire Nation and Naruto has the extreme talent in fire bending and had harem. And also this one-shot movie, this a special for 700 subscribers. Thank you guys, and always remember, give the creators some love so that we can see the adventures of a little prince. Just in case, if you wanted to suggest for the next one-shot movie pick between Mai or Ty Lee, thanks for being patient, and also you can find the creator of the fanfic in the description below. Chapter 1 Prologue. Children born within the Fire Nation usually showed whatever or not they had the abilities to become a firebender at the age of 4. Sometimes they did so a little earlier and sometimes a little later. These sort of things could be affected after who the child's parents were, if they were both firebenders and how good they were. There were many special factors involved. However, never in the history of the Fire Nation had there been a case quite as intriguing as Naruto's. Naruto, firstborn son of Ozai and Ursa and second-born grandchild of Azulan. Naruto, just a few weeks after being born, had begun showing signs of fire bending, small blue flames that had never been seen before. Being born like this, Naruto was placed in a flame-proof room in fear that he might burn or kill himself. While Ursa was concerned for her son, Ozai was swelling with pride. Their child must have been blessed. Even the sages of the Fire Nation came regularly to check up on small Naruto. To the eye he looked just like a normal small baby boy, with small blonde hair, but when a hand was placed on the child, they found him warm. He wasn't burning hot, but he was still too warm. Naruto was then placed in a colder room to grow up. After 2 years, Naruto gained a new little brother. Just like Naruto, Ozai had high hopes for the child. However, the child that was named Zuko showed none of the talents Naruto possessed. This of course wasn't Zuko's fault, and Ursa loved the new child just as much as Naruto, just as any mother would. At the age of 3, Naruto easily created big flames by swinging his arms happily around and had just started to explore the possibilities of lightning. Due to his special condition, it had been decided that the 3-year-old Naruto would begin his homeschooling early on, instead of sending him to an elite school where the youngest would be older than him. Naruto was taught by the greatest firebenders in the nation. However, their teachings were short, as Naruto proved to absorb the teachings when he had been shown a firebending technique once. He was able to copy it to perfection, shocking his teachers. Even his grandfather Azulan taught Naruto about their culture, the war they were in, and about the Avatar. When Naruto turned 4, there was yet another addition to the family, this time a little girl. Once again Ozai had his hope raised for the child just to be a little like Naruto, but again, just like Zuko, there was no bending early on. Ozai and Ursa had decided that they would allow Naruto to hold his new little sister, who would be named Azula. Of course, it was only recently that Naruto had been allowed anywhere near Zuko because there was a fear that Naruto could burn him, but now they judged him to have enough control to hold the child. When Naruto held Azula in his arms, a big smile formed on her small face and she let out a little laugh, and Naruto instantly fell in love. When Naruto turned 5, the small years could be considered over. Zuko had still to show any signs of fire bending. And for the first time in Naruto's life, Ozai had decided to bring him outside the palace. This did frighten Naruto a little, as he had been spending his little life confined to the palace. The only outside he had ever been was in the royal gardens, spending time playing with his cousin or having dinner with his mom. Ozai were dragging Naruto out of the palace for the opportunity to witness a military demonstration. This demonstration was taking place to celebrate 10 new warships. Where the biggest among them had been named after Naruto. The demonstration didn't go as planned, as so few things does. The general who organized the demonstration had been extra harsh on the new recruits, as the general wanted to give the Fire Lord a good impression of his work. What happened was a young recruit shot a stray fireball. There was a horrific silence as the ball was shot towards small Naruto. Naruto nor Ozai had time to react before it hit Naruto straight in the face and lit him up. Ozai hurried to his side and tried to save his boy. Everything broke out into panic as a member of the royal family had been set on fire. However, Naruto simply stood there covered in flames. Dad, is something wrong? Naruto asked, shocking Ozai. Naruto, you are on fire. Ozai spoke, still in shock, looking at his boy just standing there as if nothing had happened. Naruto took a quick look at his hands and saw the flames dancing on his skin. Yeah, but it's okay. It actually feels nice. Naruto responded as he gave his dad a big smile shining through the flames. From there on, things began to take speed, as the fire sages began to visit more often, coming with various different theories as how this was possible, and in the Fire Nation they also began discussing what it could possibly mean. The most common theory was he was going to become the greatest firebender who ever lived. Even in the Earth Kingdom there was various story about the little boy. When Naruto turned 6, both Zuko and Azula was confirmed as firebenders as well. Zuko at the average age of 4 while Azula hit quite early at only 2. However, much to Ozai's glee, Azula showed to use the same flames as her older brother Naruto, believing Azula to have the same abilities as Naruto. However, Ozai accidentally burned Azula. It was a small wound, but Naruto felt terrible. It was because she was being compared to him it happened, and Ursa didn't take it well either. Even though it was a small wound that would heal in a week, Ozai didn't get any luck in bed for the next 2 months. When Naruto turned 7, he fell in love for the second time. The first one being the time he held Azula in his arms. This time, however, it was on his birthday, and he, along with his dad and mom, was visiting one of the few Earthbender rehabilitation camps there was placed on a nearby island. Here Earthbenders were put to good use so that the Fire Nation would one day be able to create a better world. However, as they were walking around the camp, Naruto's eyes met that of a girl. She looked just the same age. She had a pale skin, dark hair that reached down to her chin, and beautiful gray eyes. Dad, can I please have her? Naruto spoke as he pulled on his father's clothes and pointed towards the young pretty girl. Both Ozai and Ursa looked in the direction their son was so eagerly pointing and saw a small dark-haired girl doing her best to walk with 2 heavy buckets in her hands. She is an Earthbender, Naruto. She is not worth your time. Ozai said as he pulled himself free from his son's grasp and continued walking, expecting Ursa and Naruto to follow, but was instead annoyed as they remained standing. I'm not moving, unleash, she comes too. Naruto said just like any child would. He might already at the age of 7 be more skilled at firebending than anyone else, but he was still just a child. Honey, it is his birthday. Ursa reminded him. Ozai stood still for just a moment before he with a sigh gave in. With a snap of his finger he pointed at the working girl. Bring her here. Ozai demanded, and the guards quickly complied, grabbing the girl who looked panicked and afraid as they lifted her. A rope was bound around her neck as the end of the rope was handed to Naruto. Naruto, she is your responsibility now, and if she steps out of line I will personally deal with her, do you understand? Ozai questioned Naruto, who was more interested in looking at the girl he was just handed. Yes, Dad. Thanks, I love you. My name is Naruto, what is yours? Naruto asked as he had let go of the rope and had instead taken a hold of one of her hands. Mikasa. She murmured in a little shy voice, looking down into the ground. Back at the palace, Naruto had gotten Mikasa with him inside his room. Mikasa looked a bit fragile, so Naruto had quickly offered her some food. At first she was a bit careful. She didn't know the boy and she couldn't remember the last time someone had been nice to her, but when it became clear to her that he didn't mean her any harm and she could eat it without any consequences, she quickly emptied multiple platters of food while Naruto stared at her amazed. He had never seen anyone eat so much. Mikasa was actually crying a little. The food was heaven. When she was done eating, she noticed that Naruto had just been staring at her, not really knowing what to do. She was quite scared of doing anything that would displease him. "Thank you very much for the food, Your Majesty." Mikasa spoke as she went down on her knees and arms while her forehead was touching the floor. "You don't have to kneel, and I'm glad that you liked. Oh, and you can just call me Naruto, I would prefer that," Naruto said as he helped Mikasa back on her feet. For a moment she looked at him a bit strangely before she responded with a small, "Okay." She had been working in the camp for as long as she could remember, and one of the most important things that she had learned was to address the firebenders working there with respect, and yet a member of the royal family told her it was okay just to call him by his name. Naruto, realizing how dirty she was, grabbed her hand. "Come, let's take a bath. Would you prefer the one normal or the semi-indoors?" Naruto asked while Mikasa looked at him, a question mark above her head. How could a bath be semi-indoors? "You decide," Mikasa spoke. "Well, Mom won't let me use the semi-indoors one alone, because she is afraid that I will fall out of the palace. All right, follow me," Naruto said as he began to drag her around the palace. The palace seemed huge to her, almost as if it would never end. When they came to the bath, it was again a huge room filled with water and a lot of steam. Both children quickly stripped of their clothes and Naruto went first into the water and Mikasa quickly followed. They weren't shy of looking at each other naked, as neither had taken an interest in the opposite sex yet. Both children relaxed, and eventually Naruto did manage to make Mikasa play with him as they began to spray water back and forth. For the first time he heard Mikasa laugh. It was a beautiful sound and her smile was a beautiful sight. He wanted more of it. "Mikasa, I wash your back," Naruto spoke. However, when he moved behind her, his eyes caught multiple scars and wounds all over her back. When he carefully placed a hand over one of the scars, she tensed. "Oh, sorry. Did it hurt?" Naruto asked, worried. "No, go ahead," Mikasa spoke. When Naruto began washing her back, she closed her eyes in pleasure and wondered, were all slaves treated like this? She really didn't know, but what she did know, that being a slave so far wasn't bad. "Say, Mikasa, what kind of clothes do you want?" Naruto asked. She arrived at the palace wearing nothing but a rag. "I don't know, will you pick for me?" she asked. She didn't really know what kinds of clothes she could ask. And Naruto looked deep in thought. "Well, I don't really think red is your color. Maybe green is better. I don't really know. I just get you a lot of clothes and then you can pick," Naruto told her merrily as he continued to wash her back. When night had fallen, it was time to figure out where Mikasa could sleep. There was plenty of guest rooms she could pick from, but Mikasa didn't really look comfortable in any of them, so instead Naruto had brought an extra pillow on his own bed. His bed was too big for just one person anyway, and it was nice having someone to talk with all night. And then even more years went on and Naruto and Mikasa became inseparable. You could never one of them without the other. Zuko had turned out to be an average firebender, where Azula turned out to be quite a prodigy, but she was never able to compete with Naruto, something that clearly bothered her even though she still admired him. Azula was however not fond of Mikasa, who in her eyes was a dirty earthbender with no business in the palace and should be thrown out and back in camp as quickly as possible. Many others shared those feelings with her, but that was mostly the servants in the palace who would never let their thoughts be known. They were just waiting for Prince Naruto to grow bored of her. Azula had made friends, two girls her own age, the daughter of a governor named Mai and the daughter of a noble family named Tai Li. Azula didn't know, but Naruto was slightly jealous. She was able to go to school and make friends, while his dad and granddad forced him to stay at home locked up and reading books and fighting other firebenders. Except for Mikasa, he didn't have any friends. He would have loved to make some though. The worst year was when Naruto turned 11. That was the year where Naruto experienced a death in the family. His cousin Lu Ten had died in the siege of Ba Sing Se, a siege his uncle Iroh was in charge of. Horrible day for the Fire Nation really. There was a great funeral in his honor. However, the siege continued, making his own dad unable to attend the funeral, and no more than 3 months later did his grandfather depart. The throne was then given to his father despite Iroh being the older brother. When Naruto had asked his father why he had become the new Fire Lord, his dad told him that it had always been his grandfather's will for Naruto to one day have the seat, and for that Ozai had to take the seat first. At the age of 12, Naruto began to experience some changes. He became a bit more curious about Mikasa and how she looked. Mikasa, of course, had never told Naruto no and was therefore sitting naked on the bed along with an equally naked Naruto while their hands was curiously exploring each other. It was all fun of games until Mom walked in, then it became awkward. His mother then gave both children the talk. The long version of the talk that is, and while it did put an end to some of their explorations, there was certain things you couldn't stop a child in puberty from doing. One of these things were that Naruto and Mikasa shared their first kiss together, and when they went to bed they put a little more effort into pressing against each other. This was especially welcoming for Mikasa when the snow felt in the winter, for Naruto was always so wonderfully warm to the touch, not so much in the warm summer though. When they both were 15, they gave their virginities to each other. Sex became something regular and a part of the everyday routine. There was no way to keep their relationship a secret either, as most people in the palace had overheard them when walking by Naruto's room. Both Zuko and Azula had also become aware of what they were doing, as Ursa had given them both the talk a bit earlier to avoid the same scene as Naruto and Mikasa gave her. When Naruto turned 16, there was a small accident during Zuko's first war meeting. Naruto had been allowed to witness these meetings since he was 8 as long as he would keep silent. When he turned 12, he was allowed to give his own ideas. When he turned 14, Naruto was made Supreme Commander, giving him the authority to order the other generals and admirals around. It was the highest military rank there was, which of course meant that a young Zuko at the age of 14 now desperately wanted to attend a war meeting himself, despite not having been invited by his father. While Naruto was pleasantly surprised to see his little brother would take part in the meeting, he also knew his brother was a bit impulsive at times, and if he wasn't aware of how these meetings worked, he would end up making a fool of himself and in worst case insulting someone. Which was exactly what happened. A general had come up with a plan to sacrifice a whole division of new recruits, and while the plan was terrible, what should proceed was that here would be a vote on whatever this plan should take place or not, where everyone could voice their arguments and ideas about the plan. Of course, the Fire Lord could overrule a vote if he wished, but what happened was Zuko began talking about morals and judged the general as a monster for even thinking about such a plan. Of course, it was an insult. Agni Kai became the only solution. Zuko had prepared himself to face the general he insulted, but everything around him crumbled when he saw that it was his older brother he was to fight. Zuko had spoken out of turn at his father's war meeting, and thus his dad had been the one Zuko insulted. His dad, being the insulted party, was free to choose anyone he wished to fight for him, if he did not wish to fight for himself, and in this case chose Naruto. Naruto took no pleasure in what he did that day, but he also believed that it was for Zuko's own good. Zuko had spent way too much time around his mother's arms. He needed to be tested. Naruto had scarred Zuko true as his father told him to do, but if anything it was mercy. Had it been as his father wished, the scar would have been 3 times as big. Hopefully Zuko learned something that day. Ozai then banished Zuko, only to return when he had founded and captured the Avatar. And for a time everything was quiet. Azula was practicing her fire bending with some of the greatest master in the nation, though she preferred when Naruto would help. She always wanted to show him how she was developing and show him the new techniques she had learned. Naruto had become a bit more of a free soul as he liked to travel around with Mikasa. From time to time he would just disappear. Right now Naruto was 18 years old, with bright blue eyes that would sometimes shine with the same power as his flames. His spiky blonde hair had been allowed to grow wild and free as Mikasa said that it matched his personality. He was currently on a small ship on a mission given to him by his father. They would arrive at their destination in about half a day. But to make the time go, right in front of Naruto was a naked Mikasa. She had grown in certain areas as well. Her hair had been kept about the same length as Naruto's so it wouldn't go any further down than to her chin. She was placed on all 4 while Naruto's hands slowly trailed along her sides, his mouth leaving small kisses on the scars on her back. His fingertips crackled with electricity. As his hands cupped both her firm breasts in his hands, her back ached against his chest. As Naruto began to cover her neck in kisses, Mikasa looking down was able to see Naruto's manhood as it had grown big and was pointing out between her own legs. Are you ready for me? Naruto questioned as he stopped kissing her neck, but his hands continued groping her breasts. Always for you. Mikasa responded and Naruto pulled one hand back from her breasts and guided his cock to her entrance. Mikasa let out a small moan as Naruto began to fill her up. Her hands were behind her head and bound together behind Naruto's neck, giving Naruto completely freedom to touch and do whatever he wanted to with her body. It was the best feeling ever having her head turned slightly connecting their lips, while he with one hand played with her breasts, the other in her hair and he slowly thrust inside. She loved being his slave. She loved Naruto. And soon they will arrive at Kyoshi Island. Chapter 2. Southern Sea. Do you have any idea where we are actually going? Sokka asked Aang as they were all flying over the ocean on Appa's back. Of course I do, we are heading for Kyoshi Island. Aang or the Avatar spoke. There is something there that I just have to show you too. Aang continued as his eyes briefly traveled towards Katara. Wait, are you sure Aang? We will have to get to the North Pole as soon as possible. Maybe it would be best if we just continued. Also, the quicker we get to the North Pole, the faster we can get rid of Zuko. Katara spoke. She was eager to meet with other water benders and finally find herself and Aang a teacher. By the way, Katara, are my pants done yet? You are a girl, you should be faster than this. Sokka interrupted. It was cold this high up in the air and above the sea, and his pants had a massive hole in them that Katara was currently sewing. Wait, what do you mean by me being a girl that I should be able to sew faster? Katara asked, offended. It's simple, girls are better at sewing, shopping and wearing makeup, while guys are better at fighting, hunting and being generally smarter than girls. Sokka told her. Oh, would you look at that? All done with your pants now. Katara spoke before she threw the half-finished pants right in her brother's face. Wait, Katara, I wasn't serious. Please, I can't wear these. Sokka yelled out. We are here. Aang announced, and both brother and sister could watch as they quickly approached a small island. Appa gently landed on the island. Aang looked carefully around. He had visited Kyoshi Island once before 100 years ago. There was more snow though, and right now it looked like the snow had just melted. The next thing that happened was that there was a giant splash of water. Sokka was looking at the humongous koi fish swimming out in the ocean close to the shore of the beach where they landed. That has to be the second biggest koi fish that I have ever seen. Sokka spoke in awe, while Aang was busy stripping of his clothes. Those are the reason why we are here. I'm going to ride it. Aang spoke happily before he found himself restrained. It happened so fast that neither Sokka nor Katara had time to react as they were captured as well. I knew we shouldn't have trusted the Fire Nation. First one envoy turns up and now this can't be a coincidence. The leader of the Kyoshi warriors named Suki spoke. Kyoshi village. I don't believe there are any way that we can resort this peacefully. Naruto spoke with a tired sigh as his head rested on Mikasa's lap. Kyoshi Island was a part of the Earth Kingdom, but also a complete independent island who only took care for themselves. It was also the only place in the world that was neutral to the wars outside, however they still had a clear hatred towards the Fire Nation. Mikasa was stroking Naruto's blonde hair and looked down upon his relaxed face. Does it matter? She asked. They came to solve this with diplomacy, however there were also a small navy waiting not too far away waiting to attack if the diplomacy failed. The problem with that being the Unagi whose mouth could spray jets of water so powerful they could cut through ships. They were currently staying at an inn. Kyoshi village was small, so they were actually staying at the only inn there was and they were the only ones currently living there. They shared the best room, but it wasn't anything special, boring colors, at least they had a balcony and there was a hot spring just outside. As Naruto was about to fall asleep on Mikasa's well-toned thighs, the door to their room was slammed open. Naruto slowly opened one eye, to see who was disturbing him. When he noticed it was the Kyoshi warrior, he couldn't really get annoyed at them, and they were all pretty young women. However, the leader of them marched right at the relaxing Naruto. You are coming with us, Mr. Diplomat. Suki spoke as she grabbed Naruto's collar only for her own wrist to be grabbed by Mikasa. The rest of the warriors quickly surrounded both Naruto and Mikasa, while Suki had to let go of Naruto because of Mikasa shocking her with her incredible physical strength. Mikasa. Naruto spoke and the moment he spoke her name Mikasa let go of the girl's wrist. Suki was still a little in shock, but quickly straightened herself. Follow us. She spoke with as much authority in her as she could muster. Mikasa was looking at Naruto and awaiting a command. Naruto noticing this gave her a soft smile. We might as well follow, see what they want. Naruto spoke as they both stood up and followed behind the group of women. The group of women led Naruto and Mikasa towards the statue of Avatar Kyoshi where a small crowd had gathered. Passing through, Naruto saw that there were 3 people tied up against the statue. We found these Fire Nation spies on our beach, a bit convenient just one day after you show up here. Suki spoke. Those 2, judging from their skin color, are water tribe, most likely from the South Pole this close to Kyoshi. I have no idea about the last one, but none of them are with me. Naruto spoke. And are we just supposed to believe that? Suki spoke with anger in her voice. Believe whatever you want. Naruto simply answered. Naruto and Suki had a small stare contest, in which Naruto quickly won. There was just something about his eyes. Suki, turning towards her prisoners, removed the blindfold from her first prisoner. Who are you? She asked the first boy. No, wait, who are you? And where are the men who ambushed us? Naruto smirked slightly. The boy clearly wasn't interested in answering questions, but was at asking his own. There were no men, we ambushed you. Suki asked, clearly annoyed with his attitude towards women. I thought he was supposed to be answering your question and not the other way around. Naruto asked her, causing her to sprout a small blush. Lucky for her, it was invisible beneath her white makeup mask. Who are you? The boy continued to ask questions, this time towards Naruto. Well, I'm an envoy from the Fire Nation, and Naruto was cut off as the boy reacted powerfully along with the two others who were still blindfolded. Why are you all allowing people from the Fire Nation on the island? They are evil and can't be trusted. Naruto was just standing there and listened. I'm not here with any ill intent, boy. Naruto spoke and managed to get eye contact with the boy, who quickly was forced to look away. Something was definitely wrong with his eyes. Soon after, all three were cut down from the statue. When Katara spotted Naruto, she gained quite the blush on her cheeks. Serious hottie alert. The last one, the boy with an arrow on his head, was the Avatar, and while most seemed shocked at this, the envoy from the Fire Nation seemed to take it calmly. Naruto did receive a hawk a few days before he arrived at Kyoshi, telling him that the Avatar had returned. However, right now, as Naruto was looking at the Avatar, he felt disappointed. He had hoped that the Avatar would be an older master of all four elements capable of giving Naruto a challenge, but he was just a child. But he was also disappointed that Zuko hadn't captured this boy yet. Should be easy for him. Naruto and Mikasa were currently sitting in front of the Avatar and his friend Katara. So how may I help you, Avatar? Naruto asked. He would prefer to get this over with quickly. Before those two came, him and Mikasa were on their way into the hot spring to have fun. I just wanted to ask you, since you are the first from the Fire Nation who haven't outright attacked me. From your point of view, what is the meaning of this war? Aang asked. For the most part, the Avatar looked like a goofy kid, but he could easily tell how serious this question was for the boy. To spread out culture and help build a better world for both benders and non-benders. Naruto answered as if it was the most natural thing in the world. The Fire Nation is taking over everything it can with force. There must be a balance. The Fire Nation is trying to wipe out all other benders than themselves. Aang spoke, his voice rising in tone. You are wrong. This war isn't about superiority or extinction. We don't have this war to simply take over land and kill everyone who isn't a firebender. We do this because we sincerely believe that our way of life will help everyone else. Just this morning, your friend seemed quite shocked that he was beaten by girls, and I know there is some discrimination against women in the water tribes, that they are supposed to be less worth than men. Naruto spoke and tried to hold back a small smirk when he saw the water tribe girl react to his words. If this isn't about killing, then answer, why was all the air nomads slaughtered? Was that to help them? Aang asked, and Naruto saw him saddened. I can't answer for the work of my Gree. For the work of Fire Lord Sozin, I wasn't there, but I believe that he had a just reason, as do the rest of the Fire Nation. Naruto answered. He almost forgot that everyone thought he was just a diplomat. It's not right. There must be a balance. When I was around for more than 100 years ago, everyone lived in peace and were happy. What the Fire Nation are doing now is cruel. Aang spoke. Please remember, Avatar, that in the heart of everyone they all believe themselves to be a hero and their actions to be just. Have a good day. Naruto spoke as they both left, his eyes lingering on Katara until the door closed and Naruto and Mikasa was left alone. What did you think? Naruto asked Mikasa. He is a child, he is of no threat. Mikasa answered. However, Mikasa quickly realized she said something wrong when Naruto stared weirdly on her. I know that, I meant the girl. Didn't she have a cute butt? Naruto asked. I suppose. She simply answered, she would much rather he looked at hers instead. Night. Naruto and Mikasa were walking around the village late at night. They were currently headed towards the beach, when Naruto caught sight of a building out in the corner of his eye. It was currently the only building whose lights were still on. The building was for training, more exact where the Kyoshi warriors were training. When Naruto came to the building and looked inside, he could see all the women training, but there were also the boy from the Southern Water Tribe. He was dressed exactly like the women. "Oi, are you here to spy?" Sokka yelled as he noticed that blonde from the Fire Nation, and that hot girl who always followed him. "No, I came here to look at pretty young women and for a good fight, but instead I find you," Naruto pointed out as he grabbed Sokka's face and pushed him down on the floor so he landed on his ass. "That's it, fight me. I will kick your ass," Sokka yelled as he quickly lifted himself from the ground and placed both hands on Naruto's chest and tried to push him away, but he backed down slightly, when Naruto didn't move an inch after Sokka had tried pushing him. "Very well, I accept your challenge," Naruto spoke as he took off his red robes, so he only kept on a red pair of loose pants and his sandals, which he also threw off. Sokka's jaw almost hit the floor along with many of the Kyoshi warriors. Wasn't this man supposed to be a diplomat? His body suddenly told a different story, being muscular and lean with a few scars spread upon it. Naruto handed his robe to Mikasa to hold until he put this barking dog back in his place. "Ready when you are," Naruto spoke confidently. Sokka was so unfortunate that he had something that he called his pride, which forced him to attack the blonde. As Sokka ran towards Naruto, the first one to take action was Naruto, who with a fast movement punched out towards Sokka's face. Sokka, however, managed to dodge beneath the fist. A big smile plastered on his face as he was ready to deliver Naruto an uppercut straight to the jaw, but before he had the chance he felt all air leave him and his eyes rolling back as Naruto had planted his knee deep into his stomach, sending him into the air and down on his back. "I must admit I had hoped for something more of a challenge. Oh well, are any of you girls interested in a spare?" Naruto asked with a small smirk which pissed off Suki. "I take you on, but I have one demand." Suki spoke as for a moment her eyes turned towards Mikasa. "If I win, you will release your slave," Suki demanded. Suki could barely stand not having attacked Naruto earlier. Just knowing he was a slave owner sickened her, and Suki knew how strong the girl was when she gripped her arm. It would be amazing if she learned to be a Kyoshi warrior. "Wow, so if I lose I have to give up, Mikasa? But if you lose then nothing happens. Those are some harsh rules, but Finn, I accept," Naruto spoke, much to Suki's glee. She was already planning how she was going to win this. "First charge him. When he tries to land a punch, grab his arm and throw him over her shoulder, making him land on his back. When down, straddle him and finish him with 2 quick punches to the face." However, nothing as plans often go. This one failed. When she was just about to charge, Naruto shocked her by beating her to it. Naruto shocked with his speed when he was in front of her. Naruto raised one leg and was about to kick her in the chest, but Suki quickly reacted and brought up her hands in a cross guard. When his foot met her guard, she was launched backwards, but quickly got back on her feet. Naruto quickly came running again, the same move. This time, however, Suki managed to catch his leg and hold it in the air, and with her other arm she slammed her elbow down on his kneecap. However, instead of making a sound of pain, Naruto just stared at her. They both fell on the ground when Naruto used his other leg to swipe Suki off the ground. When Suki was back up against the wall, she barely avoided a fist coming against. When it hit the wall, however, it created a small crater in the cement wall. "I surrender," Suki finally spoke, Her body was sore from the places Naruto had actually landed a hit, and had that hit her face she could have died. Meanwhile Naruto had a small smirk. He hadn't aimed for her head, he just wanted to scare her. Women and men were equal in Naruto's eyes. However, that did not change the fact that guys are naturally stronger than women, and while he did admire Suki for having mastered a martial art, their difference in strength was just too great. She could have landed a 100 punches and it would only begin to sting. Mikasa would be a good example, as they trained together. She was just as muscular as he was, however he would never spare against her, as Naruto would never be able to throw a punch her way. He loved her too much. The other Kyoshi warriors and Sokka, who had gotten back on his feet, had all watched the fight. They saw how Naruto reached out his hands to shake Suki's, but when she took it her eyes rolled back and she lost consciousness. Naruto then lunged out towards the other Kyoshi warrior and Sokka. The moment he touched them they fell down on the floor, lightning crackled in his hands. "You can all rest for now," Naruto spoke as Mikasa approached and helped him back in his robe. Now that everyone was asleep, Naruto and Mikasa continued towards their original goal. It didn't take them long before they arrived at the beach. A beautiful sight at night, as the water was dark blue with small waves in the water pushing the water in towards the beach. Not a single sky above, the stars were shining brightly along with the moon. Further out in the water a small elephant koi could be seen swimming around in the bay. What he was about to do brought him no joy, but it was his mission nonetheless. Once again Naruto stripped of his clothes, this time all of it leaving him completely naked. Mikasa was keeping her distance to watch. Blue flames began to emerge on Naruto's skin, the flames dancing and continued to rise in intensity, before soon his body had disappeared beneath the flames as he looked more like a moving flame. However, as Naruto began to move closer to the sea, the flames began to die down and was replaced with crackle and screeching as his body became completely covered in pale blue lightning. The moment Naruto took his first step out into the water, the entire bay lit up as his lightning spread all over the water. Naruto stood there still for a while before the lightning completely disappeared, and then shortly after big dead elephant koi came floating up to the surface and was shortly after accompanied by an even bigger green serpent, which was the unagi. As Naruto stared at his handiwork, he formed a ball of blue fire in his hand before firing it up into the night sky, where it exploded as a firework. Meanwhile, further away from the village there was currently 5 Fire Nation battleships anchored out in the middle of the ocean. The job was waiting for the signal, if diplomacy should fail, and it seemed it did, as their lookout had just yelled for them to start the engines. Naruto and Mikasa stood still on the beach until people from the village began to come running. They had all heard the blast in the sky, and what they saw horrified them. So many beautiful elephant koi and the protected of their village, the unagi, floating around in the ocean dead. You know, this would have been so much easier for you had you just accepted the money. Naruto spoke as he saw the elder of the village come forth. You did all this, but why? Avatar Aang asked as he stepped forward with the girl Katara. For the glory of the Fire Nation, of course. This land will now be used as a military base and trade post, making it easier for my nation to launch attack at the southern shore of Earth Kingdom. That would be why. Naruto spoke as his smile spread, as he saw the Avatar getting angry. I will suggest that you leave. My interest is in this island, while I will let my brother Zuko deal with you. Naruto spoke and noticed that some of the villagers seemed shocked at this message. He could hear them constantly starting to whisper his name, and when his hands lit up in blue fire, this just confirmed their fears. However, Avatar, if you must insist on fighting, then please do try and give me a challenge. Aang raised his glider into the air and brought it down, sending a powerful air wave towards the smiling Naruto, who simply stood still, before it could connect an earth wall raised from the ground. Earth bending. Katara questioned, seeing the wall that had appeared right before them. However, there wasn't much time for questions as Naruto came flying above the wall and down towards Aang, who dodged his first punch. Katara was currently escorting everyone back to the village and tried to get as much distance between them and Naruto as possible. As Naruto tried to hit Aang, he realized just how extremely flexible this little boy was. His reflexes wasn't bad either. However, as impressive as those were, he could also see that the Avatar desperately wanted to get some distance, which was something that Naruto denied. And finally Naruto managed to grab a hold of Aang and with a small electric burst made him see darkness. While Naruto held the unconscious Aang in his hands, he could hear someone scream. Looking to his left, he could see the same kid Sokka that he had already knocked out once, charging at him with a club in his hands. Naruto prepared to deliver him a quick kick to the jaw and sending him to join the Avatar in Dreamland. However, as the boy was charging, he could hear Mikasa scream his name. Now her screaming his name could be fun under certain circumstances, but this time her voice was filled with panic and worry, and Naruto knew that something was about to happen. Looking left, in his hand he held the Avatar. From the front a screaming kid was charging at him, and from the right. Wait, what the fuck? Naruto barely had time to scream in surprise, as a several-ton heavy bison slammed into his sides and sent him flying along the ground. Naruto quickly managed to regain his balance and land on his feet. Tough, he had to admit, getting hit by a flying bison fucking hurt. For your own sake, take the Avatar and leave. I have no intention of hurting the inhabitants of this island, but when my ships arrive they will have no choice but to try and capture the Avatar. Naruto spoke, looking at the brother and sister who was both holding Aang, while the giant bison looked at Naruto with anger in its eyes. Mikasa joined Naruto by his side and sod began to fall from the sky as behind Naruto Fire Nation ships began to sail into the bay. Sokka, maybe we should do as he says. Katara spoke quickly. She wasn't waiting for her brother's answer as she was already carrying Aang on top of Appa. We can't just leave the people here to the Fire Nation. Sokka protested. He didn't want to abandon Suki. They won't hurt the villagers, but they take Aang. Sokka, we have to leave. Katara spoke firmly and Sokka looked like he still wanted to fight, and Naruto watched him shake slightly before Sokka ran up the bison's tail. Yip yip Appa. Katara spoke, making the bison take off towards the sky, with Naruto and Mikasa watching from the ground. I've always wanted to see a flying bison, thought they would be bigger though. Naruto spoke as his hand sneaked around Mikasa's waist. Were you hurt? Mikasa spoke as she leaned in against him. Nope, just a small bruise. Now I need to speak with the commander quickly, but then I think we should get back to the inn and then I will use this all night. Naruto spoke as he grabbed her ass and gave it a good squeeze, causing a blush to spread across Mikasa's face. Next day, Zuko bit his lip as he had an overlook over Kyoshi Island. This was where the Avatar was supposed to be staying, but instead, now that they had shoved up, the Fire Nation had a powerful presence on the island. Everywhere they looked they could see their sigil hanging. Multiple Fire Nation ships were already docked in the bay. Prince Zuko, do you still wish us to dock here? The captain asked Zuko now that it was pretty obvious that the Avatar was no longer here. We still need to hear if anyone on the island has any information regarding the Avatar. Zuko spoke as they continued on their path and ended up on the beach. However, as soon as Zuko planted his foot on the island, a sense of dread overcame him. Zuko did a full 180 and went back on his ship. Uncle, go to the village and confirm whatever or not Naruto is here. Zuko commanded. He refused to meet Naruto. He hated his older brother's eyes. They would always look at him with a mix of pity and disappointment. He couldn't meet his brother before he had captured the Avatar. But Prince Zuko, why would Naruto be here? Iroh asked. It's just a feeling I have, now hurry. I want to get as far away from here as soon as I can. Zuko spoke as Iroh gave a little sad sigh. He then put down his tea before he left the ship and headed inland. Everyone was busy, walking around with big crates or running around with different tools in their hands. Hello, Uncle. Iroh turned around when he heard someone speak, and before him was his oldest nephew Naruto. Naruto, you sure have grown since the last time I saw you. What are you doing here? Iroh asked. Here on Dad's orders, occupying the land. Pretty boring actually. I'm leaving later today. But Iroh, if you were here then where is my little brother? Naruto asked as he had hoped to speak with Zuko. I'm afraid that the prince is feeling unwell, and has sent me around town to ask for the Avatar, who Zuko had heard would have been on this island. Iroh spoke, while lying about Zuko being ill, afraid that Naruto might charge the ship to speak with Zuko. I see. Yes, the Avatar was here, but fled northeast towards Omashu, though I doubt you will be able to follow him there, though there will be a military effort to capture Omashu in a few weeks, if you can wait that long. Anyway, do you want some tea? There is plenty back at the inn where I'm staying. Naruto asked his uncle. No thank you, nephew. Prince Zuko is rather eager to catch the Avatar, and I should head back to the ship, but it was good seeing you, nephew, and you too, Lady Mikasa. Iroh spoke as he gave his nephew a small polite bow. Good to see you too, Iroh. Mikasa spoke. Back in the palace in the Fire Nation, the only people who were good to her were Naruto, Ursa and Iroh. Those three were always kind to her. Very well, uncle. Say hello to Zuko from me and wish him well. Naruto spoke as a messenger came running. Your Grace, there is a letter to you from the Fire Lord. A young man spoke as he handed over a scroll to Naruto. I wish both of you a great day. Iroh spoke and left while Naruto was reading the scroll that was just handed to him. Hey Mikasa, you have been invited to a wedding. Naruto spoke, shocking Mikasa. She didn't know anyone who would invite her to a wedding. Whose? She questioned, curious. Mine apparently. To be continued. Chapter 3 Begin. Kyoshi Island. Naruto awoke with a small grunt as the first sun rays shined in through the window and landed on his face. Further down along Naruto's body, Mikasa was hard at work waking up Naruto. It was a morning routine they had. Mikasa would usually wake up first and then slither down Naruto's body and wake him in the most pleasurable way possible, and Naruto couldn't complain. He have never had a bad morning so far. Throwing the sheets aside, he see his beautiful Mikasa bobbing her head back and forth on his cock. She only realized that Naruto was awake when she felt his hand stroke her hair. Looking up, Mikasa could see Naruto smile at her. Morning, sweetie. Naruto spoke, placing his hands behind him, keeping him upright. Morning, Naruto. Mikasa simply spoke as she quickly removed her mouth from his cock, before she started to lick it. Today is the day we are going home. Are you excited? Naruto questioned. As soon as they return, there is going to be grand meeting. From the letter Naruto received, there would be roughly 100 women for him to meet, and then he would have to choose one of them to marry. Sounds exhausting, really. I suppose it would be nice to see Lady Ursa again. Mikasa spoke, her lips barely leaving his cock. Her answer bringing a small smile on Naruto's lips. He was happy that there was someone else than him that Mikasa could talk with at court, and his mother was a gently soul, kind and beautiful. I see, Mikasa, you are neglecting my balls. Naruto reminded, and as soon as she realized her mistake, she went even lower down. It was good being a crown prince. Roughly 1 hour later, Naruto and Mikasa sat outside the inn that they had made the temporarily home and were eating breakfast. As they sat there, they watched the Fire Nation soldiers walk around working. A few of the people who used to live here were being put in chains and was deported to other workstations all over the Fire Nation. Some would stay here. There was a nice peace and quiet, for all of 2 seconds. You coward. Naruto and Mikasa's attention was caught by a young woman who had shouted those words towards Naruto. Do we know her? Naruto questioned Mikasa as they watched the girl get pushed by a soldier. I think she was the leader of the warriors on this island. Mikasa spoke. Before they both quickly lost interest in her and returned to their breakfast. Suki, watching them both simply ignoring her, pissed her off. When the soldier behind her once again placed his hand on her shoulder to push her, she decided that enough was enough and grabbed his arm and threw him over her shoulder, making him land on his back with a gasp. Not wasting any time, she instantly charged at Naruto, who simply watched the enraged woman coming right at him. When she was right in front of him, her attack was however brought to a grinding halt, as 4 earth pillars had shot up from the ground around her and completely restrained her ability to move. As she struggled to get free, she was quickly surrounded by spears that were pointed towards her face by other Fire Nation soldiers. Forgive me, your grace, I got careless. The soldier that Suki had thrown down on his back spoke to Naruto with a deep bow. It's quite alright, but do tell me, where is this girl going? Naruto questioned. He did have a mild curiosity. This once will be spending her days working in an oil refinery in Udao. The soldier explained. Oh, aren't you lucky? Udao is an absolutely beautiful city. Did you know it is our very first colony here in the Earth Kingdom? Naruto asked Suki, but she didn't respond. Instead, he had to dodge when Suki decided to spit after him. You are a dishonorable liar. You said you were her on a diplomatic mission. Suki yelled at him right in his face. Yeah, you see, I lied. Naruto openly admitted, shocking her. Before he with one hand dismissed her, the earth pillars that was restraining her movements went back into the ground as the soldier grabbed her and was about to force her to move. I demand a rematch. She yelled as she was being forced away. However, instead of Naruto responding to her challenge, he just smiled at her. Bye, have a great time. He spoke, just pissing Suki even more off, knowing he was taunting her. As Suki got further away from Naruto, she could feel her hope dwindling. There had to be some way to fight him, some way to get Kyoshi Island back. She didn't care what she had to do, and then it hit her. There was something she could try. She wasn't sure if he would react to it, but it was her only idea. I challenge you to an Agni Kai. Suki yelled. When the words left her lips, the island became dead quiet. The soldiers around her all looked at each other, confused, what they were supposed to do. However, Naruto quickly settled it as he stood up and approached them. Very well. I accept your challenge. Naruto spoke. To Suki, it was clear that he didn't try to taunt or be funny anymore. Right now he was more serious. First, tell me why you demand this Agni Kai. Naruto spoke as his eyes stared down at her. I'm the leader of the warriors on this island, but tricked by you and knocked unconscious. This is a great insult to me. Therefore I also ask that if I win that the Fire Nation leave this island and never return. Suki spoke, staring right back at Naruto, her eyes filled with determination. I accept the fight, and if you win you will prove that my method in winning this island was dishonorable. However, if you want us to leave this island you must have to put something on the line of equal value if you were to lose. Naruto spoke as he stared at her with a small smile. This island was going to be built up from scrap and was going to become an important new outpost for the Fire Nation. Naruto doubted that she could have something of equal value. I can only offer myself. If you win this fight, then I will serve you for the rest of my life as your slave. That I promise on my honor as a Kyoshi warrior. She spoke, as she continued to stare up at Naruto. However, as she spoke those words, Mikasa could also be heard choking on her food. While Naruto was considering her offer, he was going to win, that he was 100% sure on. What he was thinking about was if he even wanted her as a slave. Very well, I accept. Naruto spoke as the soldiers quickly left, leaving only the two of them to have the town square as their battleground. Do you even know the rules of an Agni Kai? Naruto asked her before they began, to which she shook her head. Very well, it's simple really. Weapons aren't allowed and fire bending is the only bending allowed. You win by making your opponent surrender, burn him or knock him unconscious. Naruto explained, and Suki could already feel a huge disadvantage by looking at the rules. With no weapons, she only had her fists and feet to fight with, while Naruto had everything, but still she refused to back down. As they once again stared at each other preparing to fight, they were surrounded by silence as everyone around had gathered to fight. The people who once had lived on the island of course believed that Suki would win as she was the strongest fighter they knew, while the Fire Nation soldiers all pitied the girl. Not many men soldiers had ever seen their crown prince fight, but the stories they heard had been enough, and according to them he was an absolute monster. So are you going to attack or not? Naruto questioned Suki, who just continued to stare at him. Maybe she was hoping he would just get a heart attack and die. And just like that, Suki came charging at him. When she was right in front of him, Naruto threw a quick open-handed punch right at her face, which she easily dodged beneath. With her quick reflexes she managed to deliver a quick punch in his armpit and knee him in the stomach before she quickly gained distance again. Really, that is your tactic? Hit and run? Oh come now, do make this more interesting. Naruto spoke clearly unaffected. Before he calmly began walking towards Suki, who instantly tried to regain more distance. Fine, then I force you to come closer. Naruto spoke as a wall of blue fire formed behind Suki and approached her, forcing her forward. She couldn't jump to the sides either, the flames were there as well. Her eyes were focused on both the flames burning around her and on the person controlling the flames. When she was close enough, she ran away from the flames surrounding her in a quick sprint, hoping to catch Naruto by surprise, and just as she wished, Naruto tried to counter her by raising one leg and aimed a kick towards her chest. She was so lucky he underestimated him, and with that she managed to catch his leg and held his leg high in the air. Naruto was still calm, wondering what she was trying to do. Her sadistic smile was quite amusing. And then it happened as she was right in front of Naruto holding of his legs. Suki raised her own leg and with all the force she could she kicked Naruto right between the legs. A hard thud could be heard throughout the town square, and all men watching cringed. It hurt just by looking. There was a small silence from both Suki and Naruto. Suki had a clear sign of pain plastered on her face as she slowly pulled her leg back from Naruto's crotch area. Looking up to Naruto's face, realizing that she was still right in front of him, she felt a cold chill of terror run down her back as Naruto sent her the biggest shit-eating grin that she had ever seen. The next thing that she knew, she was sent flying away from him with a great force. Aiming for a man's most holy place, how truly desperate you must be. Naruto spoke in an amused voice. But how about that we cut this short? Naruto asked her. Confused, Suki raised herself from the ground to look at Naruto. However, something was wrong this time as she stared at him once again. The world around her began to disappear, the only thing that remained was the blonde man around her, and she wasn't able to focus on anything else. Suki, I want you to surrender. His voice was different in her ears, hot and terrifying as if it was melting her brain. Her feet began to shake uncontrollably. He was without a doubt no man, but a demon. Suki, trust me, put aside your fears, go to sleep, and when you wake up everything will be as it was. Naruto continued, his words so incredible persuasive to her ears. Her eyes felt heavy as Naruto approached her. She no longer had any intention of fighting him, and she just wanted to rest. When she felt Naruto's hands cup her cheek and indescribable warmth filled her body, a blush spread across her face. Through her dizzy, tired eyes she could see Naruto stare at her with his beautiful sea blue eyes. That's it, Suki, relax now. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Naruto spoke, and those were the last words she heard before her eyes rolled back in her head and fell into Naruto's arms. What everyone else saw, however, was quite different. After Suki had kicked Naruto in the crotch, he had blown her away with a hard punch, and then Suki had quickly raised herself from the ground, but she just stood still, her eyes zoning out, and Naruto had approached her. When he grabbed her shoulder, Suki collapsed in his hands. Alright, easy victory, Mikasa, come, it's time to go home. Naruto spoke in his usual tone as he lunged the unconscious Suki over his shoulder. 8 hours later. Slowly Suki's eyes fluttered open, she felt at peace. Slowly she sat up and noticed that she was inside a big room. The room felt like it was moving slightly. Raising herself even further, she managed to look outside a window. The only thing outside was the clear ocean, then sun slowly on its way down over the horizon, leaving an orange sky. And then she realized where she was and what had happened. What the hell did he do to her? It all felt so serene and yet so terrifying. Looking around the room, she assumed that it was Naruto's cabinet. How luxurious it was! The entire floor was covered by a soft snow-white rug, and beautiful paintings covered the wall. The left side of the room was completely dedicated to his family, as his family tree hung there. She was a slave now. She promised to serve him if he won on her honor as a Kyoshi warrior, and she refused to whine about it now, but she still hoped that everyone on the island was safe. The door then opened up and she saw the blonde crown prince and the girl Mikasa attending to his side like always, walk in. Good morning. I was beginning to fear that you had planned to sleep the entire day away. Naruto spoke with a smile as he approached her. What did you do to me? In the fight, what happened? She questioned, curious. Me. I did nothing at all. You, on the other hand, was hallucinating quite badly. The heat must have gone to your head, but that's quite normal when fighting me. Don't worry about it. Tell you what, I go grab something for us to eat and Mikasa can stay here and answer all your questions. You must be hungry by now, right? Naruto asked her, but instead of her mouth it was her stomach who answered for her with a deep growl. Hope ramen is okay. Naruto spoke as he quickly left. His eyes seemed to sparkle as he talked about ramen. As the door closed, she was left in the room with Mikasa. She was about to turn towards Mikasa, but instead felt a fist collide with her stomach, knocking all the air out of her, bending over in pain. Mikasa grabbed her hair and forced her eyes to meet Mikasa's. First thing, you will address him as master unless he allows you to call him anything else. Secondly, you will do anything he asks of you without hesitation, and thirdly, if you embarrass him or hurt him in any way, then I will kill you. Her gray eyes looking at her as if she wasn't even alive. Suki could only nod, and with that Mikasa let go of her and they waited in silence for Naruto to return. Return. The moment Naruto walked back in, Mikasa seemed to brighten up, almost like a dog waiting for their owner to come back home. The food will be here shortly, is anything wrong? Naruto questioned. The tension in the air seemed unusual high. No, nothing is wrong. Mikasa spoke as she hugged Naruto and kissed his cheek. What about you, Suki? Are anything wrong? Naruto questioned once again. And no, master. She spoke in a low tone, the master part clearly surprising Naruto. Well, that was quickly. You accepted that role, but you can call me Naruto, when it's just us three. Naruto told her, usually a slave only called their owner master, everything else could be a sign of weakness, thus Mikasa also referred to Naruto as master when in public. Mikasa, what have you talked with Suki about? Naruto questioned, suspicious. I merely told her what there was expected of her. Mikasa murmured as she snuggled in closer to Naruto and buried her face in his neck. Mikasa, did you hurt her? Naruto asked again. To this question Mikasa raised her hand and made a small gap between two fingers as to show that she only hurt her a little. Then I want you to apologize to her. Naruto spoke sternly. Mikasa slowly let go of Naruto and turned around and bowed to Suki. I apologize for hitting you, it won't happen again. Mikasa spoke, and when it seemed like Suki accepted the apology, Mikasa quickly went back to Naruto's side. Now Suki, I hope that you like the clothes, and please do tell if the collar is too tight. Naruto spoke, much to Suki's shock. It was first now she realized she was only wearing a red robe and a collar had been placed around her neck, much to her humiliation. Is a collar really necessary? Suki questioned. She really would like to get it off. It is. What if you get lost or you run away from home by accident? Then people would be able to see where you belong. Don't worry, like Mikasa, one day I will trust you enough to take it off. Naruto assured her. Shortly afterwards, the food arrived along with a small scroll for Naruto. After they had eaten, Naruto quickly read through the scroll. As he continued reading, his eyes became sharp and the temperature slightly rose in the room, showing he wasn't happy with the message. All right. We are going to be slightly delayed a day or two. According to the message, all the earthbenders working on one of our offshore fuel station rebelled and killed a few of our men, including the warden. Naruto spoke in a grim tone. According to the message, the earthbenders had thrown fully armored soldiers into the ocean and letting them drown, even after the warden had pleaded to spare him. The earthbenders had then escaped into the woods. Suki felt slightly conflicted. She was happy that someone was fighting against the Fire Nation, but the way the earthbenders killed them wasn't okay. Naruto then used the rest of the evening to show her around the ship. This ship was only used for the Supreme Commander of the Fire Nation army and thus was only ever used for Naruto. The ship itself was huge and was categorized as an Empire-class battleship. The ship he had used to arrive in Kyoshi was a lot smaller and was actually stored inside this ship. A ship shipping a ship. When they all returned to Naruto's cabin, the biggest challenge yet awaited Suki. The moon was high above the sky and it was time for bed. While Suki was scared and didn't know what would happen, she began hearing a small sound. Turning around, Naruto and Mikasa had already begun a small passionate kissing section. It didn't take long before they started to pull at each other's clothes, and Suki just tried to hide herself in a corner of the room and hoped they forget about her. No such luck though. Suki, do you want to join us? Naruto asked. She turned around to answer him, but instead her words got caught in her throat because of what she saw. He was already naked and a huge monster was pointing out into the air. The Unagi returns. Naruto could barely hold in his laughter as he saw her face looking like a tomato and decided to tease her even more. What's wrong, Suki? Are you feeling sick? Naruto asked as he walked closer to her while Suki couldn't remove her eyes from his shaft. With each step it bounced up and down with each step he took. Suki tried to answer him, but every time she opened her mouth she could only stutter. He was right in front of her, his dick pressing against her stomach. She was caught by surprise, however, when Naruto kissed her forehead. Don't worry, I won't force it upon you, Naruto assured, and Suki felt like a giant burden had been lifted from her shoulder. She knew she was a slave, and if he wanted to have sex with her, he had a right to. As Naruto turned away from her, a giant smile could be seen on his face. True, he would never force her to sleep with him against her will, but he was still going to tease her like crazy. Turning back to Mikasa, he quickly stripped her of her clothes, and once again Suki was at a loss for words when she saw her body naked. It was just as lean and muscular as Naruto's. The only thing different was that there was nothing between her legs, and on her chest there were two big soft round breasts that Naruto began to play with. Naruto, who stood behind Mikasa and played with her, noticed the way Suki looked at Mikasa and misunderstood it slightly. Oh, is it that you prefer girls? Naruto asked her bluntly, and her face that was already the color of a tomato managed to turn even redder. No. That's not it at all. Suki stuttered as Naruto continued to run his fingers all over Mikasa's body. Come on, Mikasa won't mind, come and have a feel. Naruto offered on Mikasa's behalf as his hands held around Mikasa's waist, and they both watched Suki slowly and carefully approach. Suki threw a quick glimpse at Mikasa to see what she was thinking about this, but instead she found Mikasa staring at her coldly like she did before. And Suki took a step back. I can't. She stammered, holding her head low. However, instead of letting her back away, Mikasa grabbed both of Suki's hands and quickly placed them on her breasts. The reason that Mikasa had stared coldly at her wasn't to make her back away, but because she wanted to get over with it so she could drag Naruto to the bed as quickly as possible. Suki could only gape as her hands were placed on Mikasa's two soft tits, her fingers slowly sinking into the pale globes. They were so squishy. Naruto watched with a small smirk as Suki seemed hypnotized while playing with Mikasa's tits. How does it feel? Naruto whispered into Mikasa's ear before he trailed a few kisses down her neck. Weird. Her hands are smaller than yours and she is too gentle. Mikasa answered. She was used to Naruto touching her any way he wanted and found pleasure in it. There was still a bit pleasure in Suki's touch, but she was nowhere as good as Naruto was. The only reason she moaned a little was Naruto's hands moving up and down her sides. Naruto scooped Mikasa up in his arms and held her bridal style as he brought her over to the bed, while Suki tried to hide her disappointment over no longer being able to fondle Mikasa. She couldn't deny that those breasts felt great in her hands. Naruto carefully placed Mikasa on the bed and climbed on top of her. With his own legs he spread hers apart before he leaned in over her body and connected their lips. When Mikasa lifted both her legs behind Naruto's back and locked them behind his waist, Naruto knew that he couldn't let his sweet Mikasa wait much longer. Suki just stood there in the middle of the room watching awkwardly as Naruto grabbed his member and aimed it towards Mikasa's opening, and how he slowly sank into her. Naruto kissed her, groped her and thrust into her all at the same time, his palms crackling with gentle lightning that was being used to stimulate her further. The room became filled with the sounds of groans and moans as well as the bed creaking as Naruto raised the tempo. It didn't take long before Mikasa announced to the Heaves or at least the entire ship that she was about to come, again and again and again. It was first when Mikasa neared her fifth climax that Naruto was about to reach his first, and at this point Mikasa was left a moaning and shuddering mess, barely capable of holding her hand behind Naruto's neck. With what almost could be misunderstood as a roar, Naruto came deep inside Mikasa. Naruto grabbed her and turned them both around so that Naruto was on the bottom with Mikasa resting on top of him. After the ordeal, they were both covered in sweat and Mikasa was just a few seconds from falling asleep, while Naruto was catching his breath. "Did you enjoy the show?" Naruto managed to ask through his ragged breath. Did I have to watch that?" Suki questioned, trying to avoid his eyes. "Yeah, it's educational." Naruto made up a stupid excuse. "By the way, are you sure you don't want to try it? You won't know whatever or not you like it before you try it." Naruto offered. "Can I pass on that?" Suki asked, to which Naruto gave a little disappointed sigh. "Sure. Come here then, you be sleeping with me and Mikasa," Naruto said as Suki slowly approached the bed. Naruto then yanked her and forced her to relax with her head on one of his shoulders, while Mikasa was on the other. "This is nice," Naruto muttered as he closed his eyes and waited for sleep to overtake him. Next morning. Slowly Suki opened her. She was laying so well she didn't want to get up, but her eyes shot open when she realized where she was, on top of Naruto, her head on his shoulder. She was about to carefully get out of bed. However, when the bed made the smallest of creak, Mikasa's eyes shot wide open as if she was on constant alarm. "Good morning," Suki spoke in a low tone to her fellow slave, but received no reply. Instead, Mikasa gave Naruto a quick peck on the cheek before she disappeared down beneath the sheets. At first her actions confused Suki, then however she began to realize what Mikasa could possibly be doing. Her thoughts were confirmed when Naruto gave a small grunt, then a small snicker and finally a big dumb grin as he opened his eyes. For Suki, this was to be her first complete day as a slave. She had honestly thought it would be worse, not that she was going to point that out. Suki started the day by having a bath, and Naruto and Mikasa jumped in and had one together afterwards. Then they all had breakfast. The food could only be described as 100 times better than what she used to have at the island. They then arrived at a small harbor where the incident with the earthbenders had taken place. As they docked and was about to leave ship, Naruto turned to her. "Suki, you will remain here." Naruto spoke, shocking her. She wanted to come along. "What, why?" she questioned. "Because you are my slave and will have to do as I say, that's it." Naruto spoke before he continued off the boat along with Mikasa, leaving a lonely Suki behind. Why spare her the sight? She would have to see it one day either way. Mikasa spoke as she knew that Naruto had planned on killing a lot of people. "I want her to get a good impression of me. As I always say, a happy slave makes a happy master." Naruto spoke as he held Mikasa's hand. Walking around the small Fire Nation settlement, they could see a small defense had been set up to defend them from the earthbenders. Finding who was in charge quickly informed Naruto of the situation. Roughly 400 earthbenders had escaped after rebelling and destroying their fuel station, and right now they were just a little further to the east hiding in the woods. "We have already sent a report to the homeland asking for reinforcements so that we can deal with those murders," the old leader of the settlement explained to Naruto. "Don't worry about it, I will deal with them personally. If they are as close as you say, then it will barely take half an hour." Naruto spoke with confidence. "You Grace, I don't doubt your abilities, But it's 400 we are talking about, and if your father should learn that he already left. The old man muttered sadly to himself. While Naruto and Mikasa walked through the forest, they managed to quickly find the Earthbenders' temporary headquarters, mostly because there was a trail of dead Fire Nation soldier leading there. Naruto walked alone into the clearing and managed to gain everyone's attention, while Mikasa was hiding back in the forest ready to create some confusion if Naruto needed it. Hello everyone. Naruto began off. The fuck does a Fire Nation shit want with us? A random Earthbender yelled out, his red armor easily giving him away. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes were currently looking all over the place. There was nowhere near 400, maybe just the half. Which one here is the leader? Naruto continued, ignoring the question he had been given. Naruto's question was answered when an absolute mountain of a man stood up and walked towards Naruto, easily double his size. What do you want with me, little man? The giant questioned. He stood right in front of Naruto and looked down upon him. What I want is to kill everyone here. Naruto spoke before he threw a heavy punch, hitting the giant man in the ribs. He could feel his fist easily breaking a few of them. The other Earthbenders barely got to react before Naruto sent out two big blue bursts of flames, quickly covering quite a few of the Earthbenders, while those who was quicker and managed to jump to the side believed they were safe, only to find that the flames seemed to have a will of their own and tracked them all down. As soon as his flames had made contact with anyone, even if it was just a small flame that had touched the pants, the flame would from there quickly spread until it completely covered its target, and the leader watched in terror how all the men he had spent so much time with was all slaughtered by one guy in less than 20 seconds. It didn't take long before the last screams died out and there was just the leader left in front of Naruto. There was supposed to be more of you. If you tell me quickly, might consider sparing your life. Naruto spoke coldly as he raised two fingers covered in lightning in front of the man's face. We split up, they wanted a new life in jailing. The man spoke quickly to save his own skin. Thank you, you can go ahead and die now. Naruto spoke, shocking the man and causing him to pee himself. But you said that I will consider. Naruto spoke before he sent a lightning bolt through the man's skull and he fell to the ground dead. Say, Mikasa, where is it jailing is? I can't remember. Naruto asked honestly as he left the clearing that began to smell of burning flesh. Further south of here, it's a village with no really strategic value, but with plenty of Earthbenders. Thus the Fire Nation has never really seen any reason to invade there, as the losses they would suffer aren't worth the city. The leader of the jailing, the Beifong family, one of the richest in the Earth Kingdom. Mikasa spoke as if she was an open book. Well, if it's that much south, then it will have to wait until I visit home, and I will have to bring an army too if an occupation is necessary. Naruto spoke as he grabbed Mikasa's hand and they returned to the ship. Unknown to Naruto, that little detour would spark many new stories about him when the cleanup crew arrived in the forest and saw that their prince had single-handedly killed off 200 Earthbenders. Today would be the last day in the Earth Kingdom for now, and tomorrow he would finally get home. He did miss his family, his dear little sister most of all. Chapter 4. Suki, can you smell that? Naruto asked as he, along with Suki and Mikasa, stood on the ship's deck. They had crossed into Fire Nation water for a little more than an hour now. No, I don't smell anything. What do you mean? Suki questioned. There was nothing in the air. Are you telling me you can't smell the glorious Fire Nation air? Smells like home, Naruto proclaimed, making Suki roll her eyes. Hey, is that a volcano? Suki questioned as she saw a small mountain in the distance. There were a few volcanoes scattered around in the Earth Kingdom, but the Fire Nation was supposed to be full with them. She had always wanted to see one. Naruto, noticing the volcano in the distance, slowly lifted his hand, shocking both Suki and a few people aboard the ship, as tremors could be felt all the way from the volcano until it began smoking, spewing ashes into the air. Did you just make that volcano erupt? Suki questioned, slightly terrified. That volcano looked to be multiple miles away, a small dot in the distance. I did. Don't worry though, it's perfectly safe. It'll stop in a couple of minutes. Now instead try and look at that. Naruto said, pointing to Suki's left. Turning her head, she was able to see a humongous statue of a man standing in the middle of the water. What is that? That's a statue of my grandfather Azulan. It shows that we will soon arrive at the great gates of Azulan, in about 10 minutes. Naruto spoke before they all returned to his cabin. When they walked inside, there was a box lying on his bed. Oh, it arrived. Suki, try and open the box. Naruto told her. Suki was skeptical as she approached the box. She had been with Naruto a couple of days now. Either he tried to get her into bed with him, or he tried to prank her. She wouldn't be surprised if she opened the box and some fake snakes jumped up. Now that she stood by the edge of the bed, she grabbed the top of the box and slowly lifted it off and was shocked by the contents. Inside, she saw her weapons from when she was a Kyoshi warrior, her katana and 2 fans. These were yours, right? Naruto questioned as she watched Suki look at them, dumbstruck. They are, yes. Suki muttered. They were ancient. They had been passed down from the leader of Kyoshi warrior for 400 years, ever since Avatar Kyoshi separated their island from the mainland. Good, Mikasa. Naruto spoke as Mikasa quickly went over beside Suki and closed the box on again before taking it under one arm. Wait, aren't they for me? Suki asked. Those weapons meant a lot to her. No, I will get some new one made for you. While these will be a gift to my little sister. Naruto said as Mikasa handed the box to Naruto, and there was an announcement over the speakers that they had now docked in the harbor. Naruto, please, they have an amazing historical value. Suki pleaded. I know that. Naruto simply told her, and Suki saw no other option but to lock onto his leg. Please Naruto, I do anything you say, but don't give them away. Suki pleaded. She wanted her weapons back. She remembered when she was handed them by the previous owner. She promised to treasure and take care of them before passing them on again. Suki, you are already my slave. You will have to do anything I say, no matter what. Naruto pointed out as he tried to throw Suki off his leg. Please Naruto, I beg of you, please. It was first when Naruto saw a single tear that he gave up. He hated when girls cried, and when it was his fault it was even worse. Suki lit up like the sun when Naruto handed her the box. Naruto, what about Lady Azula? Mikasa whispered into his ear while they both watched a happy Suki pack her things out and try her weapons. I guess I will have to improvise. Naruto whispered back. When they left the ship, there was a massive crowd gathered outside, and Suki saw Naruto give them all of them his warmest smile. Does this always happen when you are gone? Suki questioned Naruto as both she and Mikasa walked right behind him. Yeah, always, and this time I was only gone for a little more than a week. Well, besides that, they also show up because when I come back they know I bring good news, and true enough, the capture of Kyoshi Island is going to be quite a help for our future expansions. Naruto spoke as they continued walking towards the palace. Suki, noticing that the horde of people were keeping the distance while watching them walk past, but she also noted that while there was a few, there wasn't especially many guards. Naruto, aren't you afraid of being assassinated? Suki questioned due to the lack security. When Naruto heard her questioned, he had to fight back his laughter. Suki, this is our capital, there is nothing here but peace and prosperity. Even if by some miracle an assassin got into our capital, I'm sure they would rather try to settle down here than complete their mission and return home. Stay a day or two and you see. Naruto spoke confidently. As they moved further towards the palace, the presence of guards began to rise and a lot of different banners were hanging around. Naruto also seemed quite curious in those. Noble houses, all here with someone I can end up marrying. Naruto spoke while Suki studied the banners. There were many, all with different original design. Fire Palace. This place is huge. Suki couldn't help but point out. So far the Fire Nation had been amazing, everything here was bigger. They waited for no more than a few seconds outside the main gates before they started to open up, revealing a young woman by the door. Welcome home, dear brother. Azula spoke as she took a step outside to greet Naruto. When she was close enough, Naruto hugged her. It's good to be home, Azula. How have you been? Naruto asked her as he kissed both her cheeks, giving Azula a small blush. I'm afraid that it has been dreadfully boring back here. Dad has been forcing me to interact with all nobles who have arrived. A bunch of ass kisses, the lot of them, really. Azula spoke and Naruto couldn't help but to give a small chuckle. Well, as long as you are fine, then I'm happy. However, I'm afraid that Kyoshi was an awfully blank place and I couldn't find anything to bring back as a souvenir. Naruto apologized. He had been off to the Earth Kingdom quite a few times and every time he had brought a small gift back home to Azula. Doesn't look like all boring to me, Azula said as her eyes landed on Suki and the collar she wore. Girl, come and introduce yourself. Naruto spoke harshly, surprising Suki, as she hadn't heard him use that tone before. Stepping forward besides Naruto, she introduced herself. I'm Suki, it's a pleasure to meet you. Suki introduced herself and extended her hand. Azula, however, didn't take it. Instead, she just looked at the hand passively. Ha, sorry sister, please forgive her. You know how primitive they are over in the Earth Kingdom. I haven't gotten around to teaching her any manners yet, Naruto said as he scratched his head. Mikasa, show Suki to my room. I will most likely first return tonight. Naruto spoke as Azula had grabbed his hand and had begun dragging him away. Did I say something wrong? Suki asked Mikasa as they both watched Naruto being dragged further away. That was Princess Azula, you were supposed to bow, show you respect and finish your sentence with your grace. Mikasa lectured her before she gave Suki a small push, forcing her further inside the palace. As they moved through the palace, Suki noticed that many of the people wandering around inside, the maids, butlers and guards, were all sending both her and Mikasa dirty looks. Say, Mikasa, are you sure this is the right place? I don't think they like us being here, Suki said as she noticed some guards tightening the grips on their weapons when they walked by. Get used to it. Most in this palace watch us as part of the enemy. The Fire Nation has lost many soldiers in this war as well. Mikasa spoke before she came to a sudden halt. Suki didn't realize this and bumped straight into her. Mikasa, paying her no mind, took forth a key from her pocket and unlocked the door in front of her. Suki was barely even surprised at this point. Everything in the Fire Nation was bigger than back home. Even Naruto's room was the size of a standard home. At the end of the room, the bed stood in the middle, with see-through drapes hanging from the ceiling surrounding the bed. There was also several paintings of Naruto. his family and a few of Naruto and Mikasa together. Walking around exploring the place she would be staying now, she felt like if she destroyed a single thing she would have to work her entire life to pay it off. It was all so fancy, not that it appealed to her it was a little too much even for royalty. There were fine tables which stood and held fruit bowls and different drinks. Thankfully there was one with water, since she wasn't a big fan of alcohol. There were two more doors inside his room. Opening the first door she saw a training room, with different machines. Something told her she would spend a lot of time in here whenever Naruto and Mikasa would get busy on the bed. Walking towards the second door, there was a toilet and a sink, that's it. Meanwhile Naruto and Azula were walking hand in hand towards the main hall, where their father and mother was waiting for them. Tell me Azula, you have seen the girls, what were they like? Naruto questioned incuriously. Yes, I have spoken with some of them were pretty I suppose, though none of them could compare to me. I spoke a little with the oldest woman here to seek your hand. She is a widow 32 years old, from a small noble house and not even that pretty. Azula commentated and Naruto let out a small nervous laugh. Yes, I suppose that might be a little too old for me. Was there anyone among them that you knew? Naruto asked. Azula had studied at the Royal Fire Academy for girls. There must be quite a few of the girls that Azula once went to class with, there had to be here. A few. Mai is here. She used to visit a lot until her father got stationed in the Earth Kingdom. All of Ty Lee's sisters are here as well. There are a few others that I know, but none of them except Mai, I would call a friend. Azula spoke as they continued down the hall until they came to the big gates leading into the main hall. I see. Well, hopefully this won't take too long. Do you know how many there are? Naruto asked as he stretched his muscles and the gates in front of them were about to open. There are exactly 93 families here all. However, some of the families bring more than one girl for you to marry, so around 150 women. Azula spoke and Naruto knew this was going to be a pain. He was going to pick a single one out of that many, but he loved all pretty girls. When the gates in front of them had opened up, they both walked into the main hall in silence. Their mother and father were both waiting high above behind a curtain of flames. Naruto, my son, welcome home. Ozai spoke with kindness that he had always showed Naruto. Thank you, father, mother, it's good to see you both again. My mission on Kyoshi Island went smoothly without any problem. Naruto spoke, however the slight twist in Ozai's facial expression indicated there was something that he was curious about. Is that so? Well, we will talk about your small conquest later. As for now, I believe we have let our guests wait long enough. Azula, you may leave. Father, my dear brother invited me to take part in this, even as Naruto only believes that it's fair that I will get to see who will become my new sister. Azula spoke as she made up a lie on the moment, sending a small look towards Naruto out of the corner of her eye, asking him to play along. And Naruto, as any loving brother would, Naruto played his part. Only if it's okay with you, father, of course. Naruto spoke. Shortly after, both Naruto and Azula joined their parents on the throne behind the flames. Shortly after, a very old man came walking in with a staff in one hand and a clipboard in the other hand. This was Old Man Kuzan, who had severed the royal family right from when Azulan became Fire Lord. He was even a little older than Lee and Lo. On the thrones, Naruto sat in the middle between his mother and father. His father on the left of him and his mother on the right, while Azula sat on the right of their mother. They all watched as the old man slowly walked across the room, until he got to the wall where there was a pillow for him to kneel on. Are we ready? Kuzan asked with a low, gentle voice. When Ozai nodded at him, the gates opened up and Kuzan introduced the first family to walk through the gates. Except for Kuzan, who introduced the families walking through the gates, the only ones to speak was Ozai and the head of the noble family visiting. The only thing Naruto had to do was to look and judge whatever or not he liked the girl, while Ursa and Azula just sat quietly. It took roughly 5 minutes for the first family, while Ozai was asking about things such as education, age, diseases, hobbies, talents and other family members, and as expected the head of the noble family answered all the questions flawlessly. When the family left, Kuzan looked up at Naruto. "Your Grace, should I take note of the girl?" he asked. "No, don't bother." Naruto answered. He had tried to gain eye contact with her, but had shied away from his eyes every time went on as family came and represented the daughter to Naruto and then left. There had been so many beautiful women for him to pick, and quite a few of them he wouldn't mind getting to know a little better in private, but still there was no one who had truly captured his interest. The only girl that had been noted so far was Mai, and that was only because that if there truly were no one else, then maybe he could build something with Mai. If he didn't note anyone, chances are his dad would just pick someone random. Family number 69. The Fall family from the island of Mistral. Kuzan introduced as the gates opened once again as an elderly couple along with an outstanding beautiful woman came walking in. Their daughter had ashen black hair and amber-colored eyes, both which was quite common in the Fire Nation. She was wearing a small crimson-colored mini dress, with a golden design running down both her arms. "Fire Lord Ozai, allow me to present my daughter, Cinder Fall." Naruto listened with half an ear as he watched Cinder. Unlike the others, she stared right back at him. A small smirk adorned her lips. However, it was when Naruto believed he saw her eyes gleam at him he was sold. Naruto's eyes followed Cinder when their audience was done. He watched Cinder slowly turn her face and gave him a wink before she left the room, her eyes still shining. "Take note of her." Naruto spoke as quickly as they were gone, surprising the rest in the room. "Why? There was nothing special about her?" Azula asked, but was met with a quick order of being silent by her father. The rest were pretty boring. Cinder was the one who had caught his attention, while the majority of the remaining girls were dolls who were good at nodding. When they were done with the audiences, all that were left was for Naruto to choose who he wanted. A small smile adorned his face. He already knew who he wanted. Earth Kingdom Seas. "What do you mean Naruto is going to marry?" Zuko yelled at his uncle, who was reading from a scroll in his hands. "Give me that." Zuko continued to yell as he snapped the scroll out of his uncle's hands. Cinder Fall of the Fire Nation Island Mistral. Zuko muttered as he read about her. The wedding was to be held at some point in the summer, which meant the wedding was still a small half-year away. Along with the scroll there were also a painting of Cinder, showing the Fire Nation what their new soon-to-be princess looked like. "She sounds like a beautiful and kind lady, a good match for your older brother, wouldn't you say so?" Iroh asked. While Zuko remained skeptical, he could only learn so much from a scroll. Fire Nation Royal Palace. Suki wasn't sure what she expected. She had somehow thought that now Naruto had gotten a fiancé, that he and Mikasa's fun would stop, but that didn't seem to be the case, as Mikasa was laying on her back on the back, while Naruto was sweeping the sweat of his forehead. "Ah, that was fun," Naruto said as he fell on top of Mikasa. While both Naruto and Mikasa were snuggling on the bed and Suki was watching, there was a knock on the door. Who the hell was visiting so late? The hour was already past midnight. With a tired groan, Naruto raised from the bed much to Mikasa's dismay and dressed himself, while Mikasa just covered herself in the bed sheets. Naruto didn't even make it to the door before it opened by itself and Azula came walking. "Sister, what a pleasant surprise." Naruto spoke, but Azula didn't pay Naruto much mind and instead walked right past him. "Forgive me for coming so late, but I was unable to sleep and heard noises coming from your room, so I assumed you weren't sleeping either. I just wanted to meet your newest toy." Azula spoke as her amber eyes locked onto Suki. Suki looked down on the ground as Azula walked around her. She threw a quick glimpse towards Naruto for help, but he simply sat in a chair with an apple in his hands and looked out the window, watching the city. Mikasa wasn't likely to help either as she was relaxing in the bed. "She doesn't look special. Naruto, why did you make this thing your slave?" Azula asked, and while Suki just stood still and accepted being called a thing, well, at least she was Naruto's slave and not this girl's. "I didn't. She practically begged to be my slave. She challenged me to an Agni Kai, and if she lost she was willing to become my slave." Naruto spoke and Azula threw one quick last look at Suki. "So she is an idiot," Azula stated before she went over to Naruto and sat herself in his lap. "Naruto, I have heard that you are planning to attack a small Earth Kingdom city and were wondering if I can come along." Naruto never told her no to anything. "Sorry Azula, but no, I don't want you to come along," Naruto said, and he could instantly see on her face that she wasn't satisfied with his answer. "What, why not? I'm one of the greatest firebenders in the world. It would be a mistake not to bring me along." Azula spoke in anger, however as she continued to sit on Naruto's lap she could feel Naruto beginning to heat up. It continued to the point that Azula was forced to jump off him. "I'm under no obligations to answer to you Azula. Now if you are done, please leave me and my slaves desire some sleep." Naruto spoke with a small smile on his lips, while Azula looked cool and collected on the outside. She was furious on the inside. "Sorry Azula, but I'm not bringing you onto a battlefield. I love you too much and would be worried sick," Naruto said as he grabbed one of his hands with his own, and his words also seemed to dull Azula's wrath and replaced it with a bit embarrassment. "Very well. Oh, and one last thing. Father demands that you will have dinner with us tomorrow after your visit with the war minister. You will be seated next to Cinder, so father also demands that you wear your hair the proper fashion of a Fire Nation crown prince along with formal clothes." Azula spoke and Naruto could already feel his future headache. He hated getting his hair done, he liked to have it free, and he hated formal clothes too. Simple was so much more comfortable, and his slaves weren't allowed to dine with the rest of his family, therefore Naruto usually ate in his room with Mikasa as to not leave her alone. "Of course, tell Dad I be there." Naruto spoke and Azula was just about to leave, but threw one last look over her shoulder. "I still find it hard to believe that you would let those savages sleep in your bed. They should both be happy with the floor." Azula spoke, and with that last remark she left the room. "Suki." Naruto spoke and gained her attention. "Why yes." Suki had been on her guard the entire moment Azula had been in the room, and as soon as she had left Naruto had spoken her name, catching her off guard. "Aren't you happy you are my slave now?" Naruto asked with a smile, and Suki realized what he meant. She wasn't happy about being a slave, but she was happy that at least it wasn't someone like Azula. "I suppose," Suki answered before Naruto grabbed hand and pulled her down into his lap, where Azula had previously sat. Her face turned red when Naruto's hands cupped her cute small butt. "WW, what are you doing?" Suki asked, and before she even realized it, Mikasa had snuck up behind her and grabbed her breasts through her cloth. Mikasa?" she asked, shocked, but when both parties began to fondle her, she couldn't help but release a small moan. "Say, Suki, have you ever kissed anyone before?" Naruto questioned Suki, whose eyes were currently shut. I have kissed one boy on the cheek, does that count?" Suki asked Naruto, whose hands slowly left her butt and instead slowly trailed up her lower back. "No, not really, but that makes me happy, so I can have your first kiss, right?" Naruto asked, and without warning Suki felt Naruto pressing his lips against hers. She couldn't help but moan into the kiss as Mikasa and Naruto continued to play with her body. The kiss didn't last for long as Naruto pulled back. "The second one is for Mikasa," Naruto said, and it took a second for Suki to come out of her shock before she realized what Naruto just said. She didn't get a chance to say anything before Mikasa grabbed her chin, turned her head, and forced her lips onto Suki's. Suki was shocked when she was once again pulled into a kiss, but with Mikasa there was something wrong, because Mikasa had decided to kiss her the same way she and Naruto always kissed, and that meant that Suki was shocked as she could feel Mikasa forcing her tongue into her mouth. Meanwhile, Naruto was just enjoying the sight in front of him. Life was good. Next day evening. The day had gone quite smoothly. He had started the day off by having a meeting with War Minister Chin, who wished to show Naruto his latest toy. It was a giant drill that was created with the sole purpose of penetrating the Great Walls of Ba Sing Se. It would, however, first be deployed when they had conquered Omashu and was able to create a safe route for the drill to arrive on. Then there was the dinner, a pain in the ass really, when Naruto had to get ready. The dinner itself, however, went smoothly. It was decided that Cinder was to stay in the palace, while the rest of her family will return home to Mistral. They would first return when it was time for the wedding. The dinner quickly went by with small talks and talks about Naruto's new expedition to the Earth Kingdom and about the certain return of the Avatar. When evening dawned, Naruto had returned to the harbor. The soldiers working on his ships all saluted him as he walked aboard. There were a few things that he wished to get done. Before he returned to his wedding, he would have to bring justice to the Earthbenders hiding in jailing. He would conquer Omashu, and he needed to talk with some commander that his father just recently promoted to admiral without Naruto's consent. Recently promoted Admiral Zhao have been putting in a great effort in his attempts to capture the Avatar, without much luck, much to Naruto's glee. The things he had heard about Zhao, well, it made him question his father's judgment. Zhao and his army were to meet with Naruto a little distance away from jailing in a week. A week later, Naruto had a small tick mark on his forehead as he read a scroll he had just received by Hawk. Apparently Admiral Zhao will be slightly delayed, because he ran into the Avatar and accidentally sank his own boats he used for transportations, so he will be delayed for 2 or 3 days. Thankfully I was prepared for this, Naruto said, causing Suki to sweat drop. Naruto was wearing something he claimed was a foolproof disguise, when in reality it was the exact same thing he always wore, just colored green. Don't worry, Suki, the people from the Earth Kingdom have extremely small brains. I have seen evidence of this many times. Naruto spoke confidently as they began moving towards the city gates. When they got close enough, they could see 2 guards waiting outside, and Naruto did a quick signal telling Suki and Mikasa to let him handle the talk, and Suki already had a bad feeling about this. Hold right there, state your business, one of the guards said as he raised an arm. What, are you seriously telling me that you don't recognize Mikasa the Destroyer? Naruto spoke as he flared his arms and ended the motion while pointing towards Mikasa, causing both of the guards to slightly tilt their heads. Who? Mikasa the Destroyer, who is capable of crumbling mountains with her bare fists. She had never lost a fight before and now she is here to win the Earth Rumble 6. Naruto declared with even more flashy hand signs, and slowly one of the guards turned his head. You know, I think that I have actually heard of her. One of the guards spoke. Alright, we will allow her entry, but what about you? What is your name? The guards then asked, turning their attention back towards Naruto. I'm the great Mikasa's sponsor. My name is Amara, Biggest Dickus. Naruto declared to the heavens. Alright, a fighter and a sponsor. What about the last one, a sister, friend? The guards guessed as they looked at Suki. No, this is Lady Suki, the great Mikasa's lover. Naruto spoke calmly, causing both guards to gain a massive blush as they began to imagine some girl-on-girl action. Please enter. They both spoke as the gates to the city opened. As soon as they had entered the city, Naruto turned around and with a broad grin Naruto gave them 2 thumbs ups. While Suki was in a state of disbelief. Now let us have some fun. Naruto never told her no to anything. Sorry Azula, but no, I don't want you to come along. Worth. When she was done, Mikasa slowly pulled her mouth off Naruto Jr., a small white strand still connecting her mouth and his cock. Opening her mouth, she showed both Naruto and Suki how well she had performed her duty, before she swallowed it all, never missing a drop. See, now that's a good girl. Suki, let Mikasa become your role model. Naruto spoke as Mikasa came slithering up his body and rested on his shoulder and received a couple of pats on the head. Naruto, it's today they are holding that Earth Rumble fight. Mikasa reminded Naruto after all three had remained motionless for a few minutes. Wait, are we actually going to participate in that stupid fighting thing, where all they do is throw rocks at each other? Suki questioned as she threw a look towards Naruto. Suki, almost everywhere in the Earth Kingdom, the only thing they do is to throw rocks at each other, and yes, of course we are going to take part in the fun. Nobody will be able to defeat the legendary Mikasa the Destroyer. Besides, the best fighters in the city will be there. Might as well see if there are anyone with skills in this little city. As Naruto spoke, he slowly managed to get free from both girls laying on his shoulders and stood up and got dressed. I'm going to get some food and bring it up here. You two can play with each other or something, I don't care. I'll be back in a sec. Naruto spoke as he walked out the door, and not a second later Mikasa threw herself over Suki and connected their lips. What are you doing? Suki managed to ask loudly as she briefly managed to free her lips. Naruto's orders. Now shut up and touch me. Mikasa spoke as she ripped off her own morning robe, revealing her entire body to Suki, whose eyes instantly locked onto Mikasa's beautiful round breasts. What surprised Suki even more was when Mikasa also pulled her morning robe off and threw to the side of the room, so they were both equally naked. The next thing that happened to Suki was that Mikasa grabbed her hands and put them both on Mikasa's breasts, and while Mikasa also grabbed Suki's smaller budding breasts, it was clearly Suki was the one who had more to work with as she slowly began kneading the tits in her hands. They were so incredibly enchanting to her, just the way they fell into her hands, and so squishy too. It didn't take long before Mikasa once again connected their lips, this time forcing her tongue inside Suki's mouth. Her kiss tasted weird, it was salty and bitter, but if Suki had to be honest, it wasn't bad. But then it hit her, the taste most likely was the cause of Mikasa recently having Naruto's genital in her mouth. Meanwhile, neither of the girls had heard the door opening as Naruto stood still in the door frame and silently watched the scene before him. Nice, nice. Before him was two completely naked girls occupied, both of them showing their cute butts in his direction. Slowly putting the silver platter with the food he got over onto the table, he walked closer to the bed and slowly got on it, catching Mikasa's attention. Master, do you want to join in on our fun? Mikasa questioned, while she also let Suki know that Naruto were there, causing her to flush red. Mikasa was on top of her and didn't allow her to move, but if Naruto was behind her, he had a clear view of her naked nether regions. Sure, sounds fun, but first, Suki, are you a virgin? Naruto asked, making the already red Suki turn crimson. However, before Suki managed to stammer out an answer, her breath hitched when she felt something touch her crotch. She wasn't able to protest as Mikasa once again connected their lips, and her muffled protest slowly turned into heated moans as both Naruto and Mikasa started to play with her body. However, he panic quickly returned when she felt an unidentified object pressing into her. No, wait. Please, I'm not ready for this. Please, not your dick. Suki begged as she briefly managed to remove her mouth from Mikasa's. And thankfully Naruto listened to her prayer and pulled back out of her. Suki, I don't really know how to tell you this, but that was just my finger. Naruto spoke with an awkward face, causing Suki's face to fill with disbelief. Wait, no, actually I feel insulted. My dick is way bigger than this. Naruto spoke as he went over to the side of the bed and showed Suki his wet middle finger covered in her fluids. However, Naruto got no apology as Suki was too far gone playing with Mikasa. Mikasa, stop. Naruto commanded, and in less than a second Mikasa forcefully pulled away from Suki. What? Why did we have to stop? I thought you liked to look. Suki questioned, and Naruto tried to keep back his smirk. There was a clear hint of anger in her voice. I felt left out. Naruto simply stated. What is that supposed to mean? Just because you are a girl doesn't mean I won't suspect you. You totally tried to steal Mikasa from me, didn't you? Naruto accused her. Fire incarnate. It looks kind of small, don't you think? Naruto asked. They had moved to the outskirts of city to find where this so-called Earth Rumble were being held, but all they found was a big rock with a door built into it. Defiantly not big enough to have an arena build inside of it though. Maybe it's bigger on the inside. Suki suggested as they all looked at the rock. It looked like there could roughly be 4 people inside. How were they going to have a fighting tournament inside that? Naruto had no idea, but when Naruto slowly opened the door, the only thing inside the rock was a staircase going down. Oh, that makes sense. Naruto spoke as they all walked down the staircase, until they arrived at a huge open area. This was the place people gathered and waited until the arena opened up and allowed the audience inside. Hey Naruto, have you actually signed Mikasa up for fighting, or? Suki stopped talking when she realized she was all alone and Naruto and Mikasa had abandoned her. Where the hell did they go? One large popcorn, please. Suki gained a tick mark on her forehead as she saw that Naruto and Mikasa had ignored her and were instead busy exploring the stands. Hey Suki, do you want some? Why do you look so mad? Naruto asked her, but she just continued to stare daggers at him. Nothing, never mind, just tell me, do you think Mikasa can win? Suki asked. She better, with all the money I have bet on her winning, but you don't have to worry, I ordered her to win and she have never fails to obey an order. Anyway, we should move on. Mikasa is already with all the other competitors. Oh, and I heard because I'm her manager I get a VIP seat, yay for me. Naruto spoke excited as he grabbed Suki's hand and began leading her into the arena. Name? A tall guard asked. Biggest Dickus. As soon as his name had been confirmed, he and Suki were quickly escorted into his own reserved lounge. Oh, this place isn't so bad. Naruto spoke as he walked around the place. They were seated quite high with a good overview over the arena, and it also looked safe from any flying projectiles. Mikasa was in the first fight. Both Naruto and Suki waved to her from their lounge. First, when the fight was about to start, Mikasa spotted them. Seeing how Naruto cheered on her, a small blush quickly reached her cheeks. Her imagination quickly went off. Suki and Cinder sat near a dumpster, while Naruto stood in front of Mikasa and held her hands. Mikasa, I have been a fool. You are truly the only woman I love. Please marry me and give me 26 children. Oh, of course, master. Mikasa was so caught up in her imagination that she didn't hear that the fighting started, and before she could react, a humongous man had come up behind her and slammed a boulder down on the top of her head. Now, a boulder slammed down on someone's head would usually kill them, but Mikasa was an exception, for instead of her head shattering, the boulder shattered instead. The only thing the boulder did was to snap her out of her imagination and slowly turn around to face her opponent. Oh, a titan. Mikasa spoke as the man was about to try and attack again. However, before he could do anything, Mikasa sent an earth pillar right into his gut and sent him flying out of the arena. The fighting started to become quite linear, much to Suki's boredom. Mikasa would quickly dispatch of anyone she was against in a matter of seconds, while Naruto continued to root for her while chanting about how much money he was going to win. Mikasa was really quite a prodigy when it came to earth bending. Just one more fight, Mikasa told herself, throwing a quick glimpse towards Naruto. There was no way she could ever lose a fight, not when Naruto was cheering on her. Over the speaker she heard that her last opponent and the current champion was someone called the Blind Bandit, an odd name. However, Mikasa was in for a surprise when she watched a young woman walk into the arena. She looked to be around Suki's age, but what really shocked her was her eyes. She was actually blind. Mikasa, not showing any mercy whatever, she was blind or not, quickly stamped her foot into the ground and causing an earth pillar to shot up towards the blind girl. Though much to Mikasa's and Naruto's surprise, she easily dodged it by taking a quick step to her left. Suki, wake up, this is getting fun, Naruto yelled as she quickly walked over and shook his sleeping slave. What, is it already over? Mikasa questioned. She really needed the sleep. Naruto and Mikasa always kept her awake at night. No, it's the finale and is about to get really exciting. Mikasa is fighting some noble girl, Naruto told her. He was able to see that the blind girl was a noble the moment she walked into the ring, just from the way she carried herself. Meanwhile, the battle in the ring continued. Rocks flew back and forth between the girls, and Mikasa was, to her own and Naruto's surprise, the one who was struggling. She was using some sort of trick. It was crystal clear to Mikasa that the girl could see. But how? Well, for a little girl, I have to say, you are not quite bad, the blind girl mocked her. Mikasa could have returned the comment. She was defiantly older than her, but instead she let the comment slide. She was not about to get riled up. That little girl is not too bad, Suki spoke as she was finally beginning to show interest in one of the fights. She was further surprised when she caught a glimpse of Naruto's face and saw hints of what could only be nervosity. Excuse us, Crown Prince. A new voice spoke up right behind both Suki and Naruto, causing them to turn around instantly. The guards were dropped and neither of them had heard someone enter the room. Oh, Ashes, what news do you bring? Naruto spoke as he got a good look at the two men kneeling behind him. Ashes was the name of the elite non-firebenders in the Fire Nation's army and mostly were used as elite spies. They can be recognized by their all-dark clothes covering them from head to bottom. Naruto was just happy they served the Fire Nation, otherwise he could have been dead right now. A message from Admiral Zhao. We were told it needed to be delivered with all haste. One of the men spoke as he handed Naruto a sealed scroll. Good job, you are both dismissed, Naruto spoke. Both them offered a small bow before they began to leave through the door. Crown Prince, little girl. A tick mark appeared on Suki's forehead for being called a little girl, just as they both left. How did those guys even sneak in here? There are people everywhere, Suki stated as her eyes lingered on the door the two men had left through. Don't ask me, they specialize in stealth and are damn good at it, more than that I simply don't care about. Naruto spoke as he began to read the scroll that they had handed to him. Admiral Zhao, huh? Naruto spoke as his eyes read through the scroll. Is it that bad? Suki asked as she noticed his tone as he spoke the name. It was a voice mixed with a bit of anger and also disbelief. Another hint to it may not be good news was that he was currently crumbling the scroll in his hand and turned it to ash. Apparently the great Zhao is too busy to grace us with his presence and has instead chosen to continue his avatar hunting further towards north. However, he was generous enough to break a tiny force of his main army, is instead sending 300 men to help our cause. Naruto spoke with a voice full of sarcasm. Is that a problem? I thought the enemy only numbered 200, should be easy enough. Killing the enemy is the easy part. What I'm concerned about is holding this city once I'm gone. Naruto said as he began to take the city's size and geographical position into account, but his thoughts were interrupted when a loud bang rang through the entire arena. Looking down into the arena, two giant boulders had just crashed midair. I gotta hand this one to you, beast lady. It's been time since I had a good fight like this. Toph continued to taunt happily. Before long the woman across her would collapse. Toph have had the upper hand throughout the entire match. Mikasa realized the same truth. She was against a superior opponent, and with that thought Mikasa prepared her last attack. A pillar shot up out of the ground right below Mikasa, sending her flying towards the blind Toph. Now Mikasa could only hope that since she was in midair and preparing her attack, Toph wouldn't be able to see it coming. However, the end results were not as successful as Mikasa had hoped. No, instead, just before Mikasa's fist had connected with Toph's face, the blind girl dodged beneath the incoming fist and let Mikasa fly above her and right out of the arena. Naruto watched passively as the young woman received applause from the audience, cash and some kind of championship belt. Naruto and Suki sat in the long and waited for Mikasa a few minutes before the door opened up and Mikasa came walking in, sweat pouring from her body. She didn't say anything, instead she fell to her knees and placed her forehead on the floor. Mikasa, don't sweat it. Oh wait, you already are. Just stand up already, I'm not angry at you. Naruto spoke. You ordered me to win, but I failed. I accept any punishment. Mikasa spoke as she slowly stood back up. Ha, don't worry about it. None of it matters now. Stand up. Naruto spoke with little smile on his face as he watched Mikasa slowly stand back up on her feet. Now tell me, are you hurt? He spoke with gentle voice as he slowly embraced Mikasa. No, don't worry about me. Mikasa spoke in a low voice, her eyes remaining on the ground, until Naruto cupped one of her cheeks and forced her to look up into his eyes. If I can't worry about the people I love, then who can I worry about? Naruto questioned her just before he planted his lips on hers. Meanwhile, Suki was watching from the side, rolling her eyes. She couldn't even ask them to get a room, for Naruto would just force her in there with them. Can we move on already? Suki asked as she quickly got bored of watching Naruto and Mikasa's being all lovely with each other. Don't worry, you get your turn soon enough, and besides we have one last stop before we leave. Women's changing room. Toph was standing beneath a shower, her long dark hair let down as the hot water fell down her smooth pale skin. She had a good fight today, the first one in a long time, but as always she would have to get changed and hurry back home and continue her act as the frail and helpless girl. While she stood in her own thought, she began to feel people approach the room. This was new. Maybe it was the girl she fought off in the finale, but that can't be it, and there were 3 people. It was that girl Mikasa, and 2 other were following behind her, 1 male and 1 other female. While Toph didn't care too much about modesty, she would prefer if that guy that was coming in didn't ogle all over her developing body. With that in mind, she raised a stone wall right before the shower she was in with tiny holes in so they would be able to speak back and forth. The male then took a step forward and she felt him getting closer and closer to her right until all 3 stood right on the other side of the wall. Excuse me, but it is the blind bandit that is behind this wall, isn't it? The spiky-haired teen spoke. If you want an autograph, then scram, and did your mom never teach you any manners? Aren't you supposed to introduce yourself first, before asking names? Toph spoke. Meanwhile, Suki had to hold around Mikasa so she wouldn't try to kill the girl behind the wall for being so disrespectful towards Naruto. Of course, please forgive me, my name is Bigus. You're lying. Toph interrupted. Excuse me. I can tell when people are lying. Listen, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so Spiky, if could either hurry up and tell me everything you want to say or fuck off, then I would appreciate it. Toph spoke. She had managed to sneak off, but it was only a moment of time before her parents would start to look for her. Very well then. My name Naruto, I'm Crown Prince of the Fire Nation. I'm here to hunt down 200 Earthbender as well as take control of the city with a small army. I'm speaking to you right now because you have caught my interest with your earthbending, and I would like to invite you to travel with me around the world on an adventure while I try to convert the world to see the ways of the Fire Nation. You will be traveling along as my friend, bodyguard and lover. Now doesn't that sound fun? Naruto spoke quickly. The second Toph didn't register a lie from his mouth, Naruto found him being squeezed in between multiple rocks to halt his movement, and Mikasa quickly readied herself for a round two. The Crown Prince of the Fire Nation, you must be the biggest dunderhead ever to come here. Toph spoke, hostility in her voice. Now, there is no reason for us to be enemies, instead think of this as an opportunity. Naruto spoke quickly. Listen, what's your name? Naruto questioned as he felt the rocks surrounding him tightened a bit. Toph Baifeng. A good name. No, then killing me here won't make a difference at all. The Fire Nation has already conquered more than half the world, and before long we will control it all. Now I want to be your friend and I can help you. If I'm the one who takes control of this city, I can promise your parents safety. If someone else other than me conquered this city, a new governor would be taking control. Are you trying to blackmail me? If so, big mistake on your part. I'm not, I'm simply stating a fact. We might not be so different after all. Tell me, you said you were in a hurry. You aren't really allowed to be here, are you? Ugh. Naruto groaned as the rock around him tightened once again, though that was also proof that he was right. What the hell do you know about me? Toph questioned as anger seemed to rise in her voice. Ugh, he. Toph, I'm the Crown Prince. Surely you must have heard stories about me, but because of those unnatural powers my father kept me locked up inside our castle for the most of my life. I was only ever let out when I had to accompany my father. I was never let outside and got to play with children my own age. Neither was I allowed to enter a school full with other children. Instead, I was forced to learn everything about the world from my room. Hell, Mikasa and Suki here both belong to me. They never had a choice. Naruto spoke as he was starting to have trouble breathing because of the rock. What is your point? Toph asked, some of the hostility having left her voice, realizing that there still wasn't a single lie in his voice, but he was being sincere. My point is that the only difference between us is that I can go wherever I want now, and that there is so much more to our world than what we can imagine by hearing about it. Toph, I plan on touring this entire world, and if you come along, then you would be my first friend. Naruto spoke. Finally, Naruto felt rock around him loosen up. Naruto gasped after his breath. The stone wall hiding Toph in the shower also slid back down into the ground, showing off a naked and wet Toph. Her hair was surprisingly long, reaching down to her lower back. Small budding breast seemed a little similar to Suki's, though she was also a few inches smaller than Suki, pale skin. Naruto thought she was a really cute little thing. Stop glaring, Spiky. Toph spoke as she grabbed a towel and began to dry herself. I wasn't glaring, I was admiring visually. And why Spiky? Naruto questioned his new nickname. Because of your hair, you fieriness. Toph spoke as she began to get dressed. Mikasa didn't like her, she was being too disrespectful. So those two are your slaves? Toph asked as she pointed on Mikasa and Suki. Yeah, Mikasa was a birthday gift and Suki, well, she pretty much just begged to become my slave. I did not. Well, Toph, let's all discuss the details of what's going to happen later tonight. I dropped by your home, around dinner time. Naruto spoke, as he was about to leave along with Mikasa and Suki. There was still the trouble with those 200 earth-benders who needed to face justice. I don't think that will be so easy, Spiky. My home is surrounded by guards, you can't just drop in and say, hey, what's going on? Oh, that won't be a problem. I plan on getting invited in, see you later this evening. Naruto spoke as he with a last glance overlooked Toph's small naked body. However, just before the trio was about to leave the changing room, Naruto stopped up. Suki, make sure no one is outside. Naruto spoke as he realized where he was. When they all left the stadium and returned to the outside world, Suki couldn't help but raise her hands up into the air. Ah, fresh air, how I missed. Suki spoke as she stretched her body. Nonsense, Fire Nation air is fresh air, this is just air. Naruto groaned. You do hate anything if it doesn't have a relation to the Fire Nation, don't you? Suki spoke. That's not true, I can find beauty in all women no matter where they are from. Naruto spoke with a smile full of confidence. Fine, how do you even plan on getting invited into the Baifeng estate anyway? Suki questioned. I don't know, improvise I suppose, I just like sounding confident. Naruto spoke with confidence. Gods please, Suki moaned. Later that evening, Naruto was admiring the Baifeng estate, while it wasn't particularly big when it came to his standards. It still held its own kind of charm. Especially now that the sun had disappeared and the moon was out, the light from the estate really seemed to brighten up the entire place. Poor Toph would never be able to see that kind of beauty. Alright girls, you remember the plan, and if anything happens, then improvise. Naruto spoke to Mikasa and Suki before they came out of hiding and began to approach the guards at the gate. Meanwhile, inside the estate sat three people quietly by a big dinner table. This was of course the Baifeng family. Toph, how goes your studies? Lao Baifeng, her father asked as he had noticed Toph was even more quiet than usual. Fine, was the quick, bored response. Toph had begun to wonder if Naruto had just been all talk and if he was even going to show up. Yes, she could see if people lied, but maybe he just meant it in the spur of the moment. While the family sat there quietly, a guard slowly came walking into the dinner hall. My lord, there is visitors. The middle-aged guard spoke in a deep voice. And who exactly is he who believes he can just show up here unannounced when he pleases? Lao Baifeng asked. He claims to be a general in the Earth King's army. He has told us that his name is Harry P. Ness. He is only accompanied with two females who work as his bodyguards. The guard spoke while Lao seemed to be lost in thought. A general in Earth King's army, of course it was just a matter of time before one showed up. Lao was more than aware of the presence of the 200 escaped Earthbender currently living nearby in the mountains. This general must be here to recruit them. It didn't even take 5 minutes until Naruto, Suki and Mikasa all were in the same room as the Baifengs. General, you visit honor us all. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lao Baifeng. This is my daughter Toph Baifeng, and this. Lao was cut off as he saw the general slowly approach his wife. Must be Toph's older sister. Naruto spoke as he gave a small bow and took her hand in his own and gave her hand a small kiss. It's a great pleasure to meet you all. Lord Lao, I believe you must already know my business here. Naruto spoke with a serious tone. Of course, General, but let us discuss it all tomorrow. You must be tired from your long journey. Lao spoke as his eyes was on their attire and faces. Most of it was dirty and bruised. The armor the general was wearing even had a few holes in it, showing his struggle on his travels. If only he knew Naruto had brought all the armor and the clothes earlier today in the village market, and then afterwards he had brought it out into the forest where Naruto, Suki and Mikasa had all been throwing rocks at it and smeared their faces in dirt. Thank you for your hospitality, my lord. I will make sure to tell the Earth King of your great services when I return to Ba Sing Se. Naruto told him and watched how a big smile formed on his face, while Naruto tried to keep his own one in check. Next day, Fire Nation. Azula could be seen in the courtyard behind the royal palace. She was sitting down in a meditating position. On the sidelines sat the elder Lo and Lee along with her mother Ursa. Next to Azula was a small machine which could only be described as a miniature catapult. Their only sound there could be heard was the small catapult ticking away until it made a loud pong sound and sent a stone on the size of a hand flying away. Azula, opening her eyes, raised one hand and slowly followed the rock as it was flying away. A long blue lightning strike then flew from her fingers towards the small stone, but in the end just missed the small stone. You are getting closer. Lee spoke. Almost there. Lo spoke. Almost isn't good enough. We will try again until I succeed. Azula snapped at her two tutors. She went back into her meditation position and once again waited for a new rock to be fired. However, a new feeling forced her to open her eyes. Above her was her mother with her hands on Azula's shoulders. Azula, you have been at it for more than 2 hours now. Take a break, clear your head. I'm sure that would be Naruto's advice too. Ursa spoke, knowing full well who it is Azula was aiming to impress. Fine. This isn't getting me anywhere anyway. Azula spoke as she stood back up. With a small pang, the small catapult sent another stone flying. Azula watched it fly into the air and was going to let it go. However, while her eyes was on the rock, it exploded as it was hit by a bolt of lightning. Following the bolt back to the source, she saw a young woman who she had been seeing way too much of as of lately. The usual short red dress with gold lines, her long ashen black hair, those high heels. Cinder Fall. An amusing little game you have created here, princess, though a bit too easy for my taste. Cinder spoke, a small glint in her eyes before she moved on. Azula could feel her blood boil at her statement. Princess Cinder, it's a pleasure to see you, but we would ask you not to interfere with young princesses Azula's firebending training. Lee and Lo both spoke, their statement only managing to make Azula even angrier. She was no princess, not yet, at least, not before the wedding. Of course, I wouldn't disturb without a reason. Princess, the Fire Lord wishes to speak with you. Cinder spoke, and gained Azula's attention. It was incredibly rarely her father ever summoned her. I will continue my training after I've talked with my father. Azula spoke as she walked right past Cinder and down the hall with quick steps towards the throne room. Cinder, if you would kindly accompany me to my chambers. There is still a great many details involving the wedding, and there is still the debate of who will bind you and my son together, now that the fire sages have been arrested for treason. Of course, my queen, it would be my pleasure. Cinder spoke as she began following Ursa, leaving Lee and Lo alone in their kneeling position. Can you get up? No, my knees are too old. You. Same. Azula could see herself approaches her destination, the throne room. Outside stood the usual 4 skull-masked guards. As the guards saw her approach, they opened up the gate and allowed her entry. Inside she could see the curtain of flames in the end of the room. Walking forward until she was close enough, she fell down on one knee. "You summoned me, father?" "Yes. I have a mission for you." "Are you aware of the upcoming siege on the North Pole?" "No, I haven't been informed of any such plans." Azula spoke as she kept her eyes on the ground. "Its major endeavor being undertaken by Admiral Zhao, in hope of conquering the North Pole. Conquering their capital will be a major victory for our nation. However, Naruto has been sending me questioning Zhao's work and leadership. Furthermore, the recent reports involving Zhao's failed attempts at hunting the Avatar has been more than disappointing. Therefore, I'm sending you to take control over the conquest, until your older brother shows up." Ozai spoke, not once showing his face that was hidden behind the flames. "Me in charge?" "Well, it certainly was about time, but it's still very suddenly, but I swear I will not fail." Azula spoke, happy with the new responsibility placed on her. "Azula, you must understand me. You will be in charge as a part of your studies and to help you gain experience. Zhao as well as your uncle will be there to advise you. You may feel free to engage with the enemy from a distance. However, the actual conquest will not be started until your brother arrives. Do I make myself clear?" A slight frown appeared on her face, but besides that she showed no obvious signs of displeasure. "I understand. I will not disappoint you, father," Azula answered. "Good. You may pick any ship in harbor. Leave at your earliest convenience. Dismissed." At his words, Azula stood back up and turned around, leaving the throne room. She was more than ready. With that thought, she decided to head for the harbor immediately. However, as she walked through the palace, she came to a crossroad. She was supposed to head right, but instead went to her left. Slowly her heart began to pound, until she came to a door. Reaching down into her shoe, she pulled up a small key and opened the door. She quickly entered the room and made sure to close the door after her. Naruto's room. Walking over to one of the many tables, she found her current favorite picture. It was a small picture surrounded by lots of others, but what was special about this one was the only two persons in the frame was herself and Naruto, the picture itself only being a little more than half a year old. Grabbing the picture frame in one hand, she was over to her older brother's bed and laid down, placing her head on his pillow. While looking at the picture, she began relaxing. While she was staring at the picture, she placed a hand on her stomach, and slowly her hand moved further down. Naruto, MGH. Earth Kingdom. Naruto, Mikasa and Suki all awoke by a loud noise. Listening closely, they could all tell it was bells going off. A small morning smile spread across Naruto's face. First step of their plan was beginning. Getting dressed, they all made sure to leave their room without getting noticed. They had all gotten their own room, but of course Naruto and Mikasa was unable to stay away from each other, and somehow they had dragged Suki in there too. Entering the main hall, Lao could be seen standing up while yelling at his guards, while his wife Poppy was silent with a look of extreme concern upon her face. "My lord, what is the situation?" Naruto questioned as he stepped forward. "What's wrong?" "It's those earthbender who got here a week ago. I believed they would help, keep us safe against the Fire Nation, but instead they have abducted my daughter and demands an unreasonable amount in gold for her release." Naruto thought that Lao was about to pop a vein. Naruto wasn't sure that he had ever seen a man so angry. "My lord, if that is indeed the truth, then please let me handle it. I came here with the purpose of recruiting them into the Earth Kingdom's army, but if they are nothing more than bandits, then allow me to handle them. I will deliver them the Earth King's justice." Naruto spoke with complete determination. Maybe he got a little too much into his role. "Very well, But please bring Master Yu, he is the most skilled earthbender within my household. I'm sure that he will be of assistance to you. Lao spoke as he began to calm down a little. Thank you, my lord, I'll deliver them a swift justice, but first I must confirm that this is not a setup. Naruto spoke, while dancing in his own mind. With those last words, Naruto turned around and left, along with the girls and one old earth-bending master. They all headed deep into the forest and began coming close to the mountains. Yu was the one walking in the front, because he knew precisely where the earth-benders held camp. When he confirmed that they was very close to camp, Naruto sent Mikasa a small signal, to which she sent a rock flying from the ground, which hit Yu in the back of the head. The force wasn't enough to kill him, but instead knocked him out cold. Suki, you will stay and make sure he doesn't wake up. Me and Mikasa will handle the enemy. I can fight too. Suki protested. Yeah, but you know, with no bending and all, besides, guard duty is very important too. Naruto spoke as he patted the top of her head. You are purposely trying to piss me off, aren't you? Suki questioned while just accepting his hand patting the top of her head. Yep, be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Moving further into the forest, they began to see a small fire flicker in between some bushes and trees, and they could begin to hear people chattering. However, as they were moving closer, Naruto almost tripped. His foot had gotten caught in a small thin line, and as soon as it snapped, a loud rattle sounded through the camp, and their surprise left out of the window. The men in the camp quickly began to search for the source of the sound, and Mikasa and Naruto didn't even bother to hide. They were both wearing the traditional Green Earth Kingdom clothes, and Naruto lacked the usual Fire Nation traits, and Mikasa could earthbend. Pretty sure they were in the clear. You two, what are you doing here? A small group of men came running directly towards them. Naruto had two choices: kill them or tell a small lie and play around with them. Usually he would pick the second option, but not too long ago he got a message from his father telling him to stop fooling around and get on with business. Look out behind you. Naruto yelled, pointing towards a tree behind the men, who all took a quick glimpse behind them. Then it happened before any of them even realized it. They had all been cleaved in half by a lightning whip in Naruto's hand. It's a firebender. Another man who had witnessed what just happened from a further distance yelled to the other as a warning. Mikasa, we will do the usual, go on a distance and make sure nothing hits me, the sun is rising. They had all left early morning while it was still a little dark, as they were just heading into spring. However, the sun was rising now and filling Naruto up with energy. Looking forward, a barrage of boulders were headed directly for them. Mikasa raised a big wall to protect herself, while Naruto flew up into the skies with a burst of fire from his feet. Everyone spread out. Naruto heard someone yell and formed around fire around their camp. He would prefer to do this quickly, keep them at one place for an easy clean-up. There were a few who decided to test the flames and thought they could run right through them. Unfortunately for them, they did not know exactly what Naruto was capable of doing with his fire. It seemed no hotter than an average fire, but the second something touched the flames it would disintegrate, which led to many of the earthbenders lying just outside of the camp with no lower body. Naruto quickly put them out of their misery. They had committed crimes against the Fire Nation, true, but they didn't deserve to suffer like that. The earthbenders' morale was falling rapidly, while they tried to shoot Naruto down with rocks. However, none of them seemed to be able to fly high enough because of Mikasa doing her best in decreasing their speed. Meanwhile, Naruto was looking down on the panicking earthbenders in annoyance. Naruto had made a mistake. He should just have finished them all off quickly with lightning bending. Now there was scorched earth around the camp, and while the chance of someone discovering it was small, there still was a chance. Naruto created a small lightning spear in one hand and let it fall towards the ground, before it shot towards one earthbender and pierced his heart. Instead of just continuing flying through his chest in a straight line, the small lightning changed its direction and then flew into another man's heart and then another again. Lightning bending was a unique ability that only the most skilled firebender can learn, and while they will be able to use lightning, they will never have control of it. With Naruto being the sole exception, why this was so he or no one else knew. To a certain extent it was actually a little boring. Naruto let out a little sigh when the last earthbender fell. Mikasa came out of her hiding place and quickly created a big hole in the middle of the camp. She shifted the earth so the dead would all fall into the hole before she covered it up with earth. Well, that was boring. Like all the other times, we should head back and see if Suki can manage her guard duty. Naruto spoke while Mikasa just gave him a small and simple nod. While Suki was busy guarding the unconscious Yu, she had a twig snap behind her. Reacting quickly, she turned around and, ha. What happened? Suki spoke as she couldn't stop laughing. Both Naruto and Mikasa was covered from head to toe in mud. Mikasa, I told you it was too much. Naruto spoke from behind his new mud mask. Sorry, I can fix it. Mikasa spoke as half of the mud that covered their body flew off and hit Suki instead. Okay, now it's not funny anymore. Suki spoke as she wiped some of the mud off. Well, we can't just go back to the estate looking completely fine. We need to at least look like we had a struggle. Naruto spoke as he flung the knocked out man onto his back and began walking back to the Baifeng estate. Hey Spiky, what have you guys been fighting or been in a mud bath? Toph asked as she began to approach from inside the forest. Hey Toph, how has your day in the city been? Naruto asked. They had faked the message to make sure they would think Toph would be inside the forest close to the mountains, therefore no one would search for her in the city. You know, pretty good, even though I've been sneaking into the city before. I've only managed to see a little of the city. Today I got to see all of it, or my feet got to see all of it. Toph spoke with a big smile on her face. Well, I'm happy to hear it, but we aren't quite done yet. Toph, when we get back to the estate I need you to play a scared little girl. Can you do that? Naruto asked, only to get a stunned silence in return. You mean what I have pretended to be my entire life? Sure, I can do that. Toph spoke as she brought her hands up to her eyes and began to sobbing. Is that good enough? Toph asked, to which Naruto just gave her a thumbs up. Toph also smeared herself into a bit mud before they all walked on, not much further, to the Baifeng estate. When they came close enough to the estate, its gate opened up and Toph's parent came running out. They both went down on one knee and held Toph tightly. What happened in there? What happened to you? Lao asked as he stood back up and looked upon the three tired and muddied people who had saved his daughter, while Naruto still had the knocked out Yu on his back. They seemed to know that we were coming. We were ambushed and unfortunately Yu here was struck from behind, but we were lucky. They were unorganized and underestimated the might of a general and his bodyguards. I was able to take care of most of them. However, some of them managed to run away. Naruto spoke what he considered to be a believable tale. Lao turned around quickly to look at his daughter. He would need to hear her side of the story once she had calmed down. Ah. Naruto regained Lao's attention with a small fake groan as he fell down on one knee. Forgive me, my lord, but would it be able for me to stay here for one more night? I should be traveling back to Ba Sing Se, however with these injuries, that journey will be quite a challenge. Naruto asked. Of course, General, my home will always be open, please stay as long as you like. Fire incarnate. The day then went on quite easily. Naruto and the girls had all cleaned themselves. The only sight of conflict Naruto had was a few self-inflicted bruises. Right now Naruto, Mikasa and Toph all sat inside the guest room. So tomorrow when the army takes over the city, no harm will befall your parents and they will remain in power. They will assure your parents that you will get the best and safest education in the Fire Nation. They will be allowed to visit you twice every year, and when your so-called studies are done you will be free to travel back and forth between the Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom as an official Fire Nation citizen. Is that fine? Naruto asked as he informed Toph of the events that was going to transpire next day. It all sounds good to me, Spiky, so where are we going after we'll leave this place? Toph questioned as she sat on a chair in front of Naruto. Then the journey will take me north. I originally had planned to head for Omashu, but plans changed. Well, enough about this, say Toph, seeing as how your parents are busy in the main hall, why don't the three of us have some fun in here? Naruto questioned as he walked behind Toph and gently squeezed her shoulders. Well, about the whole sex thing, you know, I think it would be fun to go on adventures with you, and I don't really mind the sex, but for my first time I want to make sure that I'm with someone skilled. Toph spoke and Naruto almost seemed to sparkle at his words. That's me. Naruto said as he pointed towards himself with a big confident smile. Yeah, you say that, but the only one who will vouch for you is slave number 1 there. Instead, I have a challenge for you. Toph spoke as she leaned in close to Naruto and whispered into his ear, his eyes widening at her words. Sure, I can do that, but how will I be able to do that, without your father noticing? Naruto questioned at the fun challenge he had been handed. Don't worry about that. If you head into the female hot spring, there is no guards around there and I will make sure she gets there too, but don't enter too late, otherwise it won't work. Instead, enter shortly after dinner. Besides, I noticed my mother's heartbeat slightly change whenever you are near, so you clearly have some sort of effect on her. Toph told Naruto, who happily listened. This was going to be fun. Naruto happily used the rest of the day to walk around the estate and admiring the interior. Before long the sun began to set and it became time for dinner. I hope the food pleases you, General. Lao spoke as they all took seat by the table. Oh, don't worry, as long as there is meat I'm always pleased. Naruto spoke as the two men shared a small laugh. General, I and my wife would like to thank you once again for everything you have done today. Lao spoke as he raised a cup. I simply did the right thing. We are still within the Earth Kingdom. It's my responsibility to deliver justice to men like that. Naruto answered as they all began on their dinner. When they were done, Naruto was whistling a happy tune as he returned to his guest room with Mikasa and Suki. You two are not to leave this room until I return. Naruto spoke, making sure that neither of them will create any suspicion. Understood. Mikasa replied as she calmly sat on the bed with a book that she had taken from a nearby shelf. It was going to become more troublesome for Suki, who was going to get bored. Naruto was stealthily moving down the hall feeling like a ninja, until he got to the women's side of the hot spring. Throwing a quick look over his shoulder, making sure no one was watching him, he quickly sidestepped inside. Inside the changing room, Naruto quickly began to strip of his clothing and made sure to place them at a place where they would be hard to spot. Naruto then headed over to the slide screen and pushed it to the side before he went outside. What a beautiful hot spring! Naruto slowly walked over to the water before he slowly slid in. This was great. He threw his head back and enjoyed the warm water while watching the darkening sky. The sky had turned orange as the last bits of sun rays were disappearing over the horizon. Naruto was able to move the warm water for a small half hour before he could hear someone else enter the changing room. Poppy was currently undressing and on her way inside the hot spring. The reason why was actually quite simple. She had been sitting alone with her husband and daughter, and almost out of nowhere Toph had pointed that she stank. Well, Toph hadn't said it like that, but it was what she meant. Her husband had of course told her that he couldn't smell anything, but seeing how that Toph couldn't see her four other senses was stronger than that of others, or at least she had read that in a book once. Entering the hot spring, she slumped down into the warm water and let her hair down. This is great. She let out a small moan as the water warmed her body. I know, right? A new voice spoke up, causing her eyes to open as quick as possible to watch who was speaking to her. The general was there sitting just next to her. The first thing she did was covering her breasts. Gee, General, what are you doing here? Poppy asked, surprised by his sudden appearance. Me. I'm here to enjoy the water, and I also wished to speak with you. Naruto spoke as he placed on his warm hands on her shoulder, sending a shiver through her body. General, if you desired to speak with me, there would be a great many other places to do that instead of here. I will have to ask you to leave. Poppy spoke as she slowly drew herself further away from Naruto. Forgive me, but ever since the day I saw, I have been dumbstruck by your beauty. I know it's immoral and I know you belong to Lao, and while I have been fighting these feelings, your sheer beauty makes me succumb to the sin of lust. Naruto spoke as he scooted closer to Poppy. General, Poppy's eyes widened in shock when Naruto captures her lips with his own, just for a second before he pulled back. I'm sorry, but I feel like if I didn't do that, then I would regret it for the rest of my life. It suits you, by the way, with your hair let down. Naruto spoke as he looked passionately into Poppy's shocked eyes. General, I'm a married woman, please just leave already. Poppy asked as she once again refused to look Naruto in his blue eyes. I just can't stop thinking of you. I know I'm weak having these kinds of feelings, and yet I let them rule me. Naruto spoke as he cupped both of Poppy's cheeks in his warm palms. Poppy was forced to look up towards Naruto, his head slowly approaching her own for another kiss. She sat completely still as his lips once again made contact with her own. They both sat still in front of each other with Naruto's lips slowly moving against Poppy's. Naruto continued like this for a few seconds until he finally felt some feedback coming from Poppy as she began to move her own lips against his. Inside Naruto's mind. Complete silence. Everyone inside the huge stadium was watching him. Slowly he walked forward until he came to a painted line on the floor, and with a basketball in his hands, he shoots and he scores. And the audience goes completely bananas. Back in the hot spring. Their lips had begun moving against each other at an even faster pace. When they moved away from each other, a small line connected their lips to each other. I'm sorry. Naruto spoke only for Poppy to kiss him once more. Stop apologizing. She spoke in between their kiss. Slowly they both stood up, the water only reaching up to their hips. They both embraced each other. Before long, Naruto began to ask permission to enter her mouth with his tongue. She quickly let it enter her mouth and their tongues began to circle around each other. MMGNR They both moaned into each other's mouths. The kiss ended when Poppy began to feel something big and hard press against her stomach. Spirits, is that real? Poppy asked while she was still regaining her breath and was looking down on Naruto's erection. Why don't you find out? Naruto asked her as he took her hands and guided one hand to the top of his cock and her other hand down to his balls. Those are some soft hands. Naruto commented as he felt Poppy slowly cupping his balls and carefully stroking his cock. Naruto, of course, was busy repaying the favor. One hand had traveled south and was cupping her womanhood, slowly stroking her folds, while his other hand was placed on her left breast. They were about the size of a grapefruit, a C-cup. Naruto assumed. They were also soft, pretty good tits, though Naruto didn't really have any standards when it came to breast. He liked pretty much all of them. They shared a few kisses more before Naruto's mouth went lower, his tongue circulating her areola and flickered against her sensitive nipples, making her throw her head back in pleasure. Are we a bit sensitive around here? Naruto asked with a small smirk as he pinched both her nipples between his fingers. Oh fuck. A small smile on Naruto's lips as he finally made her curse. Releasing her nipples from his pulling hands, he instead began to force her backwards until she reached the edge of the hot spring. What are you doing? Poppy asked with a small amount of droll traveling down her chin. Don't worry, I show you. Naruto spoke as he raised her up on the rocks, her legs still dipping into the water. Grabbing both of her legs, he spread them and got a full view of her already wet folds. Without a second's thought, he placed his mouth on her snatch, his tongue spreading her folds and slipping into her warm and wet orifice. Oh spirits. Poppy had to place her hands on her mouth, otherwise the entire estate would hear her. While his tongue were exploring her walls and he was humming against her folds, Naruto slowly began to use lightning bending as well, just a little, she would never notice, just a tiny bit of electricity from his tongue and inside of her. What was the worst that could happen? Well, Naruto got his answer when Poppy suddenly tried to hold back a scream. She thrust her hips against his face and her pussy clamped around Naruto's tongue, while she was having the biggest orgasm of her life. Naruto managed to pull away and watched. It looked like her hips were having a spasm, until she finally stopped and slumped down on the floor. I hope you enjoyed it. Naruto spoke as he crawled up beside her. Maybe he had gone a bit too far. She looked finished and he hasn't had his own fun yet. Thank you, was her only reply as Naruto slowly helped her sit up. Maybe it would be for the better if they skipped a blowjob and just went straight for the sex, then they could always see how much time has passed afterwards. With that thought, Naruto pulled her back into the water and placed her hand where she had previously been sitting. Naruto went behind her and lined his cock up against her already drenched pussy. Poppy still to some degree knew what was happening as she came down from her pleasure cloud. She could see the general lining his cock up with her. A small surprised yelp left her lips when she felt him beginning to press against her folds. Meanwhile, Naruto enjoyed the sight as her folds slowly opened up with the more pressure he pushed with. In a matter of seconds, the tip of his cock came inside. Damn, this is tight, doesn't allow fuck you properly. Naruto asked her as his cock began to fill her up until he got the entire thing inside of her. Meanwhile, Poppy was dealing with this completely new sensation. She placed one hand on her stomach. She could tell that the cock was in there stirring up her insides, a long moan escaping her lips when Naruto slowly began to pull out and then filled her up again. Naruto had placed both his hands on Poppy's back as he began to fuck her at a slow rhythm, but as he began to speed things up, his hands went underneath Poppy and took hold of her jiggling breasts. How does it feel? Naruto questioned as he continued fuck the moaning woman in front of him. Unamazing place, please don't stop, harder. Poppy begged as she had placed her head down on her hands. As you wish. Naruto responded as his thrust became harder and smacking sounds began to form each time his hips hit against Poppy's round ass. While Naruto was having his fun, he began to wonder if Toph was seeing all this. It was her plan of getting some fun payback against her father for holding her inside the estate like a prisoner. Naruto didn't question her logic or idea of why this would be a good payback. Hopefully Lao would never hear of this, then again so what if he did? Lao couldn't do Naruto shit. While Naruto was in deep thought, Poppy suddenly tightened around his cock. Coming again already are we? Naruto spoke with a small smirk. No response came from Poppy, who instead just continued to moan as soon as Naruto continued. Don't worry, I get there too in just a moment. Naruto spoke as he raised one hand and delivered a powerful slap against her ass that rang through the hot spring. Or came the surprised sound from Poppy. Enjoying the sound, Naruto decided to give the other buttock the same treatment, enjoying the sight of his palms imprinted on her ass. Naruto grabbed both her hips and started the fastest pace yet. Poppy could barely keep up, her head hanging low. Looking beneath her, all she could see was the general's ball sack moving back and forth at a high speed, until it stopped and a new feeling hit her. Something war filling her up. Naruto hadn't really given it a second thought as he decided to come inside of Poppy. Sure, there was a chance of pregnancy, but then she could always choose to take a pill or tell her husband it's his, or she could be honest and tell who she slept with. Of course, it would be a little weird if she had a child that could fire bend. Slowly Naruto withdrew his member from Poppy until it fell out with a pop. Naruto admired his work as he could see cum began falling out of her used cunt and into the hot spring. Well, that was grand. Naruto spoke as he helped carry Poppy out of the water and up on land. Naruto sat down on the ground with spread legs and placed Poppy in between his legs and let her back rest again his muscular chest. Naruto turned her head and gave Poppy one more kiss and gently squeezed her breasts in his palms. They both looked up at the sky, which was now filled with stars. While Naruto was slowly playing with her breasts and letting Poppy regain her breath, Naruto leaned in close to her ear. Just tell me when you are ready for a second round. Naruto spoke, causing Poppy to turn her head and look into his eyes, a small smile upon her face. They were going to have much more fun. Next morning. I would like to thank both of you, Chumigu and Inata Anjab, for your services, but I would also like to say goodbye to the general. Do any of you know when he will be joining us? Lao spoke as he addressed both Mikasa and Suki, while Naruto was missing. However, Toph, who was standing next to her father, was quite aware of where he was. You wanted say goodbye to me on your husband's bed, how depraved are you? Naruto grunted as he was lying on Lao's bed while Poppy was bouncing up and down on him. Yes. 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 Poppy did her best not to scream, however it would be a miracle if nobody heard the bed creaking. He must have awoken some kind of unnatural horny beast. I can't much longer, Naruto declared. Poppy placed her hands on Naruto's shoulders and pressed her bust against Naruto's chest. Go ahead, come inside, give me your child, do it. Poppy demanded as she bit his throat, and Naruto actually a little scared. Finally her ass hit down against his hips one more time and Poppy let out a long moan when she felt Naruto fill her up once again. Naruto was spent and tired, but he should get dressed and join the others before anyone got suspicious. However, before he got to say anything, Naruto threw his head back. When he felt her mouth now upon his cock, her lips was pursed and placed upon the crown while her hands was pumping up and down on his shaft. Ooh. Naruto began to shake wildly. A light, grandfather, is that you? Lu 10-2. However, all of those images were ripped away along with the biggest pop he had ever heard, as Poppy's vacuum mouth released him. Alright, thanks, it's been fun, I'll be sending letters. Naruto spoke quickly as he was dressing himself. Naruto then quickly waited outside for Poppy to join him. Now outside, Naruto felt a little more secure. He needed to wait for Poppy because she was his excuse for being later, but while he stood there thinking of what just happened, an important truth came springing into Naruto's mind: he could still become stronger. When they both had cleaned themselves and looked proper, they enter the main hall. Forgive me for my delay, but me and Lady Baifeng here shared a cup of tea and appeared to lose track of time. Naruto spoke as he went in between Mikasa and Suki. Just as Lao was about to speak, a man came running into the hall. My lord, there is great news. Apparently Fire Prince Zuko has been killed. The man announced with a big smile. Chapter 6. Fire particles filled the night sky. Naruto was sitting on a small tree stump on a hill inside the forest and was watching Jailing burning. It took some time, but a few hours of waiting after they had left the Baifeng mansion, the Fire Nation army came marching through the woods. Jailing didn't put up much of a fight when the small 200-man army came marching in. There were only a few earthbender and most of them was trainees. Naruto didn't take part in it though, he just watched right from his seat on the hill. Suki was walking back and forth in the background waiting to get a move on, and Mikasa stood right behind Naruto, her hands placed gently on his shoulders. She was concerned Naruto seemed down ever since he heard the news about his brother being killed by pirates. Naruto had formed a perfect sculpture of his brother in blue flames, which stood in his palm. I'm a horrible brother, aren't I? Naruto asked out into the air. Mikasa seemed stunned. She wasn't sure what would be the best answer to that kind of question. Princess Azula loves you very much. Mikasa answered as her hands slid down his back and then surrounded him in an embrace from behind. I scarred him and father banished him. I thought it would make him stronger, but now I won't even be able to tell him how sorry I am, my baby brother, spirits why. Mikasa could hear his voice cracking by the end. What should she do? The rare occasions Naruto would be sad or angry in the Fire Nation, he would throw her on his bed and they would have sex until Naruto felt better again. Unfortunately, this wasn't the Fire Nation, nor was there a bed nearby for them to use. She could make one using earth bending, but that would most likely end up being an uncomfortable experience for both of them. Is there anything I can do to make you feel better again? Mikasa questioned as her hands slowly traveled south. Stop. Naruto's voice was harsh and clear. It managed to grab Suki's attention, who watched Mikasa back away so quickly she almost fell on her ass. Silence took over from that point. Suki stood still watching both Naruto and Mikasa. She had never heard Naruto snap after someone like he did just now, and Mikasa was just staring at Naruto's back, waiting for what he was going to do next. For Mikasa it felt like minutes, when in reality it was only 20 seconds. Naruto, with a heavy sigh, raised himself from his place on the stump. Turning around, Mikasa could see he was bearing a small smile as he walked towards her, and then he brought her into a big hug. Sorry, I was caught up in a dark place there. Can my cute little Mikasa please forgive me? Naruto asked in his usual playful tone. Oh, of course, there is nothing to forgive. When are we going to kill those pirates? Mikasa questioned as she happily returned the hug. Well, now as soon as Toph gets here we will travel to the North Pole, but hopefully not too long. We take it as it comes. Naruto spoke as the two continued to embrace each other. You two really can't get mad at each other, can you? Suki asked as she watched them. Now that she had been with them for a few weeks, she had been noticing just how much they depended on each other. Yo, Spiky, what, am I interrupting something here or what? Toph spoke as she came walking up the hill. Toph, so good that you could join us. I trust everything went smoothly. Naruto questioned with a small smile as he unhooked his arms from Mikasa's embrace. It went fine, Spiky. As far as they know, I'm going to be enrolled in the top Fire Nation Rehabilitation School and become a loyal citizen of the Fire Nation. Toph answered. It was even a legit lie. Most noble children who were born in Earth Kingdom cities that would later be conquered by the Fire Nation had their own luxurious rehabilitation school inside the Fire Nation. It was built for two reasons, the first one being that the spoiled brat might not be able to handle the pressure of being in a school with commoners. The second reason was because their parents were willing to pay good money to ensure their children gets through their education without any problems. Good. Our next destination is the North Pole. We will have to walk through the woods a little hour. If you get tired of carrying your bag, you can hand it to Suki. Naruto spoke as Toph quickly threw her bag over to Suki. What the hell is in this bag? Suki asked as she found it surprisingly heavy, even though Toph carried it with ease. It's a collection of my favorite rocks. Don't drop M slave too. Toph spoke. Oi, at least use my name, it's Suki. She spoke as she flung Toph's back over her shoulder. Spiky, do I have to use the names? Toph spoke as she turned towards Naruto. Well, I prefer to treat them with kindness. However, it's your decision as to what you call them. Naruto spoke. Suki had hoped Naruto's words might have swayed Toph's feelings a little, but instead, when she looked over to the blind girl walking calmly with her hands behind her head, she could see a small smirk. You heard that, slave too? I can call you whatever. Toph spoke, causing Suki to let out a little sigh. Why did she even care anymore? Following Naruto and Mikasa around was alright, she guessed. Even the times when Naruto acted like an asshole or pulled pranks on her for his own amusement, but she didn't like this Toph girl. You know, just because I'm blind I can still tell you are glaring at me. Toph spoke, making Suki quickly divert her eyes. So Spiky, once we get to your ship, are we doing that sex thing you wanted so badly? Toph asked, and unseen by everyone a small shiver went down his back. Maybe we can put that on hold until tomorrow. Naruto suggested and received shocked looks from both Mikasa and Suki. Sick? Mikasa questioned as she wrapped her arms around one of his. What? No, I'm not sick. I'm just really tired and hungry. Naruto lied. The truth was that his hip was bruised and hurting after the abuse Poppy put him through. To be honest, just walking hurt like a bitch. If this was the feeling Mikasa had the mornings they woke up and she would tumble to the floor when she tried to stand, he was sorry for all the times he laughed. North Pole 1 week later. For the young Avatar Aang and his friends, the journey to the North Pole had been educational. They had passed by many cities and seen many different traditions until they managed to reach the North Pole, where Aang was supposed to master his water bending. His faith, however, had been shaken. He was supposed to bring balance and thus defeat the evil Fire Nation, but on their journey they had passed by more than one Fire Nation colony. People were happy, they're optimistic and joyful, meant bringing balance, destroying their happiness. The North Pole hadn't been exactly what they had expected either. Aang was easily able to get a water-bending master to teach him. Turn out that Katara wasn't allowed to train with him though because she was a girl. So instead, when it became night and people slept, Aang taught Katara everything Master Pakku had taught him earlier the day. Meanwhile, Sokka was trying to flirt with the princess of the country. And then one day as he was training with Master Pakku, sod began to fall from the sky. In the horizon hundreds of Fire Nation ships lined up. Aang wanted to help, but he quickly realized there were too many. On the first day he managed to take down the weapons on 4 ships before he was forced to retreat, but ever since then they had been on guard and he has been unable to get close again. But what was even more worrying was they were just sitting there in the horizon. It was as if they were waiting for something or someone. The silence wasn't all bad though. It gave the people here proper time to set up better defenses and the guards were already on highest alert. As Aang's long train of thoughts continued, he was suddenly hit in the face with a powerful water blast that knocked him on his back. Young Avatar, are you okay? You seem distracted and even more so than usual. Master Pakku pointed out. Master Pakku, if those ships outside do attack, then what are the chances that we will win? Aang asked as he watched guards pacing back and forth on the great ice wall. Young Avatar, you should have more faith in this tribe. We have been able to withstand any Fire Nation attack for the last 100 years. We have some of our best water benders ready at the wall, ready to fix any damage the second it occurs. Don't worry Avatar, the Fire Nation won't make it inside. Pakku assured, taking great pride in their wall. Wait isn't the reason you guys have lasted for over 100 years, because you haven't been attacked for more than 85 years. Aang questioned, prior to the arrival of the ships outside, the people inside the water tribes seemed to live a content and secure life and had no wishes to help the outside world or care about them. The northern water tribe almost seemed like its own secluded world. I don't see how that matters. Pakku spoke quickly and to his own relief the warning bells began to ring, drawing everyone's attention. Both Aang and Pakku quickly began running towards the wall and continued up its stairs until they reached the top. Most soldiers were running too afraid that the attack was about to start. Sokka, what is it? What is happening? Aang asked quickly as he saw his friend had arrived at the wall before him along with the princess of the tribe. Aang got slightly nervous as he watched the shocked expression on Sokka's face. Ship. Sokka softly muttered as he pointed out towards the ocean, and as Aang turned his head he saw something, which seemed unreal, a ship, an enormous which seemed to dwarf the rest of the Fire Nation warships. Spirits have mercy. With Naruto. There were multiple warships in the Fire Nation Navy, normal warships which could be found in almost any ocean. These were most common Fire Nation ships. Then there were Empire-class battleships, which was double the size of the common warships, the biggest Empire-class's battleship being the personal property of the Supreme Commander. However, the ship Naruto was traveling on right now was not his own battleship, but instead the property of his father, the most expensive weapon to have ever been created, a moving battle station, capable of carrying more than 20,000 men and able to transport over 20 warships at once. This ship was the pride of the Fire Nation and the greatest symbol of its power. Thus it lived up to its name, Rising Fire. Currently Naruto was residing within the second best room on the ship, which was formed like a suite. The only better room would be the one his father owned. Usually Naruto wouldn't have a problem by occupying his father's room, because Ozai never left the Fire Nation anyway, so he most likely wouldn't care anyway. However, the big downer for Naruto was that inside that room were the bed his dad and mom conceived him on, which was more than enough to keep him the hell away. Ah, that's great. Naruto grunted as he lay on his stomach completely naked next to an equally naked Toph. Toph. Mikasa busy messaging his back while Suki did the same for Toph. Spiky, I think it's awesome that you can go anywhere you want and anything, but if it's the North Pole I think I'm going to sit this one over. I need my feet to sit and I don't think that ice is comfortable. Toph spoke, followed by a short moan as Suki stood by her side and pressed her hands down onto her back. I understand, this shouldn't take too long. After this I need to get back home and attend to my wedding, and after that I should be a free bird. Then we can do whatever, however, while we wait. Naruto spoke and he stretched one arm over to Toph and dragged her close, while also grabbing Mikasa's arm and pulled her down onto the bed. We can have some fun while we wait, Naruto said as both girls lay beside him. Suki, you can join too, we make it a foursome, Naruto suggested. I'm good watching, Suki spoke as she turned down his offer yet again. Both Naruto and Toph spoke, since Toph joined her and Naruto along with Mikasa of course had been quite active. Thankfully Toph did seem to enjoy the pleasurable activity. Though she wasn't as wild as her mother, slowly Toph's hand trailed down his chest until it reached his flaccid dick hanging between his legs. Throwing his head back with a little moan as Toph began stroking his slowly growing erection while Mikasa planted small kisses all over his throat. Naruto closed his eyes and gratefully accepted his fate. However, just as his shaft had reached its peak, there was a knock on the door. What? Naruto snapped, really not wanting to be disturbed. I'm sorry for the distortion, but I was sent to inform you that you, Uncle Iroh, Admiral Zhao as well as Princess Azula is currently boarding the ship. The man spoke before he turned away and left. Ah damn. Naruto grunted as he sat back up on the bed. Don't worry about it, so we wait a few hours, no biggie. Toph spoke as she rolled around on the bed over onto her own side. Easy enough for you to say, I'm the one with a raging boner. Mikasa, go get the present for Zhao in the freezer. Naruto spoke with a cruel smile. Mikasa quickly got dressed and left to retrieve their special present. Now you two say something that will kill of my boner. Naruto spoke, he couldn't go anywhere like this. Your dad banging your mom. That will do, thanks. Ship deck. It was already dark, despite the clock not being that many. Great conditions for water benders, more moonlight than sunlight here. At 5 p.m. the stars and moon were already out and shining brightly. Naruto stood dressed in his military outfit. Mikasa standing right behind him in her usual clothes while holding a bag in her right hand. Admiral Zhao, Uncle Iroh and beloved sister, thank you all for joining me. Naruto spoke as he spread his arms wide, all three giving Naruto a deep bow until he signaled with his hand that they may rise. Your Grace, I would like to offer my condolences for your brother, a truly terrible accident. Zhao spoke with a fake hurt voice. Thank you, Admiral, but we must not linger in the past. No, instead I have a few questions for you. Naruto spoke, confusing the Admiral. Of course, Your Grace, I will do my best to answer every single one. Zhao spoke with a stiffened back. Zhao had a bad feeling. He had tiny conversations with Crown Prince Naruto in the past back in the Fire Nation, but he didn't used to sound like this. He sounded maybe merry, or was it excitement? He wasn't sure, but a shiver went down his back. General, this attack on the North Pole was your idea, correct? Sounded the first questioned. It was. Zhao answered firmly, but slightly confused. It was an obvious question that Zhao was sure Naruto already knew the answer for. And most of the men and ships here originated from our northern posts in the Earth Kingdom, correct? Yes, Your Grace. I found it easier than to wait for a fleet from our mainland to arrive. Zhao spoke, also carefully hinting in his displeasure to wait for Naruto's arrival before starting the assault. Just how many of the total stationed troops at our northern posts did you make participate this conquest of yours? I believe about 80% of the total Northern Earth Kingdom forces are currently here. I wanted to guarantee a certain victory for our nation. Zhao spoke with great pride, but realized he had chosen his words wrong when he saw Naruto begin to ball his fists and shake in anger. Yes, I suppose 80% will about do it. You know, I had to travel all the way from the Southern Earth Kingdom all the way up here, and on the route we managed to keep the coast on our right side. The journey was pleasant, until we arrived to the northern part. Apparently our enemies decided that they didn't want to sit idle by while the majority of our forces left the area. 535 loyal Fire Nation soldiers had died in battle during the last 2 days when I arrived. Fortunately, I managed to re-establish the order by stationing no less than 5,000 of my own guards to the area, as well 1/5 of all the supplies aboard this ship. So tell me, Zhao, do you believe that this was a good idea? Naruto asked again while Zhao obviously was sweating. I see. I must admit I didn't think of that possibility, but this battle will ensure their sacrifices were not in vain. They served their nation to the end and are true heroes. Zhao spoke, while looking on the ground. It was embarrassing, but he couldn't look into the Naruto's eyes. They just burned right through him. Very well, if that is your final answer. Naruto spoke, and Zhao felt that he was able to finally breathe again. Oh wait, one more thing, how forgetful of me. On our way here, we did have one other encounter, with some pirates. Naruto spoke with a small chuckle. Now I'm sure you all know why I had no wish to encounter pirates at the current time. I killed off most of them quickly, but one of them did manage to utter some rather interesting words. Zhao, tell me, do you recognize this man? Naruto spoke as Mikasa behind him reached into the bag and pulled up a frozen decapitated head. As Zhao saw the head, his blood froze cold. The pirate captain he had hired to dispose of Zuko. I have never seen Tara. Pain went through Zhao's entire body as he felt a lightning bolt piercing his right knee, forcing him down onto the ground. This action surprised not just Zhao, but Azula and Iroh as well, as they were standing back listening to the conversation. But as Zhao was forced to the ground, Naruto didn't even move, not a single inch, to shoot a perfectly placed lightning bolt through his knee. Funny, because this man knew you. Actually, he had a lot of things to say about you. Things that make me believe that the Fire Nation no longer requires your services. Naruto spoke as he raised one arm, preparing to kill the begging man in front of him. Nephew, wait. Iroh spoke as he ran in front of Naruto to stop the final strike. Naruto, what Zhao has done is indeed unforgivable, but nonetheless we should take him back to the Fire Nation where he will justice for his actions. Iroh spoke, refusing to witness this execution. Right here, right now on this ship. I am justice. Naruto replied as he kept his arm up, but his uncle still refused to move an inch. Very well then, you know I would never shoot you, uncle. Naruto spoke calmly and a big smile started to form on Zhao's face. Thank you, Your Grace, I swear I will redeem myself. Zhao spoke as he tried his best to get up, but again fell to his feet. A loud boom drew all of their attention towards the dark sky as a streak of white lightning traveled across. The funny thing is though, I don't have to go through you, uncle, to kill vermin. Naruto spoke with a big smile as thunder struck on board the ship's deck right on top of Zhao, who fell lifeless and burned to the ground. They're done and done. If you are dissatisfied with my decision, uncle, you are more than welcome to leave and Mikasa throw that thing in the sea already. Naruto spoke as Mikasa was still holding the cut-off head. Did this really make you feel better, nephew? Iroh asked with distaste in his voice. Well, I don't feel any worse. You there, get someone out here to clean up this mess. Naruto yelled at a random bypassing soldier who quickly ran off after receiving his orders. Iroh turned away and began to leave. He was still the only one who knew Zuko was still alive and he needed to inform him of this development. Now then, sister. Naruto spoke with a smile as Naruto approached Azula. How has things been in the Fire Nation while I was gone? Naruto questioned as he kissed both Azula's cheeks. Boring, I'm afraid. It's not the same when you're gone. Dad spends all his time in the throne room speaking with a bunch of nobles and old guys, while Mom and Cinder spends hours discussing the wedding. So I'm mostly left to myself, which is pretty lonely, especially now that Mai has left for the Earth Kingdom with her family as well. Azula spoke. Ah, you poor thing. Don't worry, we are going to spend a lot more time together now. First we will conquer the Northern Water Tribe as soon as the sun rises tomorrow, and then we are going to set sails for home. Until then I'm getting you the best room aboard this ship. Naruto spoke as he patted Azula's head. Naruto, why did you bring Rising Fire instead of your own ship? Isn't this ship primarily used to transport heavy machinery from our home to the colonies? Azula questioned as she stood near the railing and looked down upon all the other much smaller warships there were in front of them. This ship had to stay back, because it simply wouldn't fit into the bay. Don't know. Ask father, this ship was expecting my arrival. Maybe Dad just wanted us to show off, or maybe he wanted a guaranteed victory, who knows? Naruto spoke as he grabbed her hand. Azula, do you want to join me for dinner in my room? Naruto asked her, to which her face lit up. Of course, sounds fun. Azula responded as brother and sister walked away hand in hand with Mikasa following closely behind. Chieftain's Palace Night. You would have us all die for a lost cause. Sounded yet another frustrated yell through the palace. The chieftain were holding an emergency meeting with most of the noble and elders in the village along with the Avatar and his friends. The sudden appearance of the enormous Fire Nation ship had shaken everyone's morals, and there was now some who called for their surrender in hope of no one getting hurt. There is no guarantee that even if we surrender they will let us all go unscathed. Just give them the Avatar, it's him they want, not us. While Aang sat uncomfortable and watched, he suddenly felt his hand on his shoulder. Looking to his right, he could see Katara giving him a beautiful soft smile. She was about to stand up and talk for herself, but before she could say anything, an ear-deafening shout stopped all shouting in the room. Silence! Shouted the chieftain. The room became quiet as all eyes were glued upon this land's leader. We must think all of our possibilities through carefully. Bickering will get us nowhere. Nowhere. Now we have two options: we can stand here and fight, or we can fall upon our knees and hope for mercy. Anuk spoke. If I may, there is a third option. An old man spoke. Of course, Lord Sador, please speak up. The chieftain urged, happy for another's input. We could destroy our city. As soon as he spoke that little sentence, there was chaos again. Shut up. The chieftain was forced to shout once again. Let Lord Sador finish. Thank you. I suggest that we destroy our cities and flee further inland and hide in some of the villages we have up there. We will make their victory feel sour in their mouths and they couldn't possibly come after us. They don't know the cold wasteland like we do. If they should attempt to follow us, it will be too cold for any of them to properly firebend. Sador suggested as everyone began to murmur and talk about it. They would have to destroy a city with more than 3,000 years of history. My lords, we should all take a small break to consider our options, but we mustn't be idle for too long. I'm sure that their leader too is putting all of his brain power on how he is going to penetrate our wall, and we must have an answer before he has his. Naruto's room. Deeper, deeper, deeper. Naruto cheered as Toph had her hands on Naruto's ass and tried to force her head further down on his cock. Ugh, damn it, I can't get more than half. Mikasa, show me again how you do it. Toph spoke with a small cough as she was forced to move her head back. She quickly wiped away the multiple long strings of saliva between his cock and her mouth. It's not too hard, you just need to relax your throat more. Mikasa explained as she took the crown in between her lips and slowly her beautiful lips slid all the way down his cock to the base so her nose touched his stomach. Doesn't it hurt your throat? Toph asked as she carefully touched Mikasa's throat and she could feel Naruto's long member being firmly lodged inside. Slowly Mikasa began pulling back until she released his member. Not at all, on the contrary, it's quite pleasant and leaves a delicious aftertaste. Mikasa spoke as she slowly began stroking Naruto's shaft. Alright, let me try it again. Toph said as she took his cock away from Mikasa's hands. Meanwhile, Suki was watching with mild jealousy. How come Mikasa and Toph quickly became so good buddies? Hell, when she joined, Mikasa hit her in the stomach. The moment Toph recaptured his dick between her lips, there was a knock on the door. It took a moment for all of the two register what they just had, but slowly Naruto could feel his toes curl and his hands bailing into fists. If this wasn't about life or death, he was going to kill whoever knocked on that door. He wasn't about to be cockblocked twice in one day. Making sure everyone got dressed, he began walking over to the door with an annoyed expression. Who is? Oh hey sister, what are you doing here this late? Naruto asked as his face completely changed as he saw it was his sister who had knocked on the door. I hope I'm not disturbing. I was just about to go to bed, but then I realized that it was the bed mother and father used on their honeymoon and it would be a bit too awkward for me to sleep in that bed, so you won't mind if I sleep in her with you, it will be just like old days. Azula spoke as she leaned in and kissed his right cheek. She didn't even wait for his response as she walked in past him. Meanwhile, Naruto felt his brain shutting down. He wasn't getting lucky tonight. Chapter ends here. Oh, make one Toph stop. This was seriously amazing, Toph thought to herself as she sat on a bed naked with an equally naked Naruto. They were the only two in the room. She wasn't sure where Mikasa and Suki had gone to, and right now she didn't really care. She had discovered a new ability involving Naruto's cock. Slowly she stroked the long shaft with one hand and slowly she felt it began to grow harder and longer in her hand, till the point she couldn't keep on hand around it. Ah, that's great Toph, your hands are seriously soft. Naruto grunted, however then Toph decided to ruin the moment. You think your mom ever does this to your dad? Toph asked and instantly the cock fell limp in her hand. Toph, don't say stuff like that. Naruto spoke while that disgusting image was forced into his brain. while Toph was amazed over how quickly the cock became limp. Once again she decided to stroke it till it reached its peak. "You think your dad ever uses her back door?" Toph asked as the cock fell limp once again. "Holy shit, this is amazing," Toph thought. "Toph, please stop. Oh, make 2 Cinder versus Azula. It's over, Cinder, I have seen through you. You will never get to marry my brother." Azula yelled at Cinder as they both stood outside the royal palace in the courtyard, not a soul in sight, only Cinder and Azula. With the sun setting in the background. "So you have seen through my nefarious plans? No matter, but this time tomorrow I will have married Naruto and he will be mine forever and you will be forgotten." Cinder spoke with charming voice and glowing eyes. "I will never allow that to happen. I challenge you to an Agni Kai. I accept your challenge, O would-be princess." The battle proved fierce, but a winner was easily chosen. Azula was on the ground gasping for air. Everything in her body hurt as she tried to stand back up, but failed. Slowly Cinder approached her. She could hear her high heels clicking on the ground as she came closer. "Now then, former princess, it was about time that you learned your place in the new Fire Nation." Cinder spoke as she ripped off Azula's pants. "No, please stop, Naruto, help." Azula screamed just before she could feel Cinder begin sticking 2 fingers inside her. "Her isn't coming for you, he belongs to me now, but please do continue to cry, it just adds to the excitement." Cinder spoke as she with her other hand pinched one of Azula's nipples. "If you really want to stay within the royal palace, then you must prove yourself worthy first." Cinder spoke as she grabbed Azula's hair with both her hands and forced her head up in between her legs and her mouth onto her pussy. "Lick, and if you are decent, then I might just consider having you around." Cinder spoke with an evil grin. Azula, with the little bit of strength she had left, refused to do as she was told and instead looked up upon Cinder with defiance in her eyes. "Refusing is fine, but then I will make sure that you will spend the rest of your lives in the stables pleasuring horses." Cinder spoke cruelly, her evil grin growing even bigger at the horror in Azula's eyes. As soon as she began feeling her small tongue beginning to obey, Cinder couldn't hold in her evil laughter anymore. "Mahahahahahaha. Wah." Naruto shot up from his bed covered in a cold sweat. In the process he also managed to wake the 3 girls who were sleeping on his shoulders and chest. What now? They all looked confused. "Mikasa, take note. Never eat cold ramen before bed again." Naruto spoke as he slowly went back to sleep. Weird ass fucking dream. Chapter 7. Behold my power. Just like old times. Azula thought to herself as she happily snuggled against her older brother's chest. She could feel one of Naruto's gentle hands calmly stroke her dark hair. While she listened to his heartbeat, it didn't take long before Azula felt her eyelids starting to grow heavy. "She is drooling," Suki pointed out once. Azula had fallen asleep on his chest with a soft smile. "I know," Naruto stated simply. Slowly he pulled his hand back that was stroking his sister's hair. It sure had been a while since they had last slept like this. With all the sex he had with Mikasa, he was afraid that he had started to push Azula away, but right now he was happy to be proven wrong. The fact that Azula was drooling didn't bother him either. As long as she was comfortable, then he was glad. With that thought, Naruto invited both Mikasa and Toph to lie beside him by spreading his arms. Mikasa quickly took her place on his right shoulder while Toph took the left. While Suki just found a place on the bed. Before long they all found themselves joining Azula in her slumber. North Pole 2 hours later. There was a beautiful full moon out tonight. Usually on nights like this the people was cheerful and they will celebrate and thank the moon and ocean spirit for their water bending, but this was not a night for celebrations. Inside the chieftain's palace, there was once again a meeting being held. The chieftain has had time to think over his options and now the time to choose had come. The hall being was completely silent as they all waited for the chieftain's words. Arnok looked over the hall one last time to take in the faces of the nobles and with a small sigh he finally proclaimed the cause of actions. Begin evacuation of our most important scrolls and relics and inform the people that in exactly 30 minutes we will be leaving for the tribe Nuke. Issue also an order for the people to start demolishing the streets. Arnok spoke with the nobles continuing being silent as they took in his words. They went with the scorched earth tactics. Now Arnok just wondered how he was going to tell his daughter the news. The capital was the only. With Arnok's orders the nobles stood up, all with a grim look upon their faces, before they turned around and left. There was still plenty of work left for them to do and time was running out. Spirit Oasis. This place is amazing. Look, it even has grass. Aang shouted amazed as he ran around a little oasis and threw himself on the green grass that he hadn't seen since he came to the North Pole. It is warmer in here, but how is that possible? Katara asked as she quickly felt the need to discard her big fur coat. The North Pole has always been a place filled with spiritual energy, but this is the center of it all. When I was born I was very weak and no one believed that I could survive, but my father and mom begged to the spirits to let me live at this exact place. I believe that if you need to come into contact with the spirits there is no better place than here. Yue spoke after she had guided Aang and Katara towards the oasis. You are right, I can feel something in the air here, it's almost, I don't know, tranquil maybe. Aang spoke before he sat down and took his meditation pose. Aang knew there was no way the North Pole could win on their own and decided that the best course of action was to ask the spirits for help. Before Aang however had a chance to get started, Sokka came running. They could see he was gasping for his breath with sweat on his forehead. Evacuating now. Sokka managed to gasp out. Sokka, calm down, what is happening? Katara asked as she ran over to her brother and placed on hand on his back. Alright, the entire capital is evacuating, also the chieftain told me to protect you, so I'm staying close to you, like really close. Sokka spoke as he ran over beside Yue. We are running away. Yue questioned, not sure what she just heard. This was her home and they were just giving it up. Staying is futile. A new voice spoke up, causing all of them to turn their heads towards the voice. Zuko, here to get your ass kicked again? Sokka asked as he raised his club, while both Aang and Katara took a battle stance. My brother is the one leading the army, he always gets what he wants, you can't win. For me though, my brother could bring me home, but first I will have to reclaim my honor, by capturing you. Zuko yelled as he attacked. On board rising fire. Most of the personnel aboard were fast asleep and there was a beautiful silence on the gigantic ship, however that was all ruined when the alarm bell began to ring all across the ship. Inside Naruto's borrowed chambers Mikasa was the first to react as she shot up from the bed and immediately began to get dressed. 5 more minutes. Naruto groaned as he too slowly opened his eyes, until his brain finally caught up and realized that it was the alarm. Fucking fuck. Naruto groaned as he was forced to push the slowly awakening Toph and Azula off him. Mikasa was already holding his clothes ready for him and as soon as he had dressed in his military attire he and Mikasa left the room. Azula looked in silence a few seconds before she realized she was here as an acting commander too. With that thought, she too shot up from the bed, got dressed, and then left for the deck. Should we go too? Suki asked as it was only her and Toph left on the bed. Meh. Meanwhile, Naruto and Mikasa had just made it to the deck of the ship. They could both see that Captain Farron already standing and looked towards the northern tribe with binoculars. Captain, report. Naruto commanded. Of course, Your Grace. It appears that the residents of the northern tribe has begun to destroy their own homes. We have concluded that they are attempting scorched earth tactics. She spoke in a calm and collected voice, while Naruto had a small smile which slowly grew. Scorched earth tactics against the Fire Nation, if isn't that ironic? Naruto spoke with a grin. Well, no matter what, we can't have the people tear down the city we are about to conquer. Captain, send the signal for a full-scale assault immediately. I take care of the wall. Naruto commanded, while the captain seemed surprised at his orders. Your Grace, it's still full moon. She noted, fighting water benders during the night was hard enough, but with the full moon they were close to undefeatable. Naruto, however, remained optimistic. So? Was his simple question to her statement. Nothing, I'll send the message at once. She spoke as she turned around and left. Smack. IH. Mikasa gasped because Naruto surprised her by slapping her ass. I'm going now, stay safe. Naruto said with a gentle smile before he closed the gap between them and captured her lips with his own. Oh, and on a side note, you sound really cute when you get surprised like that. Naruto grinned before he jumped off the railing. Leaving Mikasa alone, she was scared Naruto told her to stay safe, but he was the one going in first. Meanwhile, on the wall. What the fuck are you meaning? Of course she was. One guardsman yelled at another as they were in the midst of a heated argument. Look, I know the queen was hot and everything, but I just think that Princess Yue is way more beautiful than her mother ever was, beside the white hair is really sexy. The other guard argued back. Oh, are you guys talking about a princess? A new voice joined in, causing the two men to immediately stiffen up. They couldn't let anyone hear them talking like this. We have no idea what you are talking about. Both men said roughly as they put on a serious facial expression and kept their eyes locked forward. A small silence then washed over the three men. So, white hair, do you think the carpet matched the drapes? The newly arrived man asked again, causing both of the men to gain a red hue on their cheeks, while one of them looked extremely flustered and the other wore a lewd face, clearly imagining it. Why, you really shouldn't talk about Princess Yue like that. What if someone heard it? The flustered guard asked nervously. Don't worry, I already killed all the other guard. They won't hear. Naruto assured the guard. Oh good. Wait, what? Both guard turned their head to see their friends and fellow guard laying with their head planted in the ice and smoke arising from their back, showing just how well they had been burned. Both men were just about to turn towards Naruto and were ready to fight, but instead they both felt a strong push on their back, sending them over the edge and free falling down into the cold ocean. Naruto's eyes followed their falling bodies before he heard a small splash as they hit the water. If they were water benders they would survive, but they really didn't look the part, so their heavy armor was most likely going to pull them to the ocean depth. Naruto threw a quick look over the city. It was actually quite beautiful, when considering it was an icy wasteland. At least they had a sense for beautiful architecture. If they knew how to recreate some of these buildings using bricks and cement, then there might be a few jobs for some of them in the Fire Nation. Naruto was slightly disappointed that there was no beautiful queen, but at least there was a sexy white-haired princess according to the guards. He couldn't wait to meet her, but first he need to take care of this wall. It was a lot bigger and thicker than it actually looked from the ship. Still, it was only ice. Ha! Naruto shouted as he with one hand shot a long torrent of flames directly down into the ice. Steam quickly began to cover his face and then the entire top of the wall. It only took a few seconds for his flames to reach the bottom of the wall, burning right through it. Then there was a big crack, loud enough that it caught everyone's attention, and as they looked towards their wall, it began crumbling together and fall into the ocean, opening the way for the Fire Nation's ships. All that was left was a single person, using blue flames to keep himself hovering in the air. At this point Naruto had managed to catch everyone's attention. Now the fun could begin. The alarm bells went off through the city and Naruto could hear the panic spreading. Looking behind him towards the bay, he could see some of the ships already approaching. However, waiting for backup would be boring. He might as well test himself a little, and with that in mind Naruto eyed the biggest building all the way across the city, which was without a doubt where the chieftain lived. Northern Tribe Palace. Father, what is going on? Yue asked as she came running along with the rest of Team Avatar behind her. Anuk, who looked panicked, with his arms raised. They had a few problems getting here as a firebender named Zuko tried to kidnap Aang. However, when Aang and Katara worked together, they were able to make short work of him. He was most likely still lying unconscious somewhere near the Spirit Oasis. Yue, we had even less time than I could possibly have imagined. I need you to show the people the hidden passage inside the palace and lead them to safety. I need to stay here and make sure everyone gets away. Yue, I want you to know. Boom. Anuk felt his already cold blood freeze to ice. A loud blast erupted from the palace and huge chunks of ice fell from the top of the palace and cut off the entrance to the palace. They could move the ice with water bending, but ice at that size would take time, and he doubted that whatever was the cause of that small explosion would give them that time. Good evening, everyone. A new voice spoke up, with only a few of those present being able to recognize the voice. Without any warning, Naruto seemed to appear out of nowhere as he dropped out of the sky. As soon as Naruto felt his legs hit the ice, he was trapped. Multiple spikes had shot up from the ground all around him, with the sharp spike pointing at his throat and neck. It was quite funny, really. Usually whenever he showed himself he would be recognized straight away as the #1 enemy of the Earth Kingdom, but the North Pole had stayed isolated for almost the entire war. Of course they would never have heard of him. You. What are you doing here? You said that you had no intentions hunting the Avatar. Katara spoke as she recognized the blonde-haired Naruto from Kyoshi Island. Oh, if it isn't my favorite Avatar, along with his idiot and hot friend. Naruto said with a small amused smile, showing that the ice inches away from his throat didn't bother him the slightest. Oi Katara, he just called you an idiot. Sokka snickered. Enough of this. Boy, who are you? Anuk spoke as he carefully approached Naruto. Crown Prince Naruto of the Fire Nation, at your services. Would you in return be the chieftain of the northern tribes? Naruto questioned after he had introduced himself. Correct, IR. The chieftain was cut off from surprise when Naruto lounged himself out after him. The ice that was supposed to contain him turned to water, which instantly began to boil as soon as it made contact with his skin. Anuk fell back on his ass while watching the blonde jumping towards him in shock. However, just before Naruto's hand could make contact with his target, a powerful torrent of water hit his side. Chieftain, please take your daughter and escape. Paku spoke to the still shocked chieftain. It was Yue who helped her father back on his feet before quickly dragging him away. We want to help too. Katara and Aang quickly spoke when Naruto began lifting himself back up after having skidded along the icy ground. Guys, I'm going to protect Yue, can you handle him? Sokka asked. He didn't need a reply though, as he had already begun chasing after Yue. How annoying. Naruto thought to himself as he noticed that even more water benders and soldiers began to surround him. They were here to conquer the Northern Water Tribe, not to slaughter everyone here. He didn't want to create thousands of widows tonight, neither was he good at fighting without attempting to kill his opponent. This sucked. As Naruto stood back up, he quickly found that Hi-8's arms was restrained. Looking to both his sides, he saw they were both covered in water, while two young water benders stood at distance while holding the other end of the water. That's just stupid. Naruto spoke as he sent electricity coursing through the water to the two water benders, sending them flying back. So how are we going to do this? How many of you do I need to put in the ground before you surrender? Naruto asked with a big grin. The many water benders who were closing in on him looked at him with pure hatred. The only one who seemed calm of them was the old man who had managed to save the chieftain. That boy, he truly doesn't believe he can lose. What arrogance. Pakku thought to himself. He wasn't about to rush in and taking the blonde teen head on. He had seen how quickly he had vaporized the ice by quick skin contact. Distance was the best options. Slowly Pakku took a step forward. Master Pakku. One young man asked, watching Pakku approach the blonde. When I received the evacuation order, I prepared myself. I prepared myself to stand and fight to let my fellow countrymen escape, and I prepared myself to die if needed be, but I can't say that I was prepared to meet a monster who could boil water on his own skin. Monster. Are you trying to hurt my feelings? Naruto spoke in a mock-hurt tone, while raising his hands. It was about time to start the fight. Everyone please leave, I should be more than enough to take this punk on. Pakku assured him, though many of the young water benders that he had helped train gave him a concerned look. What, no? We still want to stay and help. Both Katara and Aang objected as they both looked towards Naruto, who seemed to look at the sky while allowing them to end their conversation. Fear not, I don't plan on dying here, but if you really want to help, then go protect the civilians. I shall join you shortly, here you will just get in the way. Pakku spoke a harsh truth. He would have to go all out if he was to have a chance of winning this. They both stared down into the ground before they slowly turned around and began walking, and then began running. Their night had just started. Now then, I suppose I should thank you for letting me finish talking with my students. Pakku spoke as he looked Naruto straight in the eyes. Don't sweat it, it's usual to let the villains do a lot of talking before I kick their ass. Naruto assured him with a small grin. A loud horn then went off, signaling the first ship had docked and soldiers were now prepared to run in. Villains? Yes, I suppose in your eyes, we are the villains. Funny. Two men fighting both for what they believe to be right. Pakku spoke with a small sad smile. They circled around each other before they both sent a kick in each other direction, followed by a blast of water and fire that clashed in the middle, covering both of them in steam. Pakku reacted quickly and raised a thick wall of ice as soon as he saw multiple lights erupt from the steam, and not a movement later his wall was bombarded by small fireballs. To his shock, however, the wall didn't manage to stop the fire. No, they went right through. but it slowed him down enough for Paku to be able to throw himself out of the way. It's not just his body, but all fire he controls. What a troublesome foe. He barely managed to react as yet again another dozens of fireballs was sent his way. Oh my, for such older man, you are actually quite fast. Naruto praised Paku, who had managed to once again jump out of the way. He was currently flat on his stomach, a loud grunt as he raised himself. Some of the fire caught him on the right side, just barely grazes though. Naruto quickly leaned his head far right as Paku shot up from the ground and sent an arrow of water directly after his face with high speed. When a loud bang rang through their small battlefield, Naruto turned his head to see a big crater in the ice where the arrow had landed. He should defiantly try to avoid contact with those. Oh right, I almost forgot. Naruto spoke, confusing Paku, and then with a snap of his fingers thousands of small fires ignited behind Naruto, shocking Paku. If he were to attack with all of those, he was dead. There would be no escape, or maybe. However, they didn't come charging forward. Instead, they seemed to transform until they looked like dragonflies, small blue dragonflies. Go, find the chieftain. Naruto spoke gently as the thousands of small blue knights spread to the heavens. For a moment Paku forgot everything about the fight and instead took in one of the most beautiful sight he had ever witnessed. He can even force his flames to search for him. He can't be human. Paku continued to think as he observed the colorful small flames fly across the night sky. Paku's mind, however, quickly snapped back to reality when Naruto grabbed his hand around the wrist. You are wide open, old man. Naruto spoke as fire engulfed Paku's left arm. Paku, however, wasn't going to go down without a fight. With a quick stamp of his feet, another ice wall raised from the ground. The top of the wall this time was sharp, however. Naruto didn't take it as a threat, however, just like before, he would melt it before the sharp top could cut him. It wasn't even aimed for Naruto. Instead, it continued to raised upright beneath Paku's left armpit. Naruto watched partly in shock as the man cleaved his own left arm off. Naruto stood there simply holding another man's severed left arm, while a small ice wall divided them. Out of the corner of his eye, Naruto managed to see something penetrating the small ice wall, another high-speed arrow. Naruto had to react in less than a second by throwing his head to the left. Ah, shit, that's going to leave a scar. Well, it's my own fault for playing around. Naruto muttered as he felt a long stream of blood quickly flowing down his cheek. The cut was deep. Then the ice wall broke together and fell to the earth, to reveal a heavily panting Paku with his right arm raised in a battle stance. You truly deserve my admiration. However, if you continue this fight, you die. Surrender. Naruto offered. Foolish youth, you think I can't fight with a single arm? He spoke and Naruto's eyes widened when Paku came running towards him in a direct charge. Naruto reeled his arm back, preparing to knock the old geezer out. Then when Paku came close enough, Naruto created a large swing with his left fist connecting straight to the side of his head, while Paku just managed to reach his chest plate with his own outstretched arm. What did you do? Naruto questioned just shortly after he had knocked Paku backwards. He then fell headfirst to the ground with lifeless eyes. Despite everything, you still had a heart, ARH. Paku groaned loudly as he pushed himself back up. The side of his face sore. He was triumphant. It wasn't easy. He had to get close enough and he had to be sure he had placed his hand correctly on his chest plate when he aimed for the heart. Around 80% of all blood was water. When he managed to get close enough, he had simply stopped the flow of blood in the heart, killing the blonde. Seems like luck was on his side. He was only able to use that technique during a full moon like tonight. It was still possible for the blonde top survive, if his allies came by and gave him heart message, but judging from the sound of the fighting, they wouldn't get here in time to help him. Crown Prince Naruto was dead. Suki. Har Aghan. Her breath was ragged as she ran along the icy streets. She was able to bypass both Water Tribe warriors as well as Fire Nation soldiers, with ease, and nobody really paid her any attention due to her rather outstanding combat uniform. She needed to find Naruto, not because she was in trouble or anything, but simply because she didn't want to look inactive. Naruto left so quickly and without giving orders, but still she could only imagine the horrors she would go through. If Naruto came back after fighting only to find her snoozing in bed alongside the sloth Toph, her butt could only take so much spanking. She knew Naruto was close to the palace, but still the capital was huge. She had been running for maybe 15 minutes at full pace, but she was barely halfway there. Naruto getting there so fast because he can fly and shit. Turning around another corner, she could begin to hear people in the distance, maybe civilians. Could also be warrior regrouping to try and gold them off or at least buy time. Hurry up this way. A new near voice made her stiffen. That couldn't be. No, the city was too big for that to happen. But just as luck would have it, a boy dragging a long white-haired girl came around the corner and stopped up when they saw her. Suki. Hi Sokka. There was a small silence between them, while Yue was the one to break the ice. Sokka, who is this? Your friend? Yue questioned while still holding hands with Sokka. Oh yes, Suki is my friend. I've met when I went to Kyoshi. But Suki, what are you doing here right now? I was afraid that you got captured by the Fire Nation. Sokka spoke. If only he knew. I managed to escape the island, and from there I decided to travel around and help in the fight against the Fire Nation. I heard there were a lot of ships headed this way, so here I am. Suki tried to lie. She just hoped it worked. According to Naruto, she wasn't a very good liar. You shouldn't have come. It's too dangerous. We need to get out of here immediately. Sokka spoke as he tried to grab her wrist, but she quickly pulled her hand back. I'm sorry, there is still something I need to do. Sokka, if you manage to escape, then please, go back to the South Pole. She spoke. She kept her eyes low, not seeing his surprised face. I've seen a lot of the Fire Nation now, and I've seen a lot of resistance, but now I know, resistance is all we can hope to do. There is no victory, Sokka. We are only delaying the inevitable. You should go home where it's safe. The Fire Nation has no interest in the South Pole. Suki spoke. She knew. She had seen the forces marching their war machines, and most of all Naruto. He wasn't human, but more like a devil. Suki, you can't give up hope. Oh shit, I sounded like my sister there. No, we can't just roll over and let the Fire Nation do as they please. We have the Avatar now. We can fight, and I want to fight. For everything they have done, Suki, we need to keep on fighting, otherwise nothing will change. Sokka spoke as he placed both hands on her shoulders. Right, of course. Sorry, I need to go now. Suki spoke as she hurried off. Stupid Sokka getting himself killed. If only he knew, they couldn't win. Naruto was with the Fire Nation and his powers are absurd. At this point she didn't believe anything could kill him. Azula. Boom. Another wall falls before the might of the Fire Nation. Unlike her older brother, Azula far more enjoyed to stay at the rear. From here she could watch her enemies struggle, the morale drop, and finally see their pathetic faces when they submitted before her power. Until now, however, they haven't met any real resistance. Slowly they have worked further inside the city, tearing down each small defensive wall in their path. A cruel smirk plastered on her face as they marched further into the heart of the city, but then everything changed. The dark night turned light blue as lightning began to ripple through the skies, then the sound hit them loudly. Dark skies began to gather and the lightning dancing became more intense. Azula watched it for a brief moment before a single cold sweat rolled down her back. Oi, Naruto, we're here to conquer the North Pole, not destroy. Bringing that would be overkill. Azula thought to herself as lightning continued to take up the sky. Everyone retreat for now. Azula commanded. She rather not be too close, still she wondered what could possibly have pissed her brother off enough for him to bring that. Naruto a few moments earlier. What did you do? With that last sentence Crown Prince Naruto fell to the ground dead, his heart had stopped. Paku, satisfied with his victory, turned around prepared to leave. He was wounded and tired, but if need be he wasn't done yet. Paku only managed to get a few steps away, before he excruciating pain in both his legs and his right arm, causing him to fall to the ground. The pain was accompanied by the sound of electric screeching. Holy shit, you actually managed to kill me. A familiar voice spoke, sending shock waves through Paku. Turning his head he watched the blonde slowly raising from the ground, a large amount of blood seeping out through his mouth. How? You heart stopped? Paku questioned the living dead man. Electricity running through my cells. They must have realized something was wrong and decided to help me out. Naruto grinned at the old man's shocked expression. Are you saying your bending has a will of its own? Paku questioned in shock, then tried to get up, but no. No arms or legs, they were all gone. Now he was just an old limbless man lying on the ground awaiting death. Maybe it was his own fault. One of the basic rules in combat is to never turn your back on an enemy even if victorious. Maybe, I honestly can't say. All that I know is that this is my power, and as thanks for a good fight I will show you something truly amazing. Naruto spoke loudly. He reached his hands towards the sky and dark clouds began to form and gather. Lightning began to fill the sky. And then it appeared. All around the North Pole people stopped in the tracks and looked towards the sky in awe and despair. It emerged between the dark clouds. A dragon? No, that wasn't a dragon. Dragons never grew that big, and it wasn't even a real animal. It was a humongous amount of lightning that had taken form. I had to make it a lot smaller, otherwise there wouldn't be a city here afterwards. Naruto sighed a little annoyed. He would have loved to go all out, but then he needed more open space. Meanwhile Paku was watching Naruto with fear. That humongous thing in the sky was a lot smaller. He wasn't a monster, he was a devil. It was unfair how someone could possibly have this kind of power. Now then, let's prepare to end this fight with a bang. Naruto yelled and Paku watched helplessly as the dragon descended on both of them. A powerful light covered the north for everyone to see. When the light settled, a silence spread and Naruto stood in deep ice crater. There was no signs of Paku, not even his ashes remained. For a moment Naruto just stood there and took in his work. The ice around here sure is deep. Naruto spoke to himself in the crater. He had expected to end in the water. Oh well, with a jump Naruto left the crater and went over beside the palace and whipped his dick out. Not a moment later Suki came rushing to the scene. Master, what just happened? This crater, and what are you doing? Suki questioned as Naruto stood with his back turned to her, his pants just slightly pulled down. I'm pissing my name in the snow. Next morning or 4 hours later. Complete victory had been achieved. Everyone had been successfully captured, even the Avatar and his friends, which did disappoint him a bit, but now that they are captured he can't just release them again. He had hoped for a good fight in the future, but whatever. Maybe he should just kill the Avatar and make the next Avatar a loyal Fire Nation citizen. The next Avatar would be born either up here in the northern tribe or in the southern. Hopefully the next one would be a hot girl. Right now Naruto was sitting in the former chieftain's throne. He was tired, but his work wasn't done yet. Captain Farron was currently standing by his side, while he leaned his head on one hand. We'll leave that decision for the transport and finance ministers. Naruto spoke as Farron quickly wrote down on a paper in her hands. Very well, for the next issue many of them soldiers, wishes to lay with the new widows of the land. Farron spoke in a neutral voice. By lay you mean that the soldiers are asking permission to rape. Naruto spoke, he didn't tolerate rape, he knew it was practically unavoidable for a few incidents to happen every time a settlement was taken over. However, Naruto could also sympathize with the soldiers. After having been out fighting, hunting and conquering, he too craved a woman's touch, and unlike many of his soldiers he had always Mikasa by his side when he needed her the most. Him organize payment for the women who willingly sleep with the soldiers. About 3 silver pieces for every soldier they sleep with should suffice. There were always women, no matter where they were willing to spread their legs for their own benefit. As long as there was a mutual understanding, everything would be fine. Very well. Farron simply continued to take note, when the door opened and a new man in uniform came inside the room. Your Grace, we are done counting the casualties for both sides of the fight. We estimate that 79 water benders along with 311 non-benders lost their life while fighting for the city. While we lost 5 fire benders as well as 19 non-benders, there is possibility that more died by falling into the water or drowned. However, we won't be able to know for sure until everyone is back at their stations on the ships. The middle-aged man spoke in a gruff voice. All right, send our fallen soldiers' families some compensation along with a teary-hearted message about how they fought with pride. I'll put you in charge of this. Naruto spoke and dismissed the man with a quick wave of hand. Hey Farron, are I black marks beneath my eyes? He questioned, to which the pink-haired captain came a little closer. Only a little, Your Grace. Once again the door opened up. This time it was his sister Azula. I hope I'm not disturbing Naruto? She asked in a gentle tone. Not at all, Azula, I will always have time for you. Naruto assured, as to which Azula quickly came closer to him. I just want to know, and I'll already know that you didn't really see me last night, but what are you going to tell father on my presentation? Azula questioned meekly. Sweet sister, there is no easy way to admiral or general, work hard. Naruto spoke as he saw her eyes drop slightly. With that said, I'll be sure to praise you in front of Dad. Naruto assured her with a kiss on the cheek which quickly seemed to get her in a better mood. Thank you, brother, I love you. She spoke as she in return kissed his cheeks and left with a big smile. Isn't she just the sweetest sister? Naruto asked Farron, who remained silent. Now the next thing that you need to decide is what is to be done with the former chieftain along with his daughter. Farron spoke and the doors opened and in came Anuk along with his daughter Yue. They were both bound with a few soldiers standing behind them. Naruto took a deep breath. This was an important decision. Well, for now they both come with us to the Fire Nation. I'll let my father decide on the next ruler of this chunk of ice. Naruto spoke. There was more than a few people who would love the opportunity to become governor over their own area. That won't work. Yue interjected, and caught their attention. Alright, tell me why. Naruto questioned with a small smile. He could definitely see what those soldiers were talking about on the wall. The people of the North Pole are proud of strong, We will never surrender to you people, we will keep on fighting back. Yue spoke in defiance. Yue, that's enough, don't make this even worse for you than it already is. Her father spoke, afraid of the possible harm that would come to his daughter if she kept speaking. You might be right. All right, young princess, I'll give you 3 options you can choose from. Naruto spoke with a small wicked grin. Option number 1, my father will appoint a random governor to the North Pole and your people can try and resist, but we shall strike them down as many times as needed to. Option number 2, you will be given a random husband from the Fire Nation who will become the governor. You can try and love him and influence his actions, and after many years you can give him a child who will be the next ruler. Seeing as how he will be a part of your lineage, I believe the people of the North Pole will accept him as rightful leader. Finally, option number 3, my favorite. I will make sure you will be appointed governor of the North Pole. A small council, however, will be placed here to make sure you don't act against the Fire Nation's best interest. However, if you choose this one, you will need to give birth to my child. Anuk sent Naruto an expression mixed with pure hatred and cowardice. While Yue took it calmly, she looked to think for a moment, before she looked back up at Naruto with neutral eyes. There is no choice, of course, I pick option 3. It was the only way that she could make sure her people were treated fairly. Very well then, it's decided. I'll visit you later, princess. Naruto spoke as both Anuk and Yue were sent to their chambers. Well, if we are finally done here, I can. Your Majesty, the ship that was transporting the Avatar back to the Fire Nation was attacked. A young man spoke with panic in his voice. Him okay? Naruto simply replied as he continued his walk down the staircase, while Captain Farron walked behind him. What? You aren't angry? There is something here that, the young man tried to speak, but Naruto stopped him with a raised. Send the report to my father to let him know he won't be getting the Avatar anyway. I take responsibility. Naruto assured the young man, who with a bow quickly left. Now he could finally get into bed. Temporary living quarters. Fuck. Fuck. Holy fuck. Toph couldn't stop screaming as she had placed her hands on Naruto's abdomen, while her hips flew up and down, her small ass slamming down against his hips, while his erect cock was planted deep inside her core. Meanwhile, Mikasa was placed on top of his head, so he could explore her with his tongue. Top decided to celebrate her own incoming climax, by gathering her hands above her head and slammed her fists down against Naruto's abs. Thankfully, while she was a skilled earthbender, she wasn't physical strong. Fuck yes. Aha. Toph gathered her breath and jumped off his cock when she had gotten her own release. She was a bit selfish like that, as long as she came she was fine. She didn't even try and help Naruto to get his own. Thankfully, Mikasa was waiting patiently for Toph to finish, and as soon as she had jumped off, Mikasa moved further down and placed his cock at her entrance before quickly squatting down on it. Naruto placed both his hands on Mikasa's ass and enjoyed the sight of this angel. When Mikasa told him she was close, Naruto followed right behind as he ejaculated inside of her. Ah ha ha ha, I needed that. Naruto chucked as he sat up behind Mikasa and placed his head on her right shoulder, while his hands began playing with her breasts. Suki, instead of continuing to sneak small glances towards us, you can just ask to join. If you really want to, I can get it up again. Naruto offered. I'm good with looking, thank you. Suki declined. You really should try it, Suki, it's fucking glorious. Toph spoke as she laid sprawled out naked on the bed. Oh Toph, you are making me blush, but do praise me more. Naruto spoke happily before he jumped out of the bed. Well, I think that I'm going to go meet with the princess then. The soldiers have reported to found a little nice place with an oasis. I think I take her there. Naruto spoke as he began to dress himself. However, before I go, there is one thing I need to do. Naruto said as he moved over to the cupboard, and when he opened it up, a quick cruel smirk took place on his face. Fire Nation Palace. Two women were walking down a long hall until they arrived at a specific door. And here is room you will be sharing with Naruto after the wedding. Ursa spoke as she opened the door to Naruto's bedroom while showing Cinder inside. It's very spacious. Cinder spoke as her eyes scanned through the room. It was a bit dull. There was the biggest bed she had ever seen in the end of the room. There were a fireplace, a few tables with some picture frames, some wardrobes and shelves, big picture hang on the dark red walls, a balcony, and a few other doors inside the already big room. Would it be okay for me to have a look around? Cinder questioned as she stood behind Ursa. By all means, it's practically your room too. Ursa spoke with a gentle smile, while she watched Cinder begin to look around the room and curiously opened the door to see where they might lead. Ursa herself went over and took a chair near one of the tables with small picture frames placed on it. A small smile spread on her lips as she began looking at some of the many pictures her son had standing on the table. There were a few of her with a very young and tiny Naruto in her arms. The pictures weren't organized at all, and there was a change in Naruto's age from picture to picture. Her favorite one, though, was clearly the one where a small Naruto slept peacefully with the even younger Zuko and Azula. Then there was a picture that made her stop for a moment. Of course, how could she have forgotten? She remembered the day Naruto came humming back home from the city with Mikasa in his track. When she had met him in the hall, she had questioned her son why he was in such a good mood, and his response was to show her a picture he had gotten in the city, the same picture she was looking at now. The picture of Naruto with Mikasa, both their hands wrapped around each other lovingly, while they shared a deep passionate kiss, was the picture that currently took upon the biggest frame on the table. She gave the frame a small turn to make sure Cinder wouldn't see. But still, the wedding was coming ever closer, and she realized this wasn't a topic she could avoid any longer. Cinder, I need to ask, you are well aware of the kind of company my son is keeping? Ursa questioned with a small sigh. Of all the conversations she could have, the one about her son's sex life was the one she looked the least forward to. You mean the sex slaves he keeps? Cinder questioned, which caused Ursa to gently bite her lower lip. It would be best not to call Mikasa that in front of him. He had always been sensitive when it came to Mikasa. She could still remember the day Azula came crying to her because Naruto had slapped her for giving Mikasa a small burn. Yes. I would like to hear your view on them. Ursa asked, a hint of angst in her voice. The answer she would receive would mean a lot for both Cinder and Naruto in their future marriage. I don't really mind. My own father keeps a concubine which never really affected either me or my mother, but I'm curious, is it true that he allows them to sleep in the bed? Cinder questioned. There sure was enough space in the bed, there was no problem there, but to sleep with slaves was just rather unnatural. Yes, he does. Naruto has always been a bit too kind in that direction. He has never raised a hand against either of them as far as I believe. Well, when you marry, his slaves will to some degree become yours as well. I just wanted to know your feelings on the subject. Ursa spoke a little relieved. While there was a few things she said she was sure Naruto wouldn't like, the most important part was that she didn't really care about his rather active sex life. A little earlier, somewhere on the ocean between the Fire Nation and the North Pole. Pride. That was the feeling of the middle-aged captain on board a Fire Nation vessel. Crown Prince Naruto had put him in charge of escorting the captured avatar back to the homeland. He was to bring the avatar in front of the Fire Lord. Never in his 14 years of service had he been given such an honor. If he was lucky, he might even be able to get a glimpse of the beautiful queen. The man was, however, snapped out of his perverted fantasies when the alarm went off. What is happening? He questioned as his men began storming the deck. It's in sky, sir. A random soldier yelled out, causing the captain to turn his head only to get a brutal tackling from the biggest bison he had ever seen. Many of the men stared at the several-ton heavy bison in confusion for a brief moment. However, what really caught them off guard was the figure that jumped off its back, a wanted criminal of the Fire Nation, the Blue Spirit. And, in case someone is just reading this just for the UA lemon, it's down here, guys. Spirit Oasis. What a beautiful little place. Naruto spoke as he walked over the small wooden bridge to the small island with a pond. There was even grass here. Naruto thought as he admired the place. This is the center of all spiritual energy in the North Pole, and still you decided to drag me here to do it? Yue asked, a small pink hue across her cheeks as she felt Naruto stare at her. I've got plenty of respects for spirits, but I doubt they very much care for two people having sexual intercourse. Naruto told her with a little smile as he wrapped his hands around her waist and pushed his front closer to her back. He could feel her stiffen in his embrace. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Naruto whispered in her ear before he placed a small kiss on her neck. She wasn't allowed to enjoy this, she told herself. She was going to have sex, get pregnant, and then become leader of the tribe and protect its people. As Naruto planted a second kiss along her neckline, a small shudder went through her body. His hands slowly crept up along her waist. Naruto let out a small chuckle when he heard her tiny moan. Such a cute voice. Naruto teased as he slowly circled around her until his face was right in front of her. Their blue eyes stared right against each other. Now just relax, I'm going to kiss you now, are you ready? Naruto questioned. Her eyes looked away from his, embarrassed from his words. She was such a sweet girl, he doubted that she was even able to get mad. Shut up and just do it, Alram. She was cut off as Naruto's lips caught hers by surprise. Yue had her eyes closed when she felt his lips move against hers, his hands placed on her lower back. However, when his hands went even lower and grabbed her butt, her mouth opened in a gasp. Naruto took this opportunity to deepen the kiss, his tongue entering her mouth. MNNHMM. She gasped and moaned. When Naruto finally let her go, she took a quick step backwards. Please don't surprise me like that again. She spoke in a small meek tone, which gave Naruto a pang of guilt. This girl, despite her sexy body, was extremely cute. He wanted to be gentle with her. Of course, sorry, I promise to take it slowly. Naruto said as he kissed her cheek. No, I actually hoped that we could get this over with quickly. Yue spoke as she undid her dress, which fell to the ground, showing off her naked body to Naruto. Whoa, why did you hide those under that thick coat? Naruto questioned as his eyes were glued to her surprisingly modest breasts. They were almost the same size as Mikasa. However, when she is wearing her thick coat, she looks flat like tofu. Not that there is anything wrong with that. Naruto appreciates all breasts no matter the form and size, but still he was surprised. Without giving it another thought, Naruto extended his hands and cupped her brown breasts in his hands, giving both of them a quick squeeze to judge them. RMHR. Her moans began silent and cute, but while she had her eyes closed, Naruto had moved his head closer and captured one of her tits with his mouth. This was too embarrassing for Yue. A guy was sucking on her nipple like a baby. she tried, but she couldn't deny that it wasn't an unpleasant feeling she was receiving. Another small high-pitched moan escaped her mouth when Naruto switched to the other breasts, his lips carefully pulling on her small brown nipples. "Oh, I'm supposed to get undressed too, right?" Naruto questioned. Yue confirmed with a small shy nod, and before she could even tell to 5, Naruto had already kicked all his clothes off. Now it was Yue that was ogling, or more precise, staring at the thing pointing out between his legs. Was she seriously supposed to get that thing inside of her? Naruto quickly grabbed one of her hands and placed it upon his shaft. "So what do you think of it?" Naruto asked teasingly. "It's very big," was her blunt and honest reply, which threw Naruto a bit off. For once Naruto admitted he was the bad guy here. He didn't force this girl to sex, but he pretty much blackmailed her to do it, but still she didn't seem angry at him, or maybe she was just really good at hiding it. "Oh, thank you," Naruto answered awkwardly. There was a small silence while Yue continued to stroke his cock. "Can we do it now?" Yue questioned, as she still would like to get it over with. "It would probably be better if we," Naruto was about to suggest oral or some kind of foreplay to get them ready, as he didn't want to go inside her dry. But when he looked towards Yue's core, everything changed. He saw she was already wet, and not just a little. Naruto had just kissed and fondled her breasts a little, but she was just as dripping wet as Mikasa would be after an hour of foreplay. Wait, is this a trait common for women in the water tribes? Further investigation is necessary. "Yeah, sure, I guess we can start," Naruto said as he had trouble to take his eyes off her dripping wet core. Slowly Yue laid herself down on the grass while Naruto went down on his knees between her legs. "You have never tried this before, have you?" Naruto questioned. "Oh, of course not. I'm a princess." She looked a bit offended by his question. "Of course, I apologize, but you should know it's going to hurt a bit," Naruto warned her as he grabbed his cock by the base and lined it up with her folds. "Are you ready?" Naruto asked, and her small nod was the only confirmation he needed as he began to press through. Holy shit, she is drenching wet inside, Naruto thought. She was tight as expected of a virgin, but he still managed to slip right inside her, while Yue made small outcries every time he made a small thrust. It didn't take long before he came to her maidenhood. Best do it like Band-Aid and get it over with her in quick motion. With that thought, Naruto pushed his hips a little back and then with one quick and strong thrust penetrated deep inside of her. "Yes. Wait, what?" Naruto questioned as he had heard Yue's scream. Yue, realizing Naruto stared at her with questioning eyes, felt her head turn red. What?" she questioned. "Doesn't it hurt?" Naruto questioned as he was taken off guard. When he did this to Toph, she screamed in pain and had to take a 5-minute break before they could try again. "No, not really. Is it supposed to?" she questioned with a confused look. However, her questioning face quickly changed into one of pure pleasure as Naruto reassumed his thrusting. The sound of wet smacking began to fill the room as Yue's juices had completely covered Naruto's erection and his hips, while there also was the sound of his balls slapping against her ass with each thrust. Well, while he was a little surprised at her unusual reaction, at least he didn't have to hold back as he viciously began to pound her. Her pleasure-filled screams echoing in the oasis. When Naruto sealed her mouth with a deep kiss, their tongues began a heated battle for dominance. Getting tired of the position, Naruto sneaked his arms around her back and helped her up into the air, while his hands were placed on her ass, bouncing her frame up and down. "Our new MGHRRR." Her moans rising in volume as he squeezed her ass and pounded up inside of her. Slowly Naruto walked down into the pond while, when he took a seat in the shallow, A smile formed on his lips as soon as he had sat down. Yue began to raise her hips by herself. Please don't stop now, not now. She begged, a hint of desperation in her voice. Since you asked so nicely. Naruto chuckled. Yue had both hands placed on the edge of the pond while Naruto approached her from behind. With a quick swoop he buried his cock back in her pussy in a quick motion. Loud smacks once again filled the oasis, this time even louder as Naruto could use even more power from behind her now. Aha! She released the loudest scream yet when Naruto curiously had slapped her ass. Furthermore, she had tightened around his shaft, which just means she just had her first orgasm. However, there was no mercy from Naruto. As soon as he felt her release his shaft a little, he began his vigorous thrusting. Slap my ass again! Yue screamed. Naruto, being the gentleman he is, quickly did as she asked as a loud slap rang through the oasis. She was getting even tighter every time his palm met her ass. Harder, daddy! She screamed, and Naruto finally realized that it was a sadist he was with. Naruto figured he must have been looking rather awkward, trying to fuck a girl from behind while also dying of laughter. Naruto was usually a gentleman and he wasn't used to bring women pain in bed, but seeing as how this little hot princess clearly loved the pain, decided he could give it a go. Grabbing her long white hair with one hand, he pulled it roughly, forcing her back up against his chest. His other hands went back to her chest and gave on of her nipples a strong twist, causing the princess to release a loud yelp. Naruto almost came right then and there as she tightened around him. As Yue's breath became louder and more ragged, Naruto too began to feel his first release incoming, and with just a few more powerful thrusts, Naruto climaxed inside Yue, who in return arched against his front when she began to feel his warm jizz beginning to fill and fasten inside of her. When he was done, he let go of Yue and let her fall to the ground, hugging the edge of the pond with all her remaining strength. And we're done. Naruto spoke, to which Yue let out a small relieved breath. With the first round, starting round 2 out of 5 now. Naruto laughed as he reached down and grabbed her tired body. Please spirits, no. To be continued. Oh, make one. Wrong show. Mikasa. Naruto yelled loudly. Yes, master. We need to build a wall to keep the Titans out. Naruto spoke quickly. But this isn't an Attack on Titan crossover, master. Then what the fuck are you doing here? Oh, make 2. Naruto destroys the world with his dick. Ahahaha. Naruto laughed loudly as he took Princess Yue from behind in the pond, which created big splashed of water, while he unknowingly threw 2 koi fish out of balance. When Naruto left the Spirit Oasis, it was supposed to be midday, but the moon was out and was that a tsunami headed this way in the distance. Oops. Chapter 8. Poisonous Festivities. Azula slowly bit down onto her lower lip, while a small blush spread across her cheeks. She was currently faced with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Like the night they had attacked the North Pole, Azula had decided to sleep in Naruto's room, snuggling in close to her older brother. When she had woken up, she had expected to see Mikasa and the 2 other whores Naruto kept around. She didn't bother remembering the names, but she had expected to see them in the bed when she awoke, but there were no one. It was just her and her sleeping big brother. This brings us to the current situation, with Azula sitting on Naruto's abdomen, with her hands pressing down against his masculine chest. Brother, are you sleeping? Azula asked as she slowly laid her body down on top of Naruto's. The only response she got back from her question was his small snores. That's all right. If you're tired, then just keep sleeping. Azula spoke in a low voice before she planted her lips upon his collarbone. Azula had thought about drugging her brother before and this, but the problem about that idea was the guard dog of a woman that was always around, always except for right now. She planted a few more kisses upon the collarbone and slowly began to travel further down. She only stopped when she could hear Naruto grunt in his sleep. Stupid element 4, no match for my martial arts. What the hell was he dreaming about? Azula wondered as she slowly lifted her left leg over his body, so she could sit by his side instead of on top of him. Her face began to develop a small flush as her hands slowly trailed from his chest further down to his hard abs. She had no idea why her brother's body made her feel like this. She had seen other guys in the military sparring with topless against each other with similar body structures as her big brother, yet she felt nothing from watching them. It was only her brother who forced this lustful desire out of her. Azula kept her eyes on Naruto's face, while her one arm slowly sneaked below the blanket and further down his body. When her small hand slipped past the boxes, she felt her fingers prod against something she was quite sure she wasn't supposed to touch. Slowly, in the name of research, Azula carefully wrapped her fingers around the rather long object that she had found beneath Naruto's boxes. Morning. The door opened when Toph gave it a powerful kick. Azula almost took off towards the ceiling in surprise. Toph had helped Mikasa go fetch breakfast, and as soon as Naruto's room came within her field of vision, she saw something interesting. Him. A new voice let itself be known as Mikasa stepped forward into the door opening and saw what was going on, only to witness her master's sister with her hand on his dick while looking at her, and Toph mortified. For Azula, this was probably the worst moment in her life. Azula, could you please take your hand off my dick? Correction, now it was the worst moment of her life. Earth Kingdom, Northern Forest. A young man with wild short hair moved through the forest, while supporting himself on the trees in his path. A small limp in his step, a few bruises on his face, and a torn armor, as well as the two swords on his back, showed clear signs of a recent battle. This young man was Zuko. Everything was wrong. Nothing went in his favor anymore. Well, on the bright side, it couldn't possibly get much worse than this. He had become a traitor to the Fire Nation, or well, at least he was sure he had saved the Avatar and his friends from a transport back to the homeland, but had under the rescue attempt blown his own cover. They knew who he was and they were going to tell father and big brother. Sometimes he just hated his life, much like now. Zuko took a moment to lean up against a tree and enjoy the cooling breeze upon his face. The moment was quickly ruined, however, when he heard a low growl behind him. Turning his head back, he saw a couple of eyes staring at him within the shade of the woods. As they slowly moved closer, he could identify them as two bears. Today was just not his day. Slowly he drew his swords and waited for them to attack, but they refused. Why struggle? Zuko was wounded and tired. Sooner or later he would either collapse from exhaustion or simply let his guards down, and that would be when the bears attacked. Zuko took a stance. Even though he was wounded, he wasn't about to go down without a fight. With a slash of his sword, it spewed fire which hit both bears. Instead of being frightened, though, they simply got angry and charged towards him with a loud roar. They came right at him side by side. He managed to jump out of the way, throwing himself towards their left side. Turning around quickly before the bears turned, he managed to impale one of the bears with both blades in the side, causing it to let out a loud, painful roar. Before Zuko could pull his swords back out, the other bear came to the rescue of its mate by chomping down on his right arm. Thankfully, there was still small pieces of armor that protected his arms. It wouldn't hold long though. Suzuko quickly pulled one of his blades out of the bleeding bear and used it to stab into the neck of the one snoring at his arm. The bear refused to die, however, and Zuko found himself being tackled to the ground. While he had injured them, both bears were too large and strong to die from small wounds as those. However, there was still one thing he could do. As he was laying on the ground, both bears eyeing him like prey, before they descended upon him. Zuko shot his hands up to protect his face. Both the bears had no problem as they easily fit his hands into their mouths before their strong jaws began crushing his hands. Aarrgh. Zuko screamed in pain as their teeth pierced his hands and broke them like eggs. However, even a broken hand could still firebend. Zuko used all of his muscles to try and force his body up and forcing his hands and arms deeper into their mouth as he unleashed powerful jets of fire. Both bears tried to back off quickly, but Zuko managed to stand up and followed the bears as they backed. In seconds their intestines began boiling before they both fell dead. Zuko winced when he pulled his hands out of the dead bears' throats. His palms had been pierced in multiple spots. Some skin hanged loosely, but to his relief could he still move all of his fingers, though it hurt like nothing else. He still needed to keep moving, hopefully before infection sat in. At sea. Are you just going to ignore it? Suki questioned with a bored look upon her face. Naruto was currently sitting at a desk reading up upon what had happened in the Fire Nation the last few weeks, while Mikasa was on the bed reading another book. There was no sight of Toph because unlike her, she wasn't a slave and could wander around as she pleased. Ignore what? Naruto not even bothering to raise his face from the paper he was reading. Apparently a lot of villagers had went missing on a nearby island. Something about a wood spirit. If he had extra time he might as well check up on it. You aren't the slightest bothered that your sister practically gave you a handjob? Suki questioned. It had bothered her for a while now, that Naruto had just played it off like nothing. Wait, was incest legal in the Fire Nation? What did you want me to do? I can't blame her, it was my own fault really. As much as I hate to admit it, my cute little sister is growing up. She was just curious and unlike me. She didn't have a Mikasa to experiment on as I did when I grew up, so no, I'm not mad. Naruto spoke before a little smile formed on his face. In fact, Captain Farron just informed me that due to the favorable weather that we will arrive home 2 days ahead of schedule. His statement getting Mikasa's attention, who put down the book. So we will make it for the Fire Nation Unification Day? She questioned, while Naruto's grin only got bigger and a question mark formed above Suki's head. The what now? Suki asked, but wanted to swallow her words again, when she saw Naruto quickly coming towards her with his perverted grin. The Fire Nation Unification Day is a holiday set on the day the first Fire Lord unified all the islands and created the Fire Nation. It's a beautiful day, with music, dance, plays, games and fireworks. I was scared that we would miss it. Naruto spoke as he looked down on Suki, who seemed to squirm beneath his gaze. Suki slowly crawled backwards on the bed, while Naruto stood still. Small chuckles escaped his mouth as Suki retreated across the bed, until she bumped into something. Turning her head, she saw that the object that she had bumped into was Mikasa. What a HMM. Her words were cut off when Mikasa captured her lips in a kiss. Put on a good show now. Naruto grinned as he took a seat and watched. Suki tried her best at sending Naruto a small glare, letting him know that she didn't want him to look, but her attention was quickly taken by Mikasa again when she squeezed her ass, causing Suki to moan into the kiss. Toph was going to be pissed that they started without her. Mikasa completely dominated her, with her tongue exploring Suki's mouth. Slowly Suki's moans began to rise in volume. Carefully Suki raised one hand to cup one of Mikasa's clothed breasts. No wonder that Naruto could spend hours playing with them, Suki thought. To Suki, Mikasa had rather big breasts compared with her own. Mikasa was in truth, however, not the slightest bit interested in Suki, but was instead waiting for Naruto to join them. Pulling away from the kiss, a long saliva string connected both girls' mouths. Strip. Mikasa spoke in a command to Suki. There were no objections, and Naruto's smug grin seemed to grow when he saw how eagerly and how fast Suki stripped down to her birthday suit. When both were equally naked, Suki attempted to lean forward and capture Suki's lips once again, but was denied when Mikasa grabbed one of her arms and turned her around so that Suki sat in between Mikasa's legs with her back pressing against Mikasa's front, which meant that she was on full display for Naruto's viewing pleasure. However, Suki didn't even spare Naruto a single thought. As Mikasa's hot breath hit against her right ear, one of her hands cupped her small breast and Mikasa's other hand cupped her womanhood, which slowly began to rub her folds. Suki had quite a smile on her lips while Mikasa worked on her. When Naruto stood up from his seat, Mikasa sent him a small curious look. "I'm going to the bathroom, make sure not to show her any mercy. Oh, and if I can't hear her scream from while I'm in there, then you're not doing your job right." Naruto spoke as he turned around, and almost instantly he could hear Suki give quite a yelp, when Mikasa pinched one of her nipples and slipped a single finger in between her folds. Spirits. Naruto would have to reward Mikasa later, with how hard-working the girl was. 1 week later, Fire Nation Palace, Throne Room. "You stupid imbecile." Naruto had his eyes low and was looking around the throne room as he was currently being scolded by his dad, who wasn't exactly pleased that Naruto had gone ahead and made Yue the governor of the Northern Water Tribe without his consent. Naruto was the supreme military commander and didn't have the right to appoint governors. That right was his father's alone. It was funny, he didn't seem to care about his plans of getting Yue pregnant. Now he was just angry that Naruto had appointed a governor without his consent. Well, this wasn't the first time his father had been angry at him, and this probably won't be the last either. If you just for once could stop thinking with your second head and actually use your brain. Not only did you give her titles that wasn't yours to give, but you also succeeded in killing a loyal general. Ozai spoke. The last statement did make Naruto look up at his father's shadowed face. "Father, with all due respect, Zhao did kill Zuko. I caught and killed the pirates, who screamed the truth under torture." Naruto defended himself. "I'm well aware of attempt to murder Zuko. However, as for Zuko, to attack a Fire Nation vessel and break free the Avatar, our number one enemy is nothing short of treason." His father spoke, causing a small question mark to appear above Naruto's head. "Wait, Zuko isn't dead?" Naruto asked. The way his father spoke about the situation confused him. "No, he is not. He attacked the vessel which was supposed to transport the Avatar back here and freed him." Ozai spoke, while Naruto sat still for a moment. How come he hadn't heard? "Don't worry though, Zuko will be dealt with. Now tell me of how Azula did." Ozai asked. He had sent Azula as a commander and was curious of how his youngest child had performed. "Oh, Naruto was still processing the Zuko news. "She did rather average really. I didn't too much of her on the battlefield, but she followed the book and did what was expected of a commander." Naruto spoke honestly. He was not about to lie. When it came to military matter, he could be serious. "So would you believe it to be a good idea to give her a permanent position in the military?" Ozai asked in a calm tone. No, not right now. Give her maybe 2 or 3 years more. She is still too young to be leading armies. Naruto spoke, though there was a little nagging feeling in the back of his skull that said that he was protecting her and that she was more than ready, which might be true. Very well, send in the girl. Yue was her name. Ozai asked, and Naruto gave a small confirming nod before he stood up and left the room. Just outside of the throne room he could see Yue standing awaiting her turn to go in. She was actually shaking, having overheard Naruto being yelled at. Nervous. Naruto joked, hoping to raise her spirits. She was even more beautiful now that she was inside the Fire Nation. The weather here didn't quite agree with her thick coat, so now she was wearing a beautiful red dress which seemed to hug her figure and show off just exactly how big those breasts were. Naruto, along with most likely any other man, approved of the dress. Well, maybe not her father. He didn't sound pleased. Yue spoke in a small and meager tone. Don't fret, I think he took all his anger out on me. Say when you're done come by my room, we still have a child to make. Naruto spoke as he patted her on the ass. Yue gave a small nod. They wanted the child as soon as possible so she could go back home. Her father would remain in the Fire Nation as a political prisoner indefinitely, however, not that he would be treated poorly, it was like a VIP stay, just he could never go anywhere without guards watching. Yue then took a deep breath before she went inside the throne room, and Naruto turned around and began to walk to his room. He needed to prepare for the festival tonight from dusk to dawn. As soon as he opened the door to his room, he saw his mother storm towards. Naruto, what do you think you're doing? She sounded pissed. His mother was usually always calm, gentle and kind. So now that she sounded mad, Naruto wanted to turn around and run for his life. Mom, tell me what is wrong? Naruto asked, actual fear in his voice. You're taking advantage on this poor blind 12-year-old. Ursa questioned. She couldn't believe it. She always knew and accepted that her son loved sexual activities, but for him to become a sexual predator, had she really raised him to this? Naruto looked over his mother's shoulder to see Toph leaning over, while holding her hands on her mouth trying to stop herself from laughing. Mom, Toph is 15, she isn't as blind as she seems and can take care of herself. Naruto spoke, and this time it was his mother that had a confused look on her face. Slowly Ursa looked back to Toph, who could barely contain her laughter. She then knew she had been pranked. Don't be angry at Toph, she is a prankster. Like me, that's why I love her. Naruto said as he went over and gave Toph a hug and a small peck on the lips. I see. Ursa said, slightly embarrassed. Then changing subjects, what are you doing with that? Ursa asked as she pointed towards a can on the table, with some serious bad smelling tea in it. That's my black tea. I drink it before sex. Naruto stated obviously, or rather he drank it before having sex with Yue. Black tea wasn't very popular, seeing as how it wasn't completely safe. There was still a chance of having a child, but that chance went significantly down after drinking the tea. Was this cruel towards Yue? No, not really, they would just have extra much work to do before she could get pregnant. Naruto didn't want to let her go anytime soon. You know it's not safe, right? Of course. Ursa gave a small tired sigh. Very well then. Oh, and for the festival tonight I expect to see you with Cinder. Ursa spoke, while Naruto turned his head slightly. But I always go with Mikasa, and I planned on doing that again tonight. Naruto spoke. This wasn't really a subject that he wanted to discuss. He had always went with Mikasa and would continue to do so. You will marry Cinder in 3 days. Ursa spoke and Naruto quickly cut her off as he choked on his breath. I will what? That was way sooner than he had expected. He thought that the date would be somewhere in summer, well then again spring was pretty much over and the days were growing longer. Your father didn't tell you. We decided that it would be in the best interest to hold the wedding as soon as possible, and now that tonight that every lord gathers in the capital, we thought of holding the wedding soon after while they were still present in the capital. Ursa spoke, while Naruto took in the news, in 3 days. Therefore the people should see their future princess and you should show her to the people, so you will escort her tonight. Ursa spoke sternly. I see, Naruto spoke as he licked the inside of his teeth. By the way, where is Mikasa and Suki for that matter? Naruto questioned. They were usually always close or in his room. Cinder wanted to see them. After all, they will be hers too after the wedding. Ursa pointed out. Spirit realm. It's getting warmer. Aang pointed out. He and Roku were currently walking a long road. A palace stood in the distance. Roku said nothing, his face like stone as they moved further down the road. Around the roads were tall trees with monkeys sitting in top watching both of them, their eyes like shining yellow. Aang, are you sure about this? Most spirits tend to stay out of human affairs, but this one enjoys meddling and playing with them as if they were nothing but toys. Roku asked in a voice that clearly hinted that he wasn't a fan. You said that if anyone knew of Naruto's powers then it would be this spirit. I don't have choice. What I saw at the North Pole, no human should be able of that. Aang spoke as he remembered the Dragon of Lightning. Very well, but before anything, when talking to this one, you must appeal to his pride. He is one of the oldest and most powerful among all spirits. I will wait her by the foot of the palace. Roku stated as they arrived and Aang slowly began to walk up the stairs. There were so many steps, it felt like forever before he was done with the 7,000 steps. He then arrived at the big gate. Slowly Aang opened up one of the doors before he sneaked inside. Avatar. A loud voice shouted, causing Aang to stiffen. Turning around, he was met with nothing. However, the palace was blank, a big open room with nothing inside. Hello. Aang spoke out loud, curious to where the voice had come from. Avatar, tell me, why have you come? The voice spoke again from nowhere, while Aang took a small step forward. I need to. Aang was cut off when the entire palace began to shake. Of course. I should have known you avatars always coming by, when you need something. Never just a simple hi or how are you doing every time you visit, it's because you need something. The foreign voice spoke in slight anger. Aang ended on his ass as the palace shook, but then everything seemed to stop. Very well then, what is it? The voice asked, now seemingly calm and bored. Forgive me to ask, but you're Ifrit, the spirit of fire, right? Aang questioned. The voice didn't seem like a thousands of years old spirit, more like an annoyed teenager. Of course, now hurry, talk before I throw your ass out. I can only stand being in Rava's presence this long. The spirit grumbled while Aang just grew even more confused. Who in the world was Rava now? I need to know about the crown prince of the Fire Nation, Naruto. You know him, right? Aang questioned. Of course I do. I know every single firebender who lives and have lived. What about him? Ifrit questioned. Aang slowly took another step forward. I want to ask if you have done something with him, and if not, then how did he manage to become so powerful? Aang spoke, trying his best to act brave as he raised his voice slightly, while looking into the air with a stern look. Are you stupid? I have done nothing. The power of bending depends on the individual's chi. I thought the avatar of all people would know something like this. The spirit spoke mockingly, while one of Aang's eyes twitched. Then I have a request, could you take away his bending? Once again the entire palace seemed to shake. Every single firebender is my loyal subject, and you, a small child, have the gall to ask me to betray one of them. I don't care about your small human wars. Leave. As he finished that sentence, the room seemed to heat up. Aang tried to remain, but the heat kept on increasing until it hurt to breath, causing Aang to back off and run out the palace. Asshole. Aang couldn't help but yell at the big door. He didn't even get the slightest bit of help from that. Fire Nation. Palace. Baths. Naruto sat in the water, with Mikasa on his right, her head resting against his shoulder as they sat in the water in silence. Naruto had just told her what it was his mother wished. Mikasa wasn't upset, she never was after all. No, instead she had told him that as long as he was happy, she would be happy. That didn't help though, instead it broke his heart. Something in him told him to disobey his mother and father and just go with Mikasa, though that could create a small scandal if he were to marry in 3 days, and it sure as hell wouldn't make Cinder happy either. This sucked. You look annoyed. Mikasa pointed out as she slowly moved her body. Raising one leg, she turned around and moved on top of Naruto, sitting on his thighs, while looking him in the eyes. The water falling of her top made her shine in his eyes. And you look like a goddess, I've ever tell you that. Naruto asked as his eyes admired the perfection that was Mikasa. You have, every day. Mikasa spoke in a small tone that might as well have been a whisper, before she leaned in closer and pressed their lips together. Brother. And just like that, the moment was gone, as Naruto heard his sister speak his name. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of both his mother and sister standing naked. He did his best to avoid staring at his sister's hairless nether region and his mother's big breasts. I'm sorry, but you're kind of ruining a moment right here. Naruto spoke, a mild annoyance in his voice. It didn't seem to have the slightest effect as his mother descended down into the water. Too bad, it isn't your bath alone, beside we and Azula need to clean before the festival tonight. Ursa spoke, but as soon as the words had left her mouth she wanted to slap herself as Mikasa was still sitting on Naruto's thighs, her arms around his neck. Ah, Mikasa, I hope you understand with tonight and the wedding coming up. Ursa spoke as she fiddled with her hands. Why did his mom have such big tits? Naruto wondered as he had a hard time avoiding staring as they moved around while his mom was fiddling with her hands. I don't mind as long as Master is happy. Mikasa voiced, while Azula too joined in the water. Usually Naruto wouldn't mind being surrounded by 3 women all at once, but considering the 2 of them were family, made things a little more awkward. Oh good, by the way Naruto, have you asked Cinder to accompany you yet? Ursa asked, while Azula gave a small twitch at the name. No, but I will when done here, don't worry about it. Naruto said as he leaned his head back and rested it on the edge of the pool. This was getting problematic. Mikasa sat on top of him. Azula was pressing her small breasts against his side, and his mom was flaunting her breasts, and as a result Mikasa had begun to feel him grow beneath the water. This is just a waste of time, brother. When do you think we can use that drill on the walls of Ba Sing Se? Azula asked, telling that she clearly wasn't a fan of festivals and fun in general. Her question was met with a silence. Oh, I forgot I was to meet up with War Minister Chin today. Oh well, guess I do it tomorrow. Naruto spoke as Azula had just reminded him. He did have that nagging feeling that he had forgotten something today. Ursa let out a small sigh as didn't care much for the politics and war. By the way, Mom, will grandfather and grandmother attend the wedding? Naruto questioned, the question also grabbing Azula's attention. You know the law, so no, I don't think so. Ursa stated, the law of however marrying into the royal family, must let go of all former family and relation to the past home. It was a custom and a tradition, but still stupid and unnecessary according to Naruto, who had visited his grandparents plenty of times on Hira. I see, and why isn't Dad here yet? Naruto asked. This was practically the only day in the year Dad went outside of the palace. Dad had an important meeting with his council. Azula spoke, and Ursa wanted to facepalm as she had asked Azula not to speak of it. A council meeting without me? Naruto asked, curiosity as well as just a tint of anger in his voice. Maybe Dad is going to fire you because of the business with the Water Tribe Princess. Azula continued to play around as a small tick mark grew on Naruto's forehead. Without a word, Naruto pushed Mikasa off him and stood up. Azula quickly used her hands to cover her eyes, while Ursa almost jumped backwards, both their faces burning red as Naruto's dick pointed straight out into the air. Azula had small gaps in between her fingers that she was staring through. Not saying a word, Naruto turned around and marched out, not even realizing the display he had just put on. 2 seconds later, Mikasa hurried after him, leaving Ursa and Azula in awkward silence. A few hours later, the sky itself was beautiful red as the sun was about to retire from today down over the horizon. There was weak music in his ears and a delicious smell in his nose coming all the way from the city half a mile away. Currently Naruto was holding Cinder's left hand, while helping her board the carriage that would bring them into the city. Inside sat his family including Cinder, and as soon as he had boarded he could feel the vibrations as they began to move. Naruto was still angry with his father, as he had refused to tell Naruto what the meeting was about, claiming that it wasn't for him to know. Cinder, do they celebrate the Unification Day on Mistral as well? Ursa questioned as she wasn't happy about the silence they were having, even though it was only a 5-minute ride. My father would hold a small party, where most of the nearby village were invited. It was nothing big. I've always wanted to see it here in the capital. I've heard the midnight fireworks are a beautiful sight. Cinder spoke as she slowly placed one hand over Naruto's hand. A small smile grew on both Ursa and Naruto's faces at the small show of affection. I'll make sure that we get around to see everything. Naruto reassured, and despite the trip to the city was short, Azula wanted to get off as soon as possible. When they made it to the city, there was sound of people laughing. There was a scent of barbecue hovering in the air, and the music they could hear from the palace had increased tenfold, so they almost had to shout to talk to each other. To Naruto, this was just right. Somewhere else in the capital. Well, what will it be, little girl? A middle-aged man who was bending over asked as he sat on the ground, a small table in front of him with a single cup hiding 2 dices. He had a cocky smile as he asked. This little girl had a surprisingly amount of money, without doubt a spoiled noble child who had gotten lost under the festival, which meant easy money for him. She had already lost 3 times, and now the stakes were approaching heights that were downright arousing to the con man. Did he feel bad about scamming a little girl for all her money? Nope, he had been doing so for years. This was simply his work. I guess it's even this time. Toph spoke, putting up a submissive and confused front to lead the man into a fake sense of comfort. Oh, so close, but no cigar. Say, what do you say to we really up these stakes? The man suggested, causing a small smirk to grow in the corners of Toph's mouth. The man had no idea what he was in for. Naruto and Cinder. And this year's most beautiful and gracious lady of our festival is Queen Ursa. Was loudly announced, and Naruto and Cinder both watched from a balcony as his mother was given a crown of flowers. It's really not something that is up to vote. My mother wins every year, by default, for being the queen, really. Naruto spoke to Cinder as they oversaw the entire outdoor stage. His mother bowed down and a young girl came running up and planted the crown on top of her head. To be fair, it suits her. Your mother is incredible beautiful, I believe she deserves it. Cinder spoke, causing Naruto to look down over the stage once again, his eyes locking onto his mother, in her scarlet dress, long dark brown hair and her golden eyes. Yeah, I suppose she is. Naruto spoke, a small smile raising his lips. I'm just happy, everything turned out like this. I'm sure that you have heard many of the rumors, that before they discovered exactly how powerful my firebending was, my mother had a rough couple of years. Naruto spoke with a little sad smile. It was just one of the many reasons he was glad he was born with power so great, he thought as he turned his eyes towards the sky where thousands of small fires flew around. You are talking about your blonde hair and blue eyes? Cinder questioned, while Naruto gave a small nod. He didn't resemble his father at all, and his mother had gotten under quite the accusations for that. Sometimes even Naruto doubted that Ozai was his father. Surely there was a possibility, but he always did his best to push that thought out of his head. He had been raised as son of Fire Lord Ozai and Queen Ursa. Yeah, I'm thankful. My mother always protected me and cared for me, even under the accusations, and when it was discovered what I was capable, all the accusations seemed to fall flat, like they didn't even care anymore. But if I wasn't born like this, then I fear that my father might have resented me even more than my younger brother. Naruto spoke, neither of them noticing the guards that were running after two young women down beneath them. I don't think that I can offer any words that haven't already been said, so I hope you will allow me to change subject, as I wish to talk about the wedding, or rather the wedding night. Cinder spoke and managed to catch Naruto off guard. Of course, is something wrong? Naruto asked, his full interest towards Cinder. I just wish to know, what exactly do you expect of me? Cinder asked with a tiny tint of red on her cheeks, causing Naruto to swallow his breath. He was about to respond, but he quickly figured out how saying that he expected nothing from her could sound wrong, and he was not about to fall for the cliché. Well, that is a weird question. If you're nervous, then let me take the lead. You don't need to worry about it. Naruto spoke, but was once again caught off guard when Cinder placed a small thick book on the table in front of him. I've found this in your room, and I just want to know if you plan on using one of these on our wedding night. Cinder spoke in a low tone, while she kept her eyes low. While Naruto looked shocked, so that was where his book full of sex positions had gone to. He had been searching for it. Meanwhile, Cinder was growing more confident by the second. She had heard that Naruto was exceptionally sexually active, and she had been afraid of how that would affect her chances, but so far it was rather easy as she managed to make him blush and fiddle around. He would be around her finger soon enough. Nothing further could be said, however, as a loud boom rang through the capital and all looked towards the harbor where smoke were quickly rising from. Well, better go see what that was now. Naruto spoke quickly as he stood up. Harbor area. Slowly Naruto worked his way through the crowd. Farron, my favorite captain, you just can't stay away from me, can you? Naruto joked as he ran up and hugged her. Your Grace, this is sexual harassment and I just live nearby and came to investigate. Farron pointed out as she kept her expressionless face, despite Naruto's teasing. So what happened? Naruto asked quickly. He shouldn't be gone from Cinder too long. She had stayed a bit in the background, because after an explosion, there were a chance of blood and gore filling the streets. Luckily most of it had already been covered up. A man blew himself up, according to the neighbors. His best friend took off for the colonies a few days ago along with the man's girlfriend. Farron explained, and Naruto looked around. Tonight was filled with lovely couples who would walk around laughing hand in hand, probably sent him over the edge. Well, that blows. Any other victims? Naruto asked as he tried to control his own cracking smile. Apparently he was the only one who liked his own joke though. Except some guy's cabbages, no one was around. Farron answered as men began carrying away the pieces of the former man. I see. WLL, then I will be on my way and I'll see you at the wedding. Naruto spoke as he turned around and left. He had seen the guest list for the wedding and it made him pale. Over 1,000 people and he would have to shake hands with every single one. The rest of the night went as one would expect from a festival, with music, dancing and great food. When midnight arrived, a loud bang rang through the city as the sky exploded into beautiful colors. It is even more beautiful than I was told. Cinder spoke as she held Naruto's hand and they both looked up into the night sky filled with living colors. Slowly Naruto turned his head and looked at Cinder. He could see the many colors being reflected in her beautiful eyes. Cinder, this might sound cheesy, but please bear with me. Naruto spoke, while Cinder turned her head to look at Naruto. I promise that in our marriage, that I will try my best to make you happy. Naruto spoke, and for the first time Cinder found a genuine blush hit her cheeks. She opened her mouth to respond, but the words seemed stuck for a time, unsure of how to respond. Thank you. I will do my best as well to ensure your happiness too. Cinder responded, looking into his eyes. She was surprised as no one had ever talked to her like that and she kind of enjoyed it, this weird feeling his words gave her in her stomach. Say, how has my sister been treating you? Naruto asked, as the two began making their way down along the main road, people moving aside for them. I fear that Princess Azula doesn't like me. She has stayed rather quiet and on a distance from me. Cinder answered. She had noticed the hostile looks from the young princess at multiple occasions. Honestly, she couldn't figure out why the young princess disliked her so much, but then again, as long as Naruto still liked her, she honestly didn't give a shit for Azula. Well, Azula has always been cautious around strangers. Please be patient with her. She is actually a small angel once you get to know her. Naruto said proudly with a bright smile, while Cinder looked at him puzzled. Azula was a spoiled brat if Cinder had ever seen one. Of course, I hope she will like me one day, or maybe think of me as an older sister. Cinder spoke with a small cheerful smile. The young couple spent another hour within the city before they back up with the rest of Naruto's family when it reached an hour past midnight. While there still were plenty of stalls open all night, some more mature entertainment was also starting up now. The more adult-oriented shops could only start up after midnight. This was a law to protect the youngest participants of the festival whose eyes wasn't fit for such a sight just yet. I take it that you two have had fun tonight. Ursa spoke as they sat inside the carriage. She could see that they have had fun just from the way they were sitting. On the way to the festival, they sat with a small distance from each, but already now, was Cinder pressing up against Naruto's side, two small smiles planted on both their faces. Next to Cinder was a small trophy, as she had won tonight's archery contest, just one of her many talents, had she told Naruto, who had watched her from a distance. On her lap was also a small stuffed bear. It had by all accounts been a pleasant evening for Naruto, as he had got to spend more time with his soon-to-be wife. Most people in an arranged marriage rarely saw each other until the wedding. Well, even if it had been a pleasant evening, it wasn't done yet. There was still one more thing to do. When they arrived home at the palace, Naruto swiftly escorted Cinder back to her chambers and was given a peck on the cheek. He didn't stay around to chat, as fun as that might have been, as he quickly moved back to his own chambers. Master, back so soon? Naruto quickly looked around the room. Toph and Suki wasn't back yet. Oh well, as long as Suki did as Toph says, it will be fine. He then looked at Mikasa, dressed in her underwear, laying on his bed. Get up, we're going to the city. Naruto spoke with a small smirk. Won't your mother get angry? She questioned, surprised, while Naruto simply went over to a wardrobe and pulled out a green dress which he threw over onto the bed. 'Cause she will be, but she doesn't have to know everything. Besides, night is still young and Naruto craves some entertainment, so hurry up, or I go dancing without you. Nothing more need to be said as she quickly got dressed and followed after Naruto out on the balcony before the both jumped off. It's payday, bitch, oh no one is here. Toph kicked open the door, while Suki was following behind as she was dragging an enormous bag filled with money behind her. They could have gotten even more, but then Suki wouldn't have been able to drag it along. Nothing like scamming some scammers. Suki then threw all the money up on the bed and began counting their income, while Toph was wondering where the two lovebirds had gone. Glassy sky above. As long as I survive, you will be part of me. Glassy sky, the cold. The broken pieces of me. Glassy sky above. Covers over me, over me. What a beautiful voice. Both Naruto and Mikasa were currently attending a late-night masquerade party under open sky. They weren't exactly on the guest list, but being crown prince was pretty much a free invite to everything. Nobody recognized them as they danced with their arms wrapped around each other. Both had adorned a mask to conceal their identities. They didn't want to be disturbed, not for the next few hours at least. Their night went on, until the sky began to get an orange glow and the early birds began to sing from their trees. They ran atop a nearby hill which gave them a good look at the city. They both then quickly began to throw off their clothing and began making love beneath the open sky. Mikasa didn't even register the fireworks that marked the end of the festival as Naruto was hovering above her, the two staring passionately into each other's eyes. While he thrust into her, Mikasa's own legs was wrapped around his hip to aid his thrusts. Their moans and groans were being deafened by the loud fireworks in the background. The day of the wedding. Naruto hated this for a few reasons, the first one being the clothes. Naruto hated to dress fancy and was currently in a suit. Even his lovely wild hair was forced into the more traditional look with the ceremonial hairpin, and it didn't really fit his character. The second reasons were the sheer amount of guests as Naruto stood high up on an altar, waiting for Cinder to join him. He could feel no less than 1,000 people staring on his back, and even worse, once the ceremony was over he would be forced to shake hands with every single one. Music was being played as Cinder joined him on the altar. It was an elderly woman who spoke the pledge, and as Naruto and Cinder joined hands they were bound together by the red string. When everything was said, Naruto cupped Cinder's cheeks and slowly brought their heads together until they a long chaste kiss. The kiss was accompanied by a thunderous applause from the guests. When the ceremony was done, it was time to start the party. This time it was a little different from the festival, because this time Naruto was sure that the people in the city could hear the music that was being played here. Both Naruto and Cinder shared the first dance, before the guest began to join in. The tables were covered in food. Jesters and jugglers as well as sword swallowers walked around entertaining, while people ate, talked and danced. Both Naruto and Cinder were the ones who was focused as Naruto danced with as many women as possible while the men grabbed Cinder. All in all, it was a lot of fun. The only thing Naruto disliked, or rather hated, was the young horny guys who were gathering around Azula. Seeing as how this was a wedding and a time of festivities, she wasn't in much of a position to decline. Even worse was her mother, who urged her, seeing as how next time there would be a wedding it would be Azula's. Both Naruto and Cinder only was given small breaks to drink and eat before they were forced into another dance. When the part was nearing its end and it was about time to move inside, neither of them knew how many dance partners they have had. In his last dance he had been with a woman in a beautiful sea blue dress going down over her thighs. Her breasts had pushed against him throughout the dance. She had long beautiful brown hair and stood at an height just a few inches under Naruto. He think that her name was Tifa Strife. She was married to some lesser lord named Cloud. Well, he thought so at least. He couldn't really remember all the names at the party. Inside there was a small mountain, a mountain made of wedding presents for Naruto and Cinder. They would be busy packing those up tomorrow. Right now both Naruto and Cinder's family sat at a long table with overview of all the other tables. From left to right sat Cinder's father, Ozai, Naruto, Cinder, Ursa, Cinder's mother, Azula, and Cinder's half-sister Emerald. The day had passed quite fast, and there were just a few things left before Naruto and Cinder would go to his room and finish the wedding with a bang. Right now he needed to hold a speech. Naruto had drunken a little too much apparently, as he almost tripped on his way around the long table, earning a laughs from the guests. Usually something as small as this could be considered disgraceful, but nobody really cared as most of the other men in the room were just as drunk as he was. Well, either way he would have to keep it down a little. He doubted that Cinder would want him on top of her, while he reeked of booze. As Naruto stood and stared over the vast audience, he could feel his vision getting slightly blurred. Damn, he must have drunken a lot more than he originally expected. Don't worry, I know that nobody wants to hear my speech, so Naruto had to raise his voice to make sure everyone heard. However, I do still owe you all my thanks. A thank you to all the lords who showed up and took part in this wondrous day with me, and a big thank you to all the ladies for the lovely dances. Don't worry, I won't tell you husbands what we did. He continued as laughter erupted. Cinder said the same thing. Someone among the audience yelled and the laughter doubled. It was fun all around. Though his throat began to itch, he needed something to drink. Naruto raised his right hand and coughed into his palm, a big smile still on his lips, and he lowered his hand, only to see a small red glob on his palm. The smile quickly left his face, as he looked out on the guests, his vision getting even more blurry. War. Naruto fell down on one knee as he spat out a small fountain of blood from his mouth. In a moment the previous happy atmosphere was gone as the guests stood up from their seats in an instant. The ones furthest in the back, which included both his slaves as well as Toph, didn't notice right away, however. Who did this? Naruto questioned in a deadly tone as he tried to stand up. Everything was turning for him and he could feel more blood raising up into his mouth. Blue flames began to surround him, burning away at his clothes. Who the fuck did this? His voice had become borderline demonic by the end, and the blood he was throwing up was steaming when it hit the ground. However, as soon as he managed to get on his feet, another big fountain sprayed from his mouth. The blue flames that covered his body died down and he fell backwards, blood pouring from his mouth. Then the panic started. To be continued. OMAKE1, shitty filler. Master, the second season of my show is finally airing. Mikasa spoke excited as she came rushing into the room. Naruto, however, didn't look impressed. That's good and all, but come back when your name is in the title of your show and you have 700 plus episodes. Naruto spoke with a smug grin. But master, most of those 700 episodes were just shitty filler and flashback. Mikasa spoke honestly, while Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but nothing came out. I had some good fillers too. Naruto augmented weakly. I suppose the power thriller was okay, but only because it was originally planned as a movie. Mikasa spoke while Naruto covered himself in a blanket with a dark sky hanging above his head. Mikasa is so mean. Oh, make two good guys. Naruto was currently sitting at a war meeting, along with his father and all the generals and admirals in the Fire Nation. They were all listening intensely as Mikasa was reading aloud the reviews from last chapter. And finally, one anonymous reviewer asks, when will Naruto begin to become a good guy and help out the Avatar? There was a small silence before the entire room erupted into laughter. Chapter 8, Poisonous Festivity. Yeah, right. Chapter 9. Ozai. He was a man of few words. Whenever he gave an order, he wanted to see results almost immediately afterwards. He was ambitious, easily dissatisfied, and very hard to please. He grew up as the younger brother to Iroh. Growing up, he was jealous of his brother Iroh. Everything seemed so easy for him. His brother was carefree and loved by the people. He was laid back and calm, all things that couldn't be said about himself. The only time Ozai had seen his brother truly beaten down was for a long period after the incident that cost Lu Ten his life. A part of Ozai always knew that Iroh was aware that he had poisoned their father and stolen the thrones from him, and yet Iroh stood by calmly. Iroh had simply no interest in becoming Fire Lord. The first time Ozai had met with Ursa, it was on the wishes of his father Azulon, in hopes that combining the royal family along with the descendants of Avatar Roku, and for a time all was good. Nobody said no to marry a prince, and Ursa was even honored even further. She didn't marry into the family a virgin nor a noble. Despite her own feelings, she had left her former lover Akem to be with him. Ursa was by all rights a beauty to behold, and Ozai had had no objections to the wedding himself. However, he was also paranoid. He had sworn to Ursa to not kill Akem over such a petty thing as jealousy, but Ozai still had spies on the man, because Akem could walk around the island and say honestly that he had fucked the current queen. However, Akem never once again since their marriage came anywhere close to Ursa. He was relieved to some degree. One of the things he feared most was humiliation. Then Naruto was born, their firstborn son, blue eyes and blonde hair with nothing to resemble Ozai. The first moment he saw his first son, he had thought about throwing him as well as Ursa out from the highest tower in the palace. Three things stopped him that action, however. The first was that Ozai wasn't the current Fire Lord at the time, but his father Azulon, who clearly wouldn't be pleased if Ozai killed his wife and newborn son without him even getting to judge the circumstances. The second reason was the small amount of pity and sadness he had for Ursa as she cried and pleaded and swore upon her life that Naruto was his. He never could see himself in those ocean blue eyes though. And the third was the child, only a few hours old, began showing small signs of fire bending, which was completely unheard of. Time went on and two other additions to the family were made, Zuko and Azula. However, Ozai never gave them as much attention as they deserved. He never really cared about Zuko, As harsh as that may sound, Ozai wanted strength in his children, and only Naruto and Azula provided that. Naruto was a monster when it came to raw power, and Azula was a prodigy who learned at an alarming rate. It was the very strength that made Ozai accept Naruto as his son. Did Ozai even love his children? He loved their strength, and through that he supposed he loved them indirectly. In time, Ozai learned to focus out the small laughter by focusing on his work as Fire Lord. Yet he always wonders if the blonde was his son, or if the real father played him for a fool and was still walking around inside his palace. One thing he did know though was that Naruto was valuable, more so than any other resources, and that's why Ozai didn't poison Naruto. Cinder. Cinder had grown up on a somewhat boring island, lots of rocks and lots of bird shit. She had grown up with her father and mother and her half-sister Emerald. Their island wasn't especially big, a few cities scattered around it, a single big port, and their castle in the middle of it all. In her younger years, her mother spent a lot of her time with Cinder, who taught her about things such as courtesy as well as diplomacy. When she had gotten older, she had been shipped off for the main island to go to the Royal Fire Academy. A place for nobles and royals. She could remember the first day of her second year. Everyone was so excited that the Crown Prince would start, but they were all ultimately disappointed when it turned out he was to be homeschooled due to the special fire bending he possesses. After 4 years of academy on the main island, she returned home, where she could only wait patiently again for her father to ship her off for another lord to marry. She could remember a few months ago when her father had come smashing through her doors, telling her how the Fire Lord was gathering young women all over the nation and his son Naruto would choose a bride. They left in quite a hurry. The Crown Prince wasn't present when they arrived, but was on his way back from a mission on Kyoshi Island. She remembers having browsed for new clothes with her mom and half-sister in the capital. There were also quite a lot other women doing the same with their family, without a doubt in the capital for the same reason. Her mother had picked out a dark crimson dress for her, which made sure to show off her assets, while also hugging her figure and showing off her thighs. It was no secret the Crown Prince was very sexually active. Concubines and harem were fairly common for lords. She believed that as long as she would be queen, everything would be alright. Then during the meeting, she was actually nervous. She did her best to hide behind her confident smirk, while trying to keep her gaze high and strong. She couldn't see past the curtains of flames though, only 4 shadows flickering behind: the Fire Lord, the Crown Prince, the Queen and the Princess. She didn't have many expectations for the Crown Prince at first. She knew he was horny, that was about it. Most of the women who had gathered were probably willing to marry a pig if it meant they could become a princess and a future queen. However, her ideas of who Crown Prince Naruto was, were bashed away. When she got to spend time with him, he had chosen her to become his wife. She had expected a slightly immature, spoiled, horny brat, and while Naruto did at times live up to all of those, he did have other qualities that surprised Cinder. Soft eyes, a kind smile and a caring personality, were all traits that she didn't expect for him to have, yet he surprised her that, and well, he was muscular and good looking, which were a bonus too. She was ready to marry just about anything, but she was given Naruto and he was like a gift. On their date, he had held her hand almost through the entire evening. They had chatted like they had spent a year together. There was a good chemistry between them. She wouldn't say she loved him right off the bat. Love was something that needed to be built through time. But she liked him. He honestly looked at her with care, and when he had said that he will try and make her happy, her heart fluttered. She would become queen, something that she had always wished for, as well as being married to Naruto, which didn't seem top bad to her, so she neither was the one who poisoned him. Naruto. Naruto was pretty sure he was dead. As he stood in the middle of a beautiful clearing, there were big trees around covering this pretty piece of forest and a big lake in front of him. But what really gave away that this was heaven were the hundreds of naked Mikases. Some were swimming and others were surrounding him, kissing his naked chest and rubbing their bodies against him. If he knew death was going to be like this, he would have killed himself ages ago. Master, you can't play with us if you aren't naked too. One Mikasa behind him spoke with a small pout while another in front of him began tugging on his shirt. So this is where he would spend the rest of eternity. Yeah, he could probably live with that or well, die with that. Being dead was kind of confusing. However, he didn't complain as he quickly threw off his clothes. No time was wasted as Naruto captured one of the identical Mikasa's lips, while pushing her in close to him, a small jealous pout sounding from the other clones still surrounding him. Looking over the lake, he could see the Mikases that had previously relaxed in the water were now headed towards him, wanting to join in on the fun too. Slowly Naruto allowed himself to be drowned in an ocean of Mikases, as he laid there on the soft grass ground and allowed the Mikases to play with him and touch him however they wanted to. He slowly began to feel an irritation, not at the group of identical women, but rather an irritation in the throat, like he couldn't breathe properly. Naruto jolted awoke to a white ceiling. The first feeling that met him was something going down his throat. Grabbing it quickly, he began to pull it out of his throat. With a gasp, Naruto finally felt the object leave his throat. It had gone far down into his stomach. Looking at it, he recognized the object as a tube. Guess he had been out for some time. He felt tired, annoyed and hungry. Looking to his right side, he saw Mikasa sitting by his side, her head on the bed sleeping. A small smile spread across his face. Nothing could beat the original. She looked like a tired mess who had barely gotten any sleep at all, slowly placing one hand on the top of her head to stroke her hair. A jolt went through Mikasa as soon as his hand touched Naruto. She looked at him for a moment, clear happiness on her face, before she quickly changed it back into her usual neutral look. "I'll go inform the others you're awake," Mikasa said as she was about to turn around, only for Naruto to grab her wrist. "No, I'm tired, don't leave me." His tone was gentle as he scooted to the side of the bed, a gesture for Mikasa to crawl up to him. She wasn't even there for a minute before both of them were sleeping away in each other's arms. None of them noticed Suki, who had come with food for Mikasa, seeing as how Mikasa hadn't left the room for 5 straight days. Evening. 5 days? If I knew that a wedding would involve me spitting blood, then I think I would have passed. Naruto lightly joked as the rest of his family stood in the room, including Mikasa and a male doctor who had been in charge of his recovery. "Can you move?" Ozai asked, wanting his son back in action as quickly as possible. He was a valuable asset, and if the news of his death or if he suddenly became weak, he knew that it would give this rotten-brained earthbenders hope. "Of course, a bit sluggish though. Give me a day to come back on top, or maybe a honeymoon with Cinder to Ember Island," Naruto said with a dirty little smile. Well, at least nothing had changed, Ursa thought with relief. Anyway, who poisoned me? The person clearly didn't do a very good job, Naruto pointed out, while Ursa looked a little unnerved by the question. "We have yet to capture the culprit, however, searching for him or her, the main island has been totally shut down. Nobody had been given permission to leave or enter, still we won't be able to do this forever." Ozai spoke in a tone that was rarely heard. He was pissed. His son being poisoned was bad enough, but Ozai hated when people could get away with scheming right under his nose. Slowly Naruto sat back up on the bed. He had multiple red spots on his chest, where leeches had been sucking his blood in order to get the poison out. Well, I'm fine now, so let's open the island back up. The common people will begin to suffer without the trade from the other islands and out colonies. And not to think about the economy. You would let your would-be killer run away? Ozai questioned in a dangerous tone. I simply believe that we should show the people that there is no reason for panic and the assassination failed and everything can go back to how it was. Naruto said with a small smile. Ozai kept the stern look in his eyes, but to be blunt, he wanted to do the same thing. The other lords were on his back too, complaining about wanting to leave. It was a matter of honor, however. Well, maybe he had captured the poisoner. Ozai had executed over half of the staff that worked in the kitchen during the wedding, and nothing since then had been heard. Ursa and Azula both looked at Ozai, whom gave a small sigh. I will take your request into consideration. Great. Now, Mikasa, do you know what I crave? Naruto asked with a small glint in the eye. Throughout the years Mikasa had been Naruto's slave. She knew every look and smile he could make. Turning around, she left for the kitchen. The staff had already been pretty much replaced. She needed to bring Naruto some ramen. She stayed with you ever since you were put in here 5 days ago. Ursa spoke with a gentle tone and a smile on her face. When the doctor had advised for Naruto to be left alone to get some sleep, he had grabbed out after Mikasa's hand, forcing her to stay by his side. Yeah, she is great, no need to tell me. But I don't want to say it, but I have a small headache. My back hurts from laying too much down, and to be honest, I'm feeling a bit irritable. Naruto said with Ursa picking up on his words, knowing that he would like to be alone. But Azula, can you stay? There is something I wanna tell you. Naruto said with a sweet smile, and Azula stopped in her steps, while their parents and the doctor left the room. Naruto clapped the spot next to him on the bed, and Azula jumped up next to him. Both their legs were dangling off the bed edge. Now then, anything you would like to confess? Naruto asked as he looked at Azula, whose eyes instantly fell. You know? Azula asked, her tone low and careful with a hint of sadness. When Naruto saw her lower lip beginning to quiver, he leaned forward and brought his arms around her in a hug. Don't worry, I'm not upset. Naruto whispered into her ear as one hand began stroking her flat dark hair. It wasn't meant for you. I don't know why you ended up drinking it. Azula admitted as she buried her face in his shoulder, while Naruto kept her close with a small smile. I'm guessing it was meant for Cinder then. I'm not mad, just disappointed that you would go so far. Now look at me. Naruto spoke as he slowly let go of Azula, who looked up into his blue gentle eyes, which held nothing but love for her. You're my precious little sister and I will always love you. Besides, come on, you weren't afraid of something like poison taking me out. If I die, it has to be on a battlefield or maybe in my bed when I'm around 100. Well, who knows? The moral of the story is your brother is too cool to be done in by poison. He spoke with a broad smile. Azula, who had begun relaxing in her brother's presence, felt herself began to breathe normally again. Are you going to tell Dad? She questioned. Father thought highly of her, but if he knew, she wouldn't dare to think what he would do. If you agree to try and befriend your new sister, I won't, and I will talk to Cinder as well. Now scram, when Mikasa and Suki gets here they will spoil me, and that's not for your young innocent eyes. Naruto said as he ruffled her hair before she stood up. How did you know it was me? Azula asked a last question as she stood by the door. Because you just told me, silly. And with that, Azula opened up the door and exited, only to come face to face with Mikasa. Going from her eyes, Azula assumed she must have heard them. Mikasa usually kept her eyes low around Azula and any other member of the family, but right now there were bloodlust in her eyes. Not saying a word, she simply turned to her left and walked away. Night. Big tears were streaming down Naruto's face as he watched the big pile of paperwork that lay buried on his desk. Watof, Suki, if you haven't even done anything since I was poisoned, you could at least have organized the papers. Naruto yelled in fake anger. Well, I was busy taking care of Mikasa, while you were out, Suki said before she looked around the room, avoiding Naruto's gaze. He then looked over at Toph, who simply laid on his bed and was picking her nose. Moo, Toph, weren't you worried about me? Naruto asked with his best puppy eyes. Nah, don't worry, you're too cool to be done in by poison, Toph said, making Naruto run over to her and high-five her, only for a horrifying truth to hit him. EWW, you got a bugger on my hand, Naruto said as he wiped it off in Toph's dress. Did you just rub it off on me? Toph asked, while Naruto slowly backed away. It wasn't like she could see when she was laying on the bed. Nope, Naruto simply said, before his eyes turned to Suki, his look sending a quick shiver down her spine. Then what about you, sweetie? Weren't you worried about your sweet master's life? Naruto said with a grin. The only thing that could be heard in the room were his footsteps as he approached Suki. Well, I guess I was a little worried, she admitted. She stood completely still as Naruto came over to her. He walked around her before his arms surrounded her and he hugged her from behind, while bending down, letting his chin rest against her right shoulder. That makes me happy. If that's the case, then you might want to join me, Toph, and Mikasa in bed, Naruto suggested, his mouth right next to her ear. Suki realized that Naruto would never force himself upon her without her consent, though that didn't stop him from touching her in any way he pleased. As long as you won't force me to anything, then okay, Suki said slowly, only for Naruto to throw her through the air and onto the bed. Say no more, a hungry grin on his face. Next morning. This will be written down as one of the most important innovations in history and will be one of the turning points of this war, War Minister Chin boasted as Naruto walked behind him while looking at the new weapon Chin seemed so proud of. Mikasa too looked at it with a boring look as she walked next to Naruto. Airships, huh? Well, I guess they seem useful enough, but how many men can be stationed in one? Naruto questioned, looking at the big airship. Well, you see, space itself has been a bit problematic, but we keep working on it. This ship should be able to store no less than 35 men. Jin spoke in hopes of impressing the crown prince, who still looked at it with a neutral and almost bored look. Well, it's better than nothing. Is this the only one of its kind? He questioned. Yes, we have already begun mass producing, but the production itself might take a month or two before we can acquire more, and as for the drill you asked about, it's currently being transported and will be ready near Ba Sing Se when you arrive, Jin assured him. Good, that monstrosity haven't been cheap, might as well put it to its test, though I do plan on taking a small detour to see Omashu, Naruto said. The fall of Omashu had been a pleasant surprise, which also had bothered Naruto slightly. He had heard tales of this King Bumi who should be an amazing earthbender, and then for the city to just fall didn't sit right with him. Of course, Your Grace, and if it means anything, then I'm happy you're okay, Quinn spoke with a bow as Naruto was about to leave. It doesn't, but thanks anyway. Gardens. Claims were that the Earth King had the most beautiful garden in the world, stretching almost as far as the eye could see. Though Naruto doubted that would be true, nonetheless Naruto loved the gardens they owned as well, filled with wild plants, pounds filled with turtle, ducks and different birds settling in the trees. Him Azula have Naruto questioned as he sat at a table in the gardens, along with his mother and his wife. They sat by a small table in the middle of the garden, the sun shining down upon the trio, while they were enjoying lunch. Mikasa was sitting by a nearby pond and was feeding the turtle ducks bread, with a small smile on her face. Your father wants Zuko back, but not because he had done anything good, instead it's about the help the Avatar escape situation. Ursa said, looking at the two newlyweds who were acting all lovely around each other. She felt like she was just in the way as they kept spoon-feeding each other pieces of cake. Honestly, Dad is overreacting. The Avatar is just a small kid, not worth that much. He is a nuisance at best. Naruto said, stating his disappointment in the Avatar. He still hoped he could prove a challenge one day, but then again, his eyes going over Cinder. If she was going to have his child, maybe he should cut off those selfish desires and focus on creating a more peaceful world for his future child. Night. Naruto just realized a scary truth. He wanted to be Fire Lord, but he also hated remaining at the same place for too long durations of time. When he became Fire Lord, he was afraid that he would have to sit in the throne room for every single day. To be blunt, it was mostly his desire to let loose that was speaking to him. He was on his best behavior back home and have even made Toph promise to do the same, but now he began to crave the Earth Kingdom only for the reason he could go around and do whatever he pleased there. Maybe he should give Toph more attentions. While she didn't show anything when he sent her away this evening, he was going to consummate their marriage, which basically meant that his mom had forced everyone out of his bed so it would only be him and Cinder, though Toph seemed a bit quiet about it all, which was unusual for the big-mouthed blind girl. Maybe he was just a little overwhelmed at the moment due to his personal life. He wasn't sure about Cinder either. His mom had told him about the times she visited him while he laid unconscious, though he wasn't sure if she was worried about him or her future at the court. The girls were sleeping in another nearby room tonight, seeing as how this would be Cinder's first night as his wife, and well, he had to agree with his mom that it had to be a special night only between the two of them, though he still felt a bit uncomfortable being in a room without Mikasa. He knew he shouldn't be nervous about this, but there still were a little nagging in the back of his stomach, maybe because Cinder was his wife now and well, that called for some commitment he had never tried before. Maybe he was also a little afraid of ending like his father, constant in doubt if the children she gives will be his. He knew a few lords who had unfaithful wives. He fucked them himself. Naruto stood up on reflex when he heard the door to his room open up. A small smile spread on his lips when Cinder strolled inside, in a beautiful crimson dress, her ashen black hair that reached just down past her shoulder. You know, you really didn't have to dress that nicely, it's going to come off shortly. Naruto said, somewhat feeling bad about himself as he simply wore his red robe over himself. Who said that I aimed to impress you? Cinder retaliated with her usual small smirk. Naruto could swear that she was adding extra swing in her hips as she approached him. Oh, careful now, I would prefer not to be too rough on your first night, but if you keep acting like this then I'm not sure I will be able to hold back. Naruto warned as Cinder stood in front of him and looked up at his face, the fireplace being the only little source of light they had. Who said I wanted it gently? Cinder continued to tease, slowly moving her face closer to Naruto's, and a second later their lips met in a chaste kiss. Their arms pulled each other closer to deepen the kiss. Of course, it didn't take long before Naruto's robe hit the floor, followed by Cinder's dress. No underwear? Naruto questioned with a smile before they pulled back into the kiss. He could feel her soft bosom pressing against his firm chest. It would only get in the way, but it would be embarrassing if I'm the only one. Cinder said as her fingers tugged at the boxes Naruto wore, the only piece of clothing remaining. He could swear he heard a tiny yelp when he lifted her up into bridal style, before he placed her gently down on his bed. Well, if you insist. Naruto said as he quickly allowed the boxes to hit the floor, his semi-erect member sticking out. There was something about the way Cinder eyed him that sent shivers of excitement down his back. The confident Cinder found herself stunned if for only a second, while struggling to come up with anything to say. It was the first time she had even seen a male genital. Well, she had seen them in books, but that's it. It looked plenty of big to her, but it was hard to compare it to anything. I had a hard time to believe the rumors, but they don't even do it justice. Cinder said in a low voice, while Naruto slowly crawled up on the bed hovering above her. As Naruto sat in between her thighs and leaned down against her, she could feel the warmth of his manhood as it rested upon her stomach. While she was intrigued by the new feeling, she wasn't exactly given a chance to look at it as Naruto's face hovered above her and connected their lips once again, though only briefly as he began to trail small kisses down her throat to her collarbone. Her body briefly tensed when one of Naruto's hands cupped a breast, carefully squeezing it in his palm. Such a beautiful creamy skin. Naruto praised. Her small gasp was beautiful music when his tongue licked against the side of her throat. You're not half bad, Cinder said with a certain cockiness to her tone. It was like a challenge being issued. Unfortunately for Cinder, Naruto took these kinds of challenges very seriously. Her body ached when she felt a lone finger penetrate through her walls. Not half bad, Naruto questioned with a smile. A small spark of electricity in his fingers that palmed one of her breasts caused Cinder to release a loud moan. I really did felt like being gentle with you, but if you think I'm lacking then. Cinder's eyes went wide when Naruto pressed his thumb against her clit, while the finger inside of her thoroughly explored her depths. I may have spoken too soon. Cinder was caught off guard when Naruto added another finger. The room was filled with a mix of both Cinder's moans as well as the growing sounds of his fingers thrusting into her, something that gradually became easier as Naruto could feel his finger beginning to be covered by her own wetness. Cinder was finally given a chance to sit back up when Naruto pulled back from her and sat straight up, his fingers pulling away from her, more than happy with the results as he saw her juices drench his fingers. Now then, whenever you're ready. Cinder was finally able to get a good view of his body as he was on his knees in between her legs. Most noticeable was of course the raging dick between his legs pointing up against the ceiling. She watched as Naruto coated it in her own wetness that was on his fingers. This might not be normal for the first night, but would it be okay if I were on top? Cinder questioned. She would accept either answer. She was just a bit more comfortable when she was in control and she would be able to do it at her own pace, instead of just laying with spread legs slowly having to accept it at whatever pace Naruto decided. If that's what you want, then sure. Naruto said as he leaned in against Cinder again and placed a quick kiss on her lips before he pulled her with him down. This time she was on top of his chest. For a moment she was unsure of what to do as her hands were on his muscular hard chest, but she also knew there was one thing they needed to do and might as well get to it. Cinder raised her body slightly and reached around behind her to take hold of Naruto's dick. Her hand made a quick contact, but pulled away quickly again as she was caught by surprise when it throbbed as soon as she touched it, a small blush on her cheeks when Naruto began laughing at her surprised look. He laid on his back relaxed, while Cinder took hold of his dick. She raised her hips up slightly, allowing it to point up beneath her before she slowly began to ease down on it. He wasn't sure if he should offer help as she watched her struggle a bit getting it in. though neither did he want to say anything that could potentially hurt her pride. His help wasn't needed though, as his glands penetrated up through her folds. Cinder closed her eyes at this new sensation as her walls were slowly parted by the big invader. Cinder's face held small traces of pain. She stopped halfway down on it when she felt Naruto's hands slowly moving up her thighs. Cinder, do it at your own pace, don't force yourself. Naruto said, his voice gentle and mixed in with the crackling from the fireplace. Slowly Naruto sat up, letting Cinder lean in against him. Her fingernails began to dig into his shoulders as she continued, and with a final deep gasp Cinder managed to penetrate herself down on it. She sat in his lap, her head resting against his shoulder with slightly ragged breath. I wouldn't mind if it was a bit smaller, Cinder muttered as her head remained tiredly on his shoulder, before she looked up at his gentle smile. She just needed a moment to get a feel for it before she could begin to move. Meanwhile, in a nearby room occupied by Naruto's much-beloved group, Mikasa sat with her ear up against the wall listening to the gowing moans and grunts as Naruto and Cinder's lovemaking was heating up. Suki had a small tick mark on her forehead as she tried to sleep, but even when in a different room her master decided to keep her awake. Well, at least there was one good thing, as she had a perfect view of Mikasa's rear while she leaned up against the wall. Suki stopped staring at Mikasa's ass. Toph muttered as she rolled over on her side next to Suki, who was now blushing. Mikasa though paid to comment no attention as she was still more occupied in listening to the wall. Why, you saw? Wait, I thought you couldn't even see when you laid in bed. Suki asked, confused, only for Toph to turn once again to face Suki with a big shit-eating grin on display. Nope, can't, but thanks for admitting it, perv. Toph said. She had a feeling and just wanted to poke a little fun at Suki, but for her to actually admit it was even better. Slowly scooting closer to Suki, her small blush was replaced with confusion until she found Toph reaching behind her and places a hand on her ass. Toph, what are you doing? Wanting to be entertained? Besides, Naruto already said that I can command you around, so I don't think you have any objections. Toph asked, giving Suki's rear a light spank which got her a small surprised kya from Suki's mouth. All the sounds coming from Naruto's room makes me feel like I'm missing out. I demand first ride tomorrow. Toph said, quickly calling dibs, and for the first time Mikasa sent a small annoyed glare, clearly having the same thoughts. Naruto's room. Naruto could swear that he heard something. Well, maybe it just his imagination. His eyes went back to Cinder, who was still trying her best. With her head thrown back, he couldn't get a good look at her face, but he guessed she was tired. She had already achieved her own first climax, though he was nowhere near yet, unfortunately, and poor Cinder knew her job wasn't done until she felt his own climax fill her. He had both his hands on her well-shaped ass, helping moving her up and down. As her own work was sloppy at best, he believed that they were supposed to go for more than a single round, but Cinder seemed done. Let's switch, Naruto said without waiting for response from Cinder before he gently pushed her down from him and he crawled on top of her. If she felt uncomfortable with her movements being restrained while his body was directly over her, he would try and give her space, but neither did he want her to continue to be the one to do the work, clearly exhausted. He felt her sharp nails dig into his back as he once again penetrated her, pushing her folds. As he dove in to capture her lips in a kiss, his eyes felt captivated by her sprawled out dark hair. It was nearly impossible to see, but his eyes saw it thanks to the small light from the fireplace, that along with her vulnerable face awoke something in him, a certain desire. She was his legal wife and a born noble, surely he couldn't, but his dick yelled at him to roughen her up. Maybe she would even like it. Cinder even talked about how she was willing to try many things during their date in the city, and if he achieved his own climax quickly, that would be like showing her mercy. Sometimes he could be gentle, other times though it felt boring, and this was one of those times. Cinder felt a small shiver travel through her entire body when she saw the dangerous smile her blonde husband had as she looked at her with eyes that screamed hunger. UMGH. Her voice hitched when she was met with a way more powerful thrust than earlier, her voice being muffled due to Naruto still kissing her. Well, Naruto would greatly disappoint himself if he didn't have fun on his own wedding night. Cinder's face scrunched into one of pleasure as he began to trail small kisses down her neck. He placed one hand upon one of her breasts, while the other held a firm grip on her right hip. The pace quickly fastened and the bed began to squeak under the two new lovers. Cinders raised one hand further up and grabbed a fistful of blonde hair, while Naruto gently bit on her collarbone. Another small slap filled the room when his ball sack once again hit against Cinder's rear. He wanted to hear her beautiful voice. He had to take a break when Cinder arched her back and he could feel her tighten around his cock, clearly getting to her second orgasm. Nam. Sounded like she was about to say his name, but his sudden movement cut her off as he began to move again as soon as possible. Naruto continued his thrusting for another 10 minutes before he was finally able to reach his own orgasm. There wasn't much life left in Cinder, but she still had enough strength for both her hands to come around his neck and hold him close while his hot essence began to fill her up. When Naruto was done with a last small grunt, he began to pull out. He looked at Cinder's tired face just moments before she fell asleep, still heaving for air. Well, guess this means no round 2. Naruto said, wondering what Mikasa was doing. She would never allow him to sleep unsatisfied. Next day, Cinder's eyes slowly fluttered open and was greeted by the sun. Slowly moving around in bed, she found herself alone. Hearing the small sound of chewing, she sat up, exposing her top half of her body. Your Grace, good morning. The brunette who sat at a nearby table spoke when she noticed Cinder waking. Cinder recognized her as Suki. She would have to get used to be called Your Grace now, which she didn't mind at all. Where is Naru, my husband? Cinder asked as Suki stood up from her chair. He, after having been asleep for a few days, decided that he wanted to train along with Mikasa. Should I go get them? Suki asked, looking towards the door Naruto was behind. She wasn't sure though if he and Mikasa was still training in there or were having sex, and if they were, would it be alright for Cinder to see? As if on cue, the door opened up and Naruto and Mikasa came strolling out in their training gear, which for Naruto was nothing but loose long orange pants, and for Mikasa loose purple shorts and a white sports bra. Suki wasn't sure if Cinder was playing coy or if she was actually embarrassed when she saw Naruto and pulled the bed covers up above her breasts. Morning, Cinder, slept well? Naruto asked as he sat down on the bed. As well as could be expected. Could I? She stopped when she saw Mikasa holding up an open robe for her to wear, apparently already knowing what she wanted to ask for. Cinder soon found herself sitting on the balcony with Naruto eating breakfast. The view was amazing, the mountains, the distant sound of humans in the nearby capital city, along with the blue sky made for an ideal morning. Is this normal? Cinder asked curiously, making everyone look at her. Cinder understood that the blind girl Toph was a guest as well as a mistress to Naruto, which she was okay, but the slaves still confused her slightly. What do you mean? Allowing the slaves to eat at the same table as us, is that really okay with you? Cinder asked. Mikasa seemed to take the question calmly. Suki though turned a little pale. Well, I like having everyone at eye height, though the treatment of slaves do vary for each master. Naruto spoke with a small grin as he sipped his tea. I hope that's not a problem for you. No, not at all, just curious. Cinder said, still a little careful around her husband, she still needed to get to know him better. Naruto would soon go on one more trip to the Earth Kingdom. His first stop would be at Yudao. From there Omashu, and if everything went as planned he would lay siege to Ba Sing Se like the Dragon of the East once did, hopefully with better results. Cinder, please speak freely. I've told you I will do my best to make you happy. That means listening to your thoughts. Naruto said as he noticed her low eyes. He knew the look, someone who wanted to say something, but couldn't. I'm just wondering, if anything happened to you, what would you name our child? If by pure chance I am pregnant now and you wouldn't be able to, well, make it back. Cinder spoke. The question actually seemed to amuse him. He would have been killed many times over in the Earth Kingdom if it weren't for Mikasa. Now he has Toph and Suki too, so he felt pretty safe, but he supposed the chance was still there. Funny, actually, just the other night I had a dream about a little girl and Naruto was cut off when Toph spat her tea on parts of the balcony and on the table. That sounds so wrong. Ha 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 ha. Suki also began to snicker, not being able to hold back as Toph was laughing and Naruto actually blushed a deep red. Oi, fuck you. Naruto yelled embarrassed, while Toph kept laughing at him. We would see how fun she was having when he was going to face fuck her later for this. Meanwhile Cinder was taken a bit back at seeing this new side of Naruto, so even he could get flustered. When Toph finally stopped laughing, Naruto was able to talk to Cinder again, still with slightly red cheeks. Well, if it's a boy, then you can name him, though it would be nice if you could keep it somewhat traditional to the family, though if it's a girl, then I guess she would be my little Tanya. 2 days later. Naruto was back on top of the world, feeling just fine. As he stood in the harbor about to go aboard, he had already said his goodbyes. He would home in maybe a month to a year depending on how much Ba Sing Se planned on resist him, and there might even be other complications along the trip, but still he was feeling optimistic. Naruto, are you sure about bringing her along? She might just be a liability. Suki said, questioning Naruto's decision to bring aboard a fifth part member, while Naruto just grinned at her concerns. We are using this ship, why not the big one you used at the Northern Water Tribe? Yue asked as they boarded the ship. Rising Fire. That ship has far more important things to do than escorting people around. Even if it's me, not this ship will do. Naruto spoke. The last 2 days he had given Cinder as much attention as possible. He might have neglected the other girls a little, but now was his chance to make up for it. The journey to Yudao was long. Beside, this ship has my beloved Captain Farron stationed on it, and she has a nice ass. Naruto stated without a hint of shame. Usually Farron worked as captain of Rising Fire, but Naruto had her transferred. Why? Because he could, though he did give her a raise too, so she couldn't be too mad, he hoped. Might be fun to have Yue with him as well. He did owe her a child too, and she really wanted to come along. What is the worst that could happen? Chapter 10. Chapter 10 Yudao. Naruto. An. Naruto awoke from his sleep with a great big yawn. He felt great and energized. Despite having only been asleep for the usual 7 hours, it felt like he had been sleeping for years. Looking down, he was happy to see Mikasa hard at work under the covers. They were headed for Yudao by ship for a week now, and there had been little to do except sex. They had gotten quite a large bed as Naruto had insisted, they all shared it. Yue and Toph were still happily sleeping after the fun they had last night, while Suki was slowly grinding the sleep out of her eyes. "Why do you look so happy?" Suki questioned as she noticed Naruto smirk at her, his blue ocean eyes almost shining. "I slept well," was his only small response, before he threw the covers off and both Naruto and Suki watched as Mikasa happily sucked on Naruto's cock. Morning Naruto. Mikasa removed her mouth only for a moment to speak before she went back to her morning duties. "And morning to you, beautiful," Naruto said while a small pleasure-filled growl rolled from his throat. Naruto kept on enjoying the pleasure through the morning until a knock sounded from the door. Suki was the one who went over and slowly opened the door just a small bit, so she could see who it was. When she had confirmed the person, she turned towards Naruto. "It's Captain Farron," she spoke with a natural tone, as the sexual display placed in front of her no longer bothered her. "RMMIC sent her in," Naruto said with a small break in his sentence as Mikasa was still working on him. When Farron stepped into the room, to her credit, her expression didn't go through any changes, despite Naruto being still naked and Mikasa's naked ass pushing up in her direction. "Your Grace," she spoke, her tone never betraying her. Captain Farron, for what do I owe the visit? Business, or am I so lucky you finally came to me for pleasure?" Naruto asked as he looked her over. "Business. I've come to inform you that," she stopped speaking when Naruto raised a single finger indicating for her to stop. She could see the veins run along his throat as he leaned his head back and gave out a drawn-out moan as he came inside of Mikasa's mouth. That was great. Sorry about that. To continue." Naruto spoke as Mikasa unplugged her mouth and swallowed his cum. Despite the show they were putting on, Farron still looked on completely emotionless. "We are due to reach Yodao in an hour, Your Grace, that's all," she spoke quickly and firmly. Naruto did a small stretch as he began sitting upright in the bed. "Very well, if that's all, you're free to leave, unless of course you want to Joe." Smack. The door was slammed behind Farron as she left. "She's quite rude, but then again that's one of the things I love about her," Naruto spoke with a small shrug, while he began getting dressed. Yudao. The news that the Crown Prince would visit the great city had spread like fire to all the settlements along the western shore of the Earth Kingdom. People traveled far to get a glimpse of him. Finally, a great big ship became visible by sea. The people began to cheer, and the closer the ship got, the louder the cheering became. Finally, Naruto appeared on the deck of the ship, visible to all the citizens in the city, who looked at him with different expression. "Your Grace, congratulations on your marriage," was one of the first things that met his ears. "Did they catch the one who poisoned you? Congratulations on your recovery." There were many different shouts, with the majority being congratulations or questions. "Hello Yudao, thank you for having me," Naruto yelled back, putting on his most dazzling smile, while Yue behind was clearly quite shocked at seeing how loved Naruto seemingly was, while Suki rolled her eyes. "Don't be fooled, he's just acting," Suki pointed out to Yue. "I know that, but still, they love him," Yue pointed out. This was just a colony, yet the people here cheered more for Naruto than her own people in the Northern Water Tribe had ever done for her. The governor stepped forth, along with his wife and daughter. 3 days with rain and storms. I thank you, Your Grace, for brining the sun along with you all the way from the mainland. Morishita spoke, with a small bow, his family following suit. Not at all, Governor, I'm the one who feels thankful for visiting our great colony. Naruto said as he came down from the ship and shook the governor's hand. After the warm welcome, they were escorted back to the governor's mansion. They had a lot to talk about. Evening. A large banquet was held, with Naruto's group and the governor and his small family sitting at the table. And then his cabbage stall exploded. The governor finished his small story, with Naruto releasing a small chuckle. I must say you done well as the governor of this place. The Fire Lord is pleased as well, and tomorrow I look forward to seeing the 200 new earthbenders that will join our army. Naruto said with a smile, overall quite pleased with the man's work as governor of Udao. The governor turned a little pale at the mention. There must have been a small misunderstanding, Your Grace. For tomorrow's ceremony, only 43 earthbenders have joined the army, the rest 157 are firebenders. The governor said carefully, his mouth thinning into a small line, when he saw Naruto's smile drop. I see, Mikasa. Naruto spoke, and Mikasa quickly stood up from her seat and dug into her pocket and retrieved a letter she handed to Naruto before she returned to her seat. To the esteemed Untitled Crown Prince Naruto, the city of Udao are always open to you. For your upcoming expedition to the city of Omashu and Ba Sing She, we're proud to inform you that our glorious city of Udao have gathered 200 strong earthbenders and another 250 strong firebenders, who are willing to lay their lives down for our cause. Yours sincerely, Governor of Udao Morishita. Naruto read the small letter out loud before he placed it on the table, his gaze quickly returning to the sweating governor. A few looks were exchanged across the table as the seemingly happy atmosphere that had ruled the room not 2 minutes ago had seemingly completely vanished. In fact, the only one who seemed completely unaffected by the change was Toph, who was still eating as if nothing was going on. Your Majesty, those numbers, they may have been embellished slightly. Morishita spoke, throwing his guards that were stationed around the dinner hall a small look, but they wouldn't budge a muscle. The second Naruto entered the manner their loyalty switched. After all, they too were mere subjects to the royal family. Embellished, you say? Naruto spoke, while leaning his head back in his chair. A small moment went by where not a word was said. Now that is a shame, Naruto continued. Till his eyes once more locked with the sweating governor's. We are doing our best to recruit as many earthbenders into the royal army as possible, Your Grace, but the social inequality between our citizens and the fact that slavery is still taking place on the mainland, many of our. He stopped talking when Naruto had moved a single finger up to lips. It was a polite way to tell him to shut up. Whatever they may be, firebenders, earthbenders or non-benders, our army need more men. Conquering isn't the hard part. Holding the conquered territory is. It's your job to make sure the citizens here see that we need to work together to create a better future for all of us, and I don't care how you will do it, but see it done. We need more soldiers. Naruto spoke, his face not giving away any intentions. I shall double my efforts, Your Grace. Morishita answered. Great, that's all I wanted to hear, then that's that. Naruto said with a happy tone as he dug back into his meal, the atmosphere slowly living back up, though the fear was rooted deep in the governor. Next morning. Why not just have him replaced? Toph questioned, seeing Naruto was still bothered by the news of the smaller force. His family have ruled the city since the war began. It would cause a bit of unrest. Honestly, it's not worth the trouble, as annoying as it is. Besides, I can be merciful, believe it or not. Naruto replied, sitting at his desk and writing a speech for when he would see all the new recruits. It was a rare occurrence for Naruto himself to welcome new recruits into the army. The city had even built a large stage for him in the middle of the town square. Toph then left as she wanted to go outside and stretch her legs, while seeing the city. Naruto, can I go and see the city too? Suki asked, while Naruto stopped writing his speech once more and eyed her. You're not going to run off, are you? Naruto asked. Of course not. Suki answered. Honestly, a part of her didn't care about all of this anymore, and she already knew that escape was impossible. She still held on to her pride as a Kyoshi warrior, but that was about the only thing she still clung to, along with her virginity she still hadn't given Naruto. Very well, I trust you then. Naruto spoke, with Suki quickly heading for the door. Aren't you forgetting something? Naruto asked. A small blush appeared on Suki's cheeks as she turned around and walked over to Naruto before she bends down to be on height with him as he still sat on his chair and gave him a quick peck on his lips. Having given him a quick goodbye kiss, she quickly left the room. A small bit of silence filled the room, until Naruto let out a small yawn. Well, this is boring, how about we do something else? Naruto suggested, eyeing both Mikasa and Yue, with the latter displaying a small blush. But you came not even 2 hours ago. Yue stated, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks as Naruto kept on staring at her. True, and now I want more. Besides, screw that speech, I'd just make something up along the way. Naruto said happily as he stood and enjoyed the view as Mikasa was quickly stripping down. Come on, Yue, we still need to get you pregnant. You want to return to the Northern Water Tribe as soon as possible, right? Naruto asked as he pressed his body up against Yue, his hand reaching down to grope her ass. Oh, of course I do, but I'm not ready right now. I should take a shower first and Yue let out a small, surprised gasp when Naruto turned her around. He roughly grabbed her neck and forced her down on the bed, burying her head into the sheets. You look ready enough, Naruto said, his hands squeezing her neck tighter, and a bright blush quickly spread across her face, while Yue began moving her own ass up against Naruto's crotch. You really do love it rough, don't you? Naruto asked playfully with a large grin. And no, that's not, smack. Naruto's hand came down and gave her ass a powerful slap. AIH. Why, yes, I like it rough, Yue quickly admitted, moving her ass more eagerly against the growing tent in Naruto's pants. Mikasa, who had just finished stripping off her own clothes, she was about to talk over and join the fun, when she felt a small vibration. She had studied the way Toph earthbending worked and had practiced in feeling the ground's vibration. While she wasn't anywhere near as good as Toph, she still felt something. Meanwhile, just outside the door, a very curious eye was peeking through the keyhole. Her innocent eyes having never seen something quite like this. She watched as Mikasa, who had completely stepped naked, went over and pressed in against Naruto's side. She moved her mouth closer to his ear and whispered something, only for her heart to skip a beat. When Naruto's head spun towards the door she was peeping through and with quick steps began approaching the door. She tried to get up and run away. She moved backwards from the door too fast and ended up falling on her ass, while the door opened and Naruto looked straight down at her, though the only thing her eyes were glued to was the massive tent in his pants poking out. Ah, Cory, what a pleasure. To what do I owe the visit? Naruto spoke as he eyed the governor's daughter. Cory began, but her red cheeks and the sight in front of her had made her into a stuttering mess. Naruto looked her over briefly. It had been quite a few years since he last visited Yudao. She was nowhere near as attractive as she was now. Neither did he see her when he had her to pick a wife. As the daughter of a governor, she could have put herself forward. He was a bit curious as to why she didn't came. Want to come inside and sate your curiosity? Naruto offered with a small smile as he knew what she was staring at. Io, no no no, a letter for you, your grace, please excuse me. Corey practically pushed the letter into his chest and took off running, while Naruto held the small letter. He could tell from the seal it was from the palace back home. He would have to remember to read it later. For now he had more important things to take care of as he returned into his room and dropped his pants. Suki. She wasn't sure if she should feel disappointed or surprised. This colony was almost 100 years old, established just as there was begun, and there were clear signs of Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom culture that had mixed in the city. People seemed quite tolerant of each other. The governor himself was a firebender that had married an earthbender, and his only daughter was an earthbender too. But no matter how well it looked, there were some stains. The treatment of people with Fire Nation ethnicity was far more lenient, as well as the income. Most of rich in the city had come from the Fire Nation mainland, while people with Earth Kingdom ethnicity struggled a bit more with making a living. Without a doubt, this city was by far the most progressive city in the Fire Nation when it came to integration of people from different nations, but after almost 100 years, maybe she was a bit disappointed to see the equality wasn't perfect yet. Some of the Earth Kingdom citizens were doing quite fine though, as she saw a man dressed in green robes approaching an oil refinery. She remembered when Naruto and the soldiers took over Kyoshi Island. She was supposed to be sent to this city and work at an oil refinery. She briefly wondered if that was the one. She stopped in her tracks as she believed she recognized the man. She was pretty sure she had seen him before, and then it clicked when she saw the man's wife. That was Toph's dad and mom. What the fuck were they doing in Udao? Suki quickly hid herself around a corner of a nearby building out of sight. Did Naruto or Toph know they were here? And wait a minute, she's pregnant, still in the early stages, but without a doubt pregnant. Was that Naruto's child she was carrying? It would fit the time of when they were in jailing. Suki. She turned around, hearing a female voice speak her name. Rina. Suki questioned, seeing one of her fellow Kyoshi warriors. Suki. Rina yelled once she was finally sure who she was and quickly jumped into a powerful hug. With Suki quickly returning it, she never expected to see any of her fellow Kyoshi warriors ever again. Rina, what are you doing here? Suki asked with a big smile. Come with me, Suki, you must see the others. Rina spoke eagerly as she began pulling Suki along. They wandered into the slums until they came to what looked like an abandoned house. Everyone, come and see who I found. Rina yelled loudly once they had entered the house. Slowly other young women began entering the room. Suki. One of them yelled eagerly, running into her arms. She recognized every one of them. She was beyond happy seeing them all again, though some were still missing. How are you all here? Suki questioned. It was Rina. She managed to break free shortly after we were forced on the ships. She saved all of us. One of the girls explained, while Suki turned towards Rina with a big smile. On the ledger I found it said you were being taken to an oil refinery here in Udao. So we came to free you, though it looks like you managed to accomplish that yourself. Lucky for us, a second objective has presented itself to us. For the first time seeing Rina, her smile dropped slightly. She couldn't go with them, a part of her wanted to though. What's the second objective? Suki asked. The way Rina's tone had changed when she mentioned a second objective already made her fear Rina's response. We're going to assassinate Crown Prince Naruto. Rina stated with an evil smile. Don't. Was Suki's quick response. A look of surprise spread on Rina's face, before a loud applause filled the city and Suki realized Naruto had most likely taken his spot on the stage in the city square and was beginning his speech. It's beginning, we have to kill him before he finishes his speech. Rina stated, with the other Kyoshi warriors giving her a quick nod. You girls don't understand. Naruto, he isn't someone you can just kill. You haven't seen how powerful he is, but I have, you won't stand a chance. Suki spoke, her voice sounding anxious and scared. She had just met up with her old friends and now she believed they were headed off to get themselves killed. You spent time with him? Rina questioned, her face not giving away what she was thinking. Yes, I was never sent to Udao. I came here with Naruto yesterday, I'm his slave. She admitted. A silence filled the room. Suki didn't know how they would react. Rina moved in and took Suki into another powerful embrace. He will pay for this, he's been brainwashing you, Suki, come I'll show you. Rina spoke as she went over to the corner of the room and opened the lid of a lone barrel. Suki went over and caught a glimpse of the green jelly in the barrel. It's blasting jelly, there's over 50 barrels of this hidden below the stage that monster is currently holding his speech on. Rina stated. An explosion of that size wouldn't just kill Naruto, it would kill everyone in the town square, maybe more. Suki replied as her gaze was locked on the green jelly. Valiant sacrifices for the greater good. Suki Naruto is easily the greatest threat to the Earth Kingdom, no the entire world even, we saw what he was capable of at Kyoshi Island, we have to kill him no matter. Countless of civilians will die, Ue and Mikasa too, Mikasa. Suki felt a cold sweat travel down her forehead, her lips thinning into a thin line. Her expression must have been something else, for when she turned to look at Rina, the girl gasped and took a step backwards. I can't let you do this. Suki replied. This is for your own good, Suki. Rina replied as she attempted to deliver a quick blow to Suki's neck hoping to knock her out, but Suki blocked it. Holding on to Rina's hand, Suki easily threw her over her shoulder, with Rina landing on her back with a big gasp. The other girls looked on in shock as they didn't believe what they were seeing. No, this is for your own good, Rina. Suki replied. Help me take her down, that monster has her under control. Rina spoke as she got back up with the Kyoshi warriors quickly jumping in as well, and tried to grab Suki. One of them pushed Suki into the table that stood in the middle of the room, and while the fight went on, nobody noticed the still lit candle slowly rolling on the ground. Suki had been the leader of the Kyoshi warriors for a reason, she was the most skilled and she did manage to put up a brief fight, before the other girls managed to pin her down with the sheer numbers. Don't worry, Suki, it's not your fault. Once we've taken care of that monster, I'm sure you will be yourself again. Rina stated as she looked down on Suki while the other girls pinned her down. You're making a giant mistake, you can't win this. Suki yelled while they began tying her up. Rina looked like she wanted to sneak in one last remark, but stopped when everyone smelled something. It smelled like ash. Turning towards the source, they saw the candle that had been knocked over laying next to the barrel of blasting jelly, slowly burning the side of the barrel, where the flame licked the wood had already turned black. A look of shock filled the room, and everyone could only utter a single word. Shit. Naruto. The people of Ba Sing Se still laughs at us after the failure 12 years ago. The Earth King thinks us weak. While he hides himself behind his walls, he thinks we have given up, but the look on your faces tell me a different story. Soon we shall tear down his walls and force him out into the open. He believes us tired and broken, but I ask you, Udao, do you want total war? Naruto had been ranting and yelling for the last 5 minutes and the people were absolutely loving every moment. Yes. An astounding collective voice yelled back to him, and Naruto had a hard time holding back his large shit-eating grin. Boom. Everything seemed to stop for a moment, as a large blast rocked the city and Naruto watched as large smoke screen quickly began rising from the slums. With that I conclude my speech. Naruto muttered. Before he took to the sky, it took him a few seconds to get up high and see exactly where the explosion had taken place. The fire around the place were begging to spread, but with a simple clap of his hands the fire extinguished. Somebody had been having a bit too much fun, he thought, while the smoke quickly began to disperse, letting Naruto look into the now blown open building. Naruto grimaced slightly. He was used to killing, but this looked quite gruesome as limbs had been blown off. He could hear the pained moans from some of the lucky survivors. Even the nearby houses had taken a great deal of damage as well, but what annoyed him most was that the majority of the victims seemed to be young women. What in the world happened here? Naruto landed in the destroyed building with a small thud when his feet made contact with the scorched ground. The medics were quickly coming as he saw them running towards him. Hearing a small groan from the next room, Naruto walked inside. "Hello, where are you?" Naruto asked. It must be some old, abandoned bar. To his question, multiple new groans and moans sounded, letting him know that there was more than just open survivor. Naruto spotted two pair of legs, with the rest of the body hidden behind a fallen table. Quickly walking over to assert the damage, his eyes widened in shock. Suki. A week later. Cough. Cough. Slowly Suki awoke from her sleep. Ah, that's right. The other Kyoshi warriors, my sisters. Suki quickly remembered what had happened. It didn't take a genius to figure out she was in a hospital, her body hurt all over. Considering how violent that explosion was, you came out of it rather fortunately. Turning her head, she saw Naruto sitting on a chair next to her bed. An. Suki made a pained grunt as she tried to sit back up. How bad is it? Suki asked, her voice somber and silent. You got some third-degree burns and a couple of scars. Whatever or not your right eye will recover, they aren't sure of it. Naruto said, while Suki reached up and felt the entire right side of her head covered in bandages. I see, and the others? Most of them died at the explosion, another few died during treatment. There are two others who survived, though, well, one of them is far worse off than you. Naruto spoke, while Suki's gaze fell. It's not all bad though, look at what survived. Naruto said as he planted Avatar Kyoshi's fans on her bed. They didn't look to have been the slightest bit damaged by the explosion. Suki looked at the fans expressionlessly. Well, I will go and tell the others you're awake, they've been worried. Naruto said as he stood up and walked over to the door. Wait. Suki spoke, making Naruto turn around, his eyes widening slightly in surprise as he managed to react quickly and grab the two fans she had thrown at him. Sell them or throw them into the trash, I'm done with them. Suki spoke. Naruto remained still. He could remember how she had begged and pleaded for them when he had wanted to give them to Azula. Are you sure? Naruto asked, his tone lacking his usual jolly tone. Yeah, I'm sure. Suki answered, and for the first time since waking up she smiled. Night. You disgusting whore, piece of trash, traitorous scum, why couldn't you just have died? You aren't worthy of life, give me back my sisters, all of this is your fucking fault, you ugly abomination. Suki had sneaked out of her bed, while everyone had been asleep, and was currently listening to Rina yelling at her. The girl in question was laying flat on her back, covered in bandages. She had lost both arms and legs. Suki looked at her expressionlessly, while Rina kept yelling slurs at her, but slowly the corners of Suki's lips began to twitch, slowly morphing into a little cute smile. PFT. A small laugh escaped her lips. Before she turned around and left the room, with Rina yelling at her the entire way out. If that's how Rina ended up, she really was quite fortunate. She didn't bother visiting the other girl who survived. Instead, she sneaked out of the hospital. She felt strong enough already to walk as she pleased. It was quite easy to sneak back into the governor's mansion. She walked past a few servants who gave her a few weird looks, which was understandable, as she was still dressed in her hospital gown with half her face bandaged. Arriving at Naruto's door, she was surprised when she didn't hear any moans. Opening the door without bothering to knock, she face faltered slightly as the first things she saw was Naruto doing a handstand. "What are you doing, Suki?" Yue spoke as she quickly ran over and hugged Suki, who let out a small, pained moan. "Still very sore," Suki said, while Yue quickly backed off and offered a small apology. "I was wondering when you would come back. Anyway, I need to get some blood to my head," Naruto said, while his head did get a bit red. "Naruto learned he got my mom pregnant and has been panicking about it all day," Toph answered. "There's no proof I'm the father," Naruto argued loudly. "I mean, you did fuck her a lot, and time-wise it kinda fits," Suki agreed, wondering what she had missed while she was in the hospital. Naruto fell down on his back. "Ugh, I don't want to be dad. They have to take responsibility and stuff like that. I'm too immature for shit like that," Naruto moaned. "Well, at least you're admitting in. Not that you will have to raise the child anyway," Yue pointed out. Next morning, Suki had taken off her bandages and was inspecting herself in the mirror. Thankfully, it looked like her right eye hadn't taken any real damage, but she had gotten a few small scars around the right side of her face. They were barely visible though. The worst part were the few burn marks around her body. The healing process there would be a bit slower. "What the fuck? Those assholes began all the fun without me. Suki, it's your fault for keeping me here all week," Naruto stated as he crumbled a piece of paper in his hands, the last part being just an obvious playful joke. "Fuck you, what happened?" was Suki's easy reply. "They took Omashu without us. I've wanted to fight in the battle. Fuck, let's go see it anyway. We will just send the soldiers directly to Ba Sing Se and then meet up with them later. The drill should be about finished now anyway," Naruto spoke. Omashu had been a giant pain in the ass for many years. Now that it was finally conquered, it pretty much opened up for easy transportation around the entire Southern Earth Kingdom. Still, it felt like an empty victory, and that annoyed him. "We're going to leave the city around midday. Our visit has already lasted far longer than I wanted it to. By the way, Suki, tell me when you're fully healed. I still need to punish you for worrying me," Naruto said with a small, wicked smile. "What, I get punished for barely surviving an explosion? That's some bullshit. You just want an excuse to whip your dick out," Suki stated, with a small smile of her own. "Ah, Suki, you know me so well. Don't worry, I'll be kind. How about I slap your face with my dick till you start crying?" Naruto asked with a smile. "Fuck, that's hot." Both Naruto and Suki turned to look at Yue with wide eyes. "Oh shit, I just said that out loud, didn't I?" Yue asked with a bright blush. Naruto didn't get to comment as the door opened and Mikasa walked in. "Naruto, I found this letter in your clothes. From the seal I can tell it's from the royal palace," Mikasa stated, while Naruto looked confused. Oh shit, I completely forgot about that one. Kori gave me that when she was peeking on me," Naruto said as he took it from Mikasa's hand and opened it up. He brought a glass of juice up to his lips, while he began reading and quickly spit the juice out. "EW, EW, EW." Suki spoke covered in juice. "Cinder's pregnant."
Yo guys, welcome to the Zelda Fiction.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and like this video if you want some more what if video. Comment 3 hearts for more what if.